Anarchisms, Postanarchisms, and Ethics. New Politics of Autonomy. Saul Newman and Martina Tazziola. In recent years, we have witnessed an unprecedented emergence of new forms of radical politics, from Tahrir Square, Gezi Park, and the global Occupy movement to WikiLeaks and hacktivism. What is striking about such movements is their rejection of leadership structures and the absence of political demands and agendas. Instead, their originality lies in the autonomous forms of political life they engender. The New Politics of Autonomy book series is an attempt to make sense of this new terrain of anti-political politics, and to develop an alternative conceptual and theoretical arsenal for thinking the politics of autonomy. The series investigates political, economic, and ethical questions raised by this new paradigm of autonomy. It brings together authors and researchers who are engaged, in various ways, with understanding contemporary radical political movements and who approach the theme of autonomy from different perspectives: political theory, philosophy, ethics, literature and art, psychoanalytic theory, political economy, and political history. To Leslie Stevenson, Ewan, Ronan, and Samuel Franks. And my mom, dad and sister. With love. Contents. Introduction. 1. The place of ethics in anarchist theory and practice. 2. Principles of anarchisms, goals, duties, and virtues. 3. Metaethics, from universalism to radical subjectivism and beyond. 4. Other values, anarchism and post-anarchism in the age of security. 5. Applied ethics, other values in everyday life. Introduction. Reader, what you are holding in your hands is, without doubt, the most important book that has ever been, or will ever have been, written. So is the next book that I'm paid to promote. Sasha T. Bernstorm. Personal Communication. Many contemporary texts open with a declaration of their timeliness. Anarchist books are no different. John P. Clark's, 2013, The Impossible Community situates his work within the imminent environmental crisis and the endemic harms of global poverty. He cites the sixth great extinction in the history of human life, a devastated biosphere, and the everyday, structural inhumanity of a billion human beings, in absolute poverty, suffering from chronic malnutrition and other ills. Clark posits anarchism as providing the methods to resolve these problems. We have long had an answer. Laura Portwood Stacer, 2013, similarly starts with reflection on recent activist responses to patriarchy and capitalism. Saul Newman, 2016, 6-7, begins with the economic crash, and the apparent bleakness of the current moment. Every book is of its time. The author builds on the labor of others and hopes that their tome will be similarly used by other writers and thus extend into the future, or, better still, like the Situationists, to produce a book that undermines or destroys other texts, even if it is by the expedient of wrapping the cover in sandpaper. Anarchist texts, despite their subversive intentions, are, in this respect, no different. They are written for effect. No book is written to be unread. Very few volumes are produced to be forgotten. Almost all of them are. This book too is shaped by its social context and its attempts at finding and shaping an audience, but by identifying and reflecting on some of the apparently axiomatic features of an academic book, it hopes to surpass some of its limitations. The book is written, one, as Saul Newman indicates, in the aftermath of the 2008 economic crash and collapse in confidence with the liberal political order. This is expressed through expanding populist nationalist sentiment in the United Kingdom and the United States and elsewhere across the world, manifesting itself in the United Kingdom's vote to leave the European Union, the election of Donald Trump as 45th President of the United States, and the rising and sustained support for nationalist populist policies either in anti-system parties or integrated into governing parties. Climate change and plastic pollution is causing ecological and social harms, as well as a range of political responses, from increasing electoral support for green parties, demands for ecological states of emergency, paternalistic civil disobedience, and strikes by school students. Elizabeth Vasileva's 2018, doctoral thesis on anarchist metaethics highlights the change in background for radically inclined researchers. In the first decade of the 21st century, when anarchist research, although very minor, was becoming a more regular occurrence within the academy, the background was the spectacular and in many ways popular anti-capitalist demonstrations and carnivals. See, for instance, Gordon 2005, 6-8, Newman 2007, 7, Pinta 2011, 15, 16f, with a definite sense of optimism. Now, argues Vasileva, the background is different, we are not winning. There is no we. At least in Europe, the activist/anarchist/radical social movement, seem stuck with the same arguments, same battles, and no substantial victories have been achieved without conceding even more substantial sacrifices. In Scotland, where I reside, the difference between English and Scottish popular opinion on the maintenance of existing political and economic ties with the EU has led to debates on alternative nationalisms. Central debates concern the pros and cons of a Scottish social democratic separatism from the rest of the United Kingdom. Anarchists do not comfortably fit into the debates when the choice is between which capitalism, neoliberal or nationalist, or which form of state, declining chauvinist or social democratic. It is not necessarily inconsistent for anarchists to have a preference. Michael Bakunin, 1984-2005, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon provide historical resources for anarchist engagements. With the national question, see also Gordon 2018. The environmental threat is much more pressing and more consistent with core environmental themes of anarchism, see, for instance, Peter Kropotkin and Elise Reckless. The International Panel on Climate Change's 2018 latest report is warning of substantive and devastating impacts due to climate damage, with an underlying message of the need for substantial changes in dominant economic and political behaviors. There has been sustained interest in anarchism, inside and outside of academia, because of its practical engagements in environmental direct action, its wider anti-capitalist critiques and strategies, and its sustained unmediated responses to the reanimation of brute nationalism. There is no single reason for the small but significant rise of academic interest in anarchism. Clearly, the failure of revolutionary state socialism, most clearly exemplified by the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989 but reinforced by the failures of many post-colonial Marxist-Leninist states, meant that a once powerful and totemic pole for anti-capitalist resentment had lost much of its authority for both social movements and academics. Similarly, faith in liberal democratic institutions and norms has fallen, with Freedom House E3 reporting a 12th consecutive decline in global representative democratic structures. Democracy faced its most serious crisis in decades in 2017 as its basic tenets, including guarantees of free and fair elections, the rights of minorities, freedom of the press, and the rule of law, came under attack around the world. 71 countries suffered net declines in political rights and civil liberties, with only 35 registering gains. This marked the 12th consecutive year of decline in global freedom. Freedom House 2018, emphasis added. This decline in democratic legitimacy is regarded as a crisis of politics, from largely liberal democratic theorists, example Mazzoleni and Schultz 1999, 248, Friedman 2009, who interpret politics to refer to the state and core questions to revolve around issues of legitimacy. Here the terms politics and anti-political are viewed as themselves highly contested. The former refers to macro-political action and theories shaped around assessing and influencing policies and institutions at the international, state and federal level. Anti-politics means actions that actively contest centralizing institutions and practices and focuses on the norms, resources, and structures of power that shape everyday actions outside of the state. The combined term, anti-political, is used to refer to both anti-politics and politics. It contests the state-centric approach to the study of power and social relationships. Other framing factors for this text are the threats from environmental degradation and climate change. These include resource depletion and species extinction. Ecological collapse intersects with continuous colonial and neocolonial exploitation, often enforced at gunpoint and with drone and daisy cutter ordnance in support. These in turn interconnect with issues arises from economic precarity, exploitation, and exclusion. These join with the dynamics of entrenched gender violence and exploitation. Such intersections mean that there are numerous oppressives and structures of force. Anarchists are committed to identifying, contesting, and seeking to defeat and transcend them all. Tactics and organizational forms are multiple and irreducible, from the Rohovan armed resistance movements, influenced by Murray Bookchin, Greber 2014, to the autonomous social centers of France, Germany, and Poland. See, for instance, Lopez 2013, Aguilera et al. 2017, Donaghy 2017. There are the climate camps and environmental strikes and occupations, to community mutual aid and syndicalist organization in response to deprivation, exclusion, and poverty. Marxism, feminism, and then post-structuralism had once introduced innovative perspectives, and generated new foci for critical engagement. Despite many of their core concerns still remaining pertinent, the persistence of, and alienation caused by, class society, the multiple power dynamics of patriarchy and the particularities and evolving constructions of institutional power, their very general applicability made them seem too commonplace. Academic publishing and grant garnering requires continual novelty, even if, on occasions, the supposed originality amounts to little more than renaming old concepts with new terms. Anarchism provided a shot of originality, from a tradition previously untarnished with associations to gulags, secret police, mass starvation, and show trials. Anarchism's ideological diversity allows for insights from aligned but distinctive traditions and encourages fruitful collaborations. The growth of academic publishing has accentuated anarchism's competitive advantage. These institutions have grown partly because of the expansion of higher education across the modern and modernizing world. It makes it easier for new academics to have their works published, with even more elite bastions of academia finding occasional space to include works on anarchism or from an anarchist perspective. Point 2. There has also been the generation and maintenance of support structures for scholars interested in anarchism. Some of these try to use anarchist methods of organization in their formal structures, albeit not always successfully given external hierarchical pressures. These bodies include the Anarchist Studies Network and North American Anarchist Studies Network, journals such as Anarchist Studies, Perspectives on Anarchist Theory, and the more intermittent anarchist developments in cultural studies. This has produced some hostility from anarchist activists outside of academia. Such antagonism to academia is not new, nor is it misplaced. Class Wars. Martin Wright, 2013, castigates academics for their ignorance, elitism, and irrelevance. He is particularly concerned with the ways that academics are dominating the movement, drowning out other, more knowledgeable and pertinent working class voices. Point 3. Albert Meltzer, 2000, from a similar theoretical and practical background to Wright, dismissed academic approaches as illiterate, largely misrepresenting the movement as an offshoot of liberalism and self-indulgent. 4, 6, 18, 37. Academic texts tend to be written in a neutral tone, which eliminates the passion that motivates anarchist action. This distinction between working class activists and academics is occasionally blurred. There is the inclusion, albeit still occasional, of autodidacts in edited collections of scholarly works, not just as providers of data, but as authors in their own right. Many key texts, including many cited here, are from non-academics. Activist networks and groups that produce publications such as Anarchy, Black Flag, Freedom, and Crime-Ethin have made conscious efforts to include and highlight perspectives from anarchist scholars. Further, the university has long been a site of struggle. Indeed, the production of this text was disrupted by industrial action in February-March 2018, in which many anarchist academics took part alongside other union members. Nonetheless, the university, in its usual operation, is largely directed towards maintaining dominant economic class relations and utilizes radical ideas primarily as material for co-option and recuperation, using the originality of radical ideas to extend dominant social and economic hierarchies. This goes hand in hand with outright suppression should the institutional or social order come under threat. See Adams 2011, The Scotsman 2011, that parallels the mixture of co-option and coercion within other repressive institutions. It is within this setting that this text is constructed. It develops and defends a particular methodological approach to understanding anarchist and post-anarchist theory and practice. It does so at a time when anarchist academic activity is, by historical standards, relatively high, while at least in the United Kingdom activism outside of the academy, as Vasileva noted, has stalled or is in decline, albeit from a position of relative strength compared to the period of Leninist dominance within counter-hegemony. A note on structure. This text is in two parts. They intersect and speak to one another, but they operate within different methodologies and distinct modes of address. The first, in Standard Times New Roman, is the more formal academic discourse, structure around a central thesis, namely a defense of virtue approaches to social, or class struggle, anarchism. It is primarily in the disciplines of ethics, political philosophy, and the study of ideology, but given that the virtue approach I utilize and defend is based on existing social practices, there are excursions into history, social research, and cultural studies to flesh out examples, provide counter-arguments, and indicate areas for practical engagement. This text is supplemented by endnotes also in Standard Times New Roman, which, in more standard academic fashion, expand on a specific point or to clarify the source. These endnotes are in Roman numerals and appear at the end of each chapter. The second part of the text shares the same pages, but separated by a boundary, and set, as you will have seen, in an italic font. These footnotes contain elements of autoethnography, for it is an account of the critical reflections that shape the text. It is formatted through footnotes. These are often contemporaneous, written at the time of the formal academic text's construction or drawn from notebooks and reflections, but edited and reconstructed, not verbatim. This follows a reflective method used by post-structural urbanist Lisa Bradley, 2015, whose work first stimulated me into more critical reflection on the methods of theoretical practices. 5. Using this method of critical self-reflection alongside a more standard academic mode of address and disciplinary approach has four main functions. First, it allows for some intertextual commentary on the main thesis of this volume. Formal arguments are linear, starting from a set of premises to conclusions, with sub-arguments defending and clarifying the initial premises. By contrast, actual research and the arguments that are developed are much more rhizomatic. One term refers to another term, a concept only makes sense in relationship to another concept, an idea comes about from a preceding argument, with none being foundational or the genesis. In usual texts, at some point a position has to go unstated, assumed to be self-evident or foundational, though they rarely are indubitable or universal. The parallel text allows for commentary and links to be made outside the linear narrative without disrupting the flow of the argument. A second benefit is that provides space for a discussion of the background conditions under which the text is constructed. The production of books, articles, papers, reviews does not happen in a vacuum but, like academic activity in general, as highlighted by Michel Le Doerf, amongst others, is frustrated or shaped by, as well as occasionally shaping, wider social conditions. 6 These influences are often omitted or obscured by authors and practitioners, so the parallel commentary will highlight the formal resources, norms, and values that are embedded in academic writing. In doing so, it highlights how these intersect with other practices associated with academic institutional priorities, the principles and ethos of publishing, social, cultural and family life and political economy. Few lecturers, for instance, ever explain to students the mechanics of how the module was produced, highlighting the many consultations, trade-offs, review boards and planning meetings that were involved in their formation. Support, or competition, from colleagues is significant in the development of courses. Partnerships internal to the university and its subdivisions, colleges/faculties/departments/schools/subject areas, shape content, delivery, resources, and potential audiences. Can, for instance, a course on Karl Marx or Adam Smith run by a politics department or school of economic history count towards a philosophy degree, or vice versa? External factors also shape the construction of degrees, such as search for business partners, industry experts, and professional bodies to provide accreditation, resources, and potential students. Increasing explicit support from private and public sector employers is required for the university authorities to approve new degrees. Courses are promoted and shaped to attract students looking for specific employment opportunities as an outcome of their studies. Just as university classes often seem, as they did to me as a student, to arise naturally from nowhere, so too the background conditions that make a text's construction and distribution are overlooked. Third, because the commentary allows for a more overt explication of the drivers and fetters to text's production, I can more fully show my workings. Such reflection can assist a generous reader in identifying where, and why, I am making mistakes in the main argument. This space for more informal and speculative forms of expression can counteract the fears and doubts that inhibit a writer's production, and in extreme forms leads to a more pervasive form of writer's block. Point 7. The more informal, reflective, and less rigorous style is associated with different claims to knowledge. Political philosophy, especially in the analytical tradition, is usually expressed through more careful, rational, technical, and occasionally pedantic discourses. This is not to say that the secondary text, expressed more informally, escapes critique. It serves a purpose in supporting the accompanying argument, but can be omitted by the reader without damaging the main argument. I hope that this alienation technique, Verfremdungseffekt, is more than just a novelty but encourages further reflective research methods for the theoretical disciplines. Finally, there are times when there was a temptation to write a commentary on the commentary, but that would lead to an infinite regress. Although the writing is self-referential, it is not solipsistic. The self-reflection, I hope, uncovers and acknowledges the way books rely on the material, intellectual and effective labor of others for, as well as providing a sense of internal conflicts and reservations and the external threats and limits. The reflections contain some description on life events that shape the text, however, it is not autobiography. It has no narrative and deliberately avoids accounts of those people most important to me, my family and friends. However, the book does contain a few elements of philosophical memoir identified by the anarchist-influenced philosopher Samuel Clarke, 2010a, based on John Stuart Mill's, 1969, autobiography. Like Mill's book, this secondary text is intended to do things to and with their audiences, sometimes as self-justification, persuading readers and the author of the rightness of their causes, or at least providing excuses for poor decisions. Like Mill's autobiography, the reflections here illustrate some general structures that shape text formation and reception that are not exclusive to the author. In Mill's, 1969, 81-84, case, it was the institution of the family, particular his relationship with his father, that had caused John Stuart's mental breakdown and reshaped his philosophy, interests, and practical commitments. Like the autobiography, it shows that any text owes a debt to others who affect the volume. It traces the ways that writing, and dealing with the practical and theoretical problems raised within the text shape and transform the writer and the practice of philosophy. Clarke, 2010a, illustrates the benefits of incorporating and studying autobiography, seeing it as clarifying Mill's positions and arguments, with respect to his account of psychology, logic, and political philosophy. It is hoped that the reflections here perform a similar function. A note on the argument 8. The central thesis of the book is that ethics is central to identifying and evaluating the different morphologies of anarchism, and that these ethical principles are identifiable in anarchism's evolving organizational forms. Tactical methods and forms of critique. In particular, it explains the hypothesis that anarchism is best understood as an anti-hierarchical form of practice-based virtue ethics and develops the import of this analysis for identifying, assessing, defending, and/or refining anarchist methods. It thus argues that this approach is consistent with most forms of social anarchism, also known as class struggle anarchisms. It argues that such a practice-based virtue approach is incompatible with approaches to anarchism based on a fundamental commitment to property rights, herein referred to as propertarian but sometimes called anarcho-capitalism or right libertarianism. Intersecting with these two distinct ideological structures of social anarchisms and individualism is the most fluid ideological cluster constituted by Stirnerite and quasi-Nietzschean egoism, existential anarchism, post-left, and post-anarchism, the relatively recent combination of post-structuralist theory with anarchism. These are philosophically interesting and often productive in generating useful concepts, yet frequently rest on highly immoralist, subjectivist or nihilistic meta-ethical positions. That is to say, their assumptions about the status of ethical principle and judgment that make it impossible to provide practical solutions to ethical problems, and it is only by incorporating their insights into a different theoretical frame that their analyses become part of an anarchist praxis. Nonetheless, challenges offered by post-anarchism 9 have been amongst the most useful in the reconceptualization of anarchism and its applications in practice. In order to support this thesis, each chapter carries out a specific task. The first, the place of ethics in anarchist theory and practice, describes the methodology of the text, utilizing Michael Frieden's, 1998, conceptual analysis, with an emphasis on the identity and structure of ethical principles within ideological morphologies. Frieden's method looks at core and peripheral concepts within an ideological family and analyzes the structural relationship between these concepts, exploring how they alter according to historical and geographical context. As such, this approach is pitched against but also incorporates features of political philosophy, such as these include necessary and sufficient conditions and Wittgensteinian family resemblances. It also critically engages with hermeneutics and intentionalist analysis, phenomenology, and grounded theory as well as cultural semiology. However, this chapter develops an adaptation of Frieden's, 1996, 27-31, 2005, 113-17, method, as the original tends to view moral philosophy as necessarily universalist and realist. Realist principles are problematic for an anarchist ethic as they assume the position of the objective administrator, able to identify the correct principles and how they should be applied to each normative problem. Here, instead, ethics are seen to be adaptable and practice-dependent principles. Like Frieden, it shows the importance of ethical principles in shaping morphologies but does so specifically in identifying distinctive forms of anarchism and their differing approaches to identifying and evaluating social problems. It, thus, defends the position of Dutch-French syndicalist Christian Cornelissen, quoted in Netelo 1992, XXII, and, more recently, David Graeber, 2004, 6, for the centrality of ethics in anarchist praxis. See also Rouse L. 2012, Vasileva 2018. A further difference of emphasis with Frieden's method is that this approach demonstrates how the norms are embedded in and become shaped by material practices, such that an apparently identical set of norms expressed through different media expresses something different and generates different identities and values. 10 Conflicts between different ideologies, and differences within ideologies, take place through practices. The second chapter, Principles of Anarchisms, Goals, Duties, and Virtues, argues that anarchism is compatible with, and in terms of political philosophy, best understood as a virtue theory, rather than as a consequentialist or deontological ethic. Practice-based virtue theory provides a basis for moral judgment while rejecting a universalist perspective. It draws on anarchism's core commitment to prefiguration but explains why this principle alone is not sufficient on its own to identify anarchism, as it is also found in rival, hierarchical movements. To this end, the chapter compares anarchism with the account of the virtues found in Alasdair MacIntyre's, 1984, influential text After Virtue. In so doing, it draws upon sources such as Paul Blackledge, who argues for a radical virtue ethics on similar lines, 2009. His is, however, one based on a fixed unitary telos, 2012a, while this account of anarchist virtue theories posits multiple, irreducible, but interlocking tela, which are specific to particular stable, goods-rich social practices. It thus draws on and queries accounts of anarchism that reject all goals and thus foundational organizational principles as being necessarily part of anarchy, see, for instance, Jacques Rancière 1992, and as such rejected managerialism and statism. It draws from, but distinguishes a position different to, the work of Todd May, 1995, who also addresses questions of multiple ethical values and the virtues. The third chapter, Metaethics, From Universalism to Radical Subjectivism and Beyond, addresses metaethical questions. The differences between the competing versions of anarchism are identified not only through their distinctive normative ethical principles but also through their distinguishing metaethical position. These contrasting characteristics alter the structure of their values, their identities, and their practices. The metaethical assumptions help to shape the morphological structure of the concepts that identify the distinctive anarchisms, and help to explain the changes over time. Most anarchisms, at least within academic philosophy, in the past few decades, have tended to take a moral realist position. That is to say that moral statements are viewed as objectively verifiable, either through the use of reason or scientific study. These rules were held to be universal and thus provided the basis for objective, legitimate administration. George Crowder, 1991, attributes this moral realism to the main classical anarchists, such as Peter Kropotkin, Michael Bakunin, and William Godwin. Amoralist, nihilist, and subjectivist arguments are most frequently found amongst post-left, especially insurrectionist anarchists and post-anarchist theorists. These are positioned against the more orthodox realist ontologies. Vi. However, none of these competing metaethical positions of moral realism, subjectivism, nihilism, or amoralism is sufficient for sustaining anti-hierarchical practices. Nor are other accounts derived from situational ethics and casuistry, as well as from critical realism. Instead, this book defends a modest intersubjective critical materialist approach. This is the view that values can be assessed in relation to particular arenas, which intersect, and whose standards adapt. This materialist intersubjective account of ethics is more consistent with anarchism found in radical practice-based accounts. It will also be argued that it concurs increasingly with some of the more recent texts on post-anarchism. One of the key post-anarchist theorists, Saul Newman, 2016, for instance, repeatedly stresses the importance of practices as sites for production of anti-hierarchical identities and values, p. 1, pages 15 to 16, p. 51, and accepts the plausibility of contingent but core goals. Newman's recent account of post-anarchism is consistent with the radical practice-based virtue account and deviates from more individualistic forms of subjectivism. The fourth chapter, Other Values, Anarchism and Post-Anarchism in the Age of Security, examines the contexts in which anarchist theory is developed and applied. It outlines how the various constellations arise in response to particular socio-political problems and respond to weaknesses in existing ideological formations. The growth of neoliberalism that is entwined with postmodernism saw the development of post-left and post-anarchisms. Their freer-floating, anti-political agents and the sites and forms of action developed out of these new economic and cultural circumstances, shifting anarchist analyses and responses in turn. However, since 2008, there has been a growing crisis of liberalism, which is shifting the political terrain from neoliberalism to a nationalist capitalism, and raising new challenges for anarchism and post-anarchism. A successful ideology, in a conceptual sense, must be able to offer solutions as well as identify problems. The penultimate chapter, Applied Ethics, Other Values in Everyday Life, challenges accounts of anarchism which are viewed as utopian in the impossibilist sense. See, for instance, Plekhanov 1895, Crump and Rubel 1987. This means explaining what constitutes success or practicality. Anarchism is not successful in a liberal democratic sense of success, such as winning state power in competitive elections, or in the traditional Marxist sense of generating a single mass party that seizes control of political institutions in order to manage the economy. Instead, it describes success in terms of offering practical albeit partial solutions to contemporary problems, from issues of pornography and censorship to conflicts between free speech and interference with hate speech and the role of violence in prefigurative politics. It will also address some of the questions raised by contemporary militants and by academic activists, Wilson 2010, Wilson 2014, who argue that anarchism is inconsistent in its active opposition to racist speech acts, or that a consistent anarchism must reject violence. See, for instance, Martin 2008, Antliff 2015, Pauli 2015. It demonstrates the weaknesses of responses based on statist or liberal universalist accounts of autonomy and the effectiveness of analyses based on practice-based virtue theory. The final chapter, Conclusion, 11, after recapping the main features of the text, suggests potential areas for the development of anti-hierarchical virtue-based accounts. It also refers back to the parallel texts that reflect on the book's construction, highlighting the necessary limits of such a volume and thus gestures towards communicative and other forms of practical, anti-political practice that exceed this text. Chapter 1. The Place of Ethics in Anarchist Theory and Practice 1. A stranger entered a bar just as four anarchists were discussing their ideas. The conversation turned to what constituted true anarchism. The discussion quickly escalated into heated exchanges and blows. The stranger, intrigued by what they had seen, asked one of them, so which version of anarchism was right? The revolutionary gestured to the continuing disruptive passionate debate and replied, this one. There is no single way of examining anarchism. Prior to the significant reignition of interest in anarchism from within academic circles from the mid-1990s onwards, that is to say the post-Cold War period, Leninism was viewed as the dominant, sometimes even the sole form of revolutionary opposition, especially from liberals. See, for instance, Popper 1960, Popper 1966. As a result, much of the research on anarchism during this Leninist period was orientated on historical analysis of failed movements and a sympathetic, albeit occasionally over-romantic, elucidation of anarchism as part of a history of ideas. Point 2. During the latter part of the Leninist period, the few evaluations of anarchism concentrated on it as a subset of liberalism, and often classical liberalism, with R. P. Wolff's Neo-Kantian A Defense of Anarchism and Robert Nozick's Anarchy, State, and Utopia constituting its core theoretical position. In the last few years, there has been much greater interest from a range of disciplines such as geography, utopian studies, theology, and continental political thought. The motivation for academic re-evaluation has come from both the decline of Leninism as the pole of oppositional theory and the growth of diverse forms of anti-political contestation, in which anarchist activism has been significant. These include the rise of the direct action environmentalism, anti-poll tax, and anti-roads movements, then the upsurge of the alter globalization movement, and later Occupy and militant responses to right populist and neo-fascist movements. As a result, anarchism has gained a small but significant place in contemporary social studies, and its theoretical perspectives are increasingly being engaged within political theory and social philosophy. The multiplicity of manifestations of anarchism is not unique to the post-Leninist period. In earlier eras, forms of anarchism arose that responded to different conditions and social problems: anarcho-syndicalisms in periods of intense labor disputes prior to the Bolshevik Revolution, anarcho-pacifisms arising in periods of intense militarization, anarcho-feminisms, as women's movements rose up to challenge different forms of patriarchal structure. Similarly, the emphasis provided by green anarchisms, individualist anarchisms, lifestyle anarchisms, anti-civilization anarchisms, post-left, and post-anarchisms are responding to particular material problems as well as assumed deficiencies within other anarchist morphologies. In some cases, the response reconfigures concepts to make a new ideological structure that is antipathetic to the other more pervasive and stable forms of anarchism. Disciplinary and methodological differences affect the results and the focus of attention. For instance, there is no single way to study Drosophila, fruit flies. One could catch a fruit fly, cover it in wax, slice it very thinly and study the cross-sections of the fly under a microscope. This would elicit data about the internal biological structure of Drosophila. Another way would be to place a few fruit flies in separate observation tanks and give them different samples to see which fruits attract most fruit fly species. A third method would be to study fruit fly in the wild and observe their behavior in their habitats, learning how they interact within their colonies and with other species. A further method would be to study the social meanings of the fruit fly, how it informs local discourses and shapes the traditions of human communities. Each method yields different types of data, none is universally preferable, though the fruit fly might have a particular disinclination towards the first, but each approach depends on the types of findings that the scientist is seeking. So too, there is no single method for studying and assessing political, or anti-political, behaviors. Methods are dependent on the types of answers the researcher is looking for. Methodology is, thus, not value-neutral but formed by the questions the researcher has already identified as being the most pivotal. Any investigatory method brings with it assumptions about the types of findings the investigator is prioritizing, an assumed epistemology about what constitutes legitimate findings and modes of expressing the methods and results, which in turn assume particular types of audience. Point 3 The method this book uses and defends, one based on Michael Frieden's conceptual analysis, also known as the morphological approach, is no different, it too has its inherent biases. However, in arguing for its usefulness and pertinence in examining anarchism and post-anarchism, I am not claiming it is the only method or always and everywhere the most appropriate analytic system for identifying and assessing anti-political action. This method's pertinence will be demonstrated by using it to identify anarchism from rival accounts, explaining why so-called anarcho-capitalisms, national anarchisms and conservative, or Tory, anarchisms are distinct from the wider anarchist tradition. It can also explain why some versions of individualist anarchism are consistent with the wider anarchist tradition and others, although using similar terms, are outside it. The method also helps to locate post-anarchism in relation to these traditions. It shows that, in the main, post-anarchism is an identifiable sub-ideology or hybrid of anarchism, alongside other categories such as libertarian Marxism, green anarchism and anarcho-feminism, and is increasingly finding greater affinities with the main social anarchist traditions as the conventions of post-anarchisms develop. In some locations, sub-hybrids become so prominent that they become the dominant ideological form. For instance, Leninism was once a minor form of Marxism, becoming only the Bolshinstvo, majority, in one of many Marxist parties by selective exclusion of opposing currents. This section starts by providing an account of the analytic approach before drawing out Frieden's own version and the adaptations made to it here. It then goes on to discuss intentional, hermeneutic, and cultural approaches, drawing out those elements relevant to the approach taken here. In many instances, these are already included in Frieden's methods. Analytic political philosophy 5. The methodological approach used and defended here, a variant of Frieden's conceptual method, develops out of, but is distinct from, standard analytical political philosophy. Point 6 There is no single account of analytic philosophy. One of its advocates, Paul McLaughlin, 2017, a philosopher with a long-time interest in anarchism, has recently proposed a distinction between analytic philosophy, AP, the intellectual tradition, made up separately of a disparate movement of key individuals, and schools, the institutions that utilize the theory and set particular parameters, and analytic philosophy, AP, a theoretical procedure. Even limiting the account to a theoretical procedure, he recognizes that descriptions are complex and multiple, identifying multiple divisions and subdivisions, 346-53. Nonetheless, amongst the plethora of differences and questionable distinctions there are common features: 1. The semantic demand for linguistic or conceptual clarity, 2. The logical demand for argumentative rigor, 3. The dialogical demand for argumentative interaction, and 4. The gradualistic demand for cautious, step-by-step argumentation. To these McLaughlin also adds 5. The epistemic demand for some contribution to knowledge, 349. McLaughlin, in addition, wants to defend the value status of the method of analytical philosophy, from critics who argue it has a liberal or conservative bias, and that it can serve, even if it does not at present, anarchist theory, 353-61. Through delinking institutions and process and historical movement from philosophy, McLaughlin largely positions analytic method as an ideologically neutral method. In doing so, he adopts the position of D. Raphael, 1979-20, and David Miller, 2003, 17-18, that the purpose of political philosophy is to avoid ideology, by eschewing the promotion of non-rationally justified norms through coherent analysis of terms and checking for internal consistency and logical connectivity. In common with his earlier account, McLaughlin 2010, 22, McLaughlin, 2017, prioritizes conceptual clarification and argument analysis, but additionally highlights that openness to debate and the gradualistic development of wisdom are also features of analytic philosophy. The core of McLaughlin's account, despite some reservations, is shared by other prominent analytic political philosophers such as Raphael, 1979, 12, and Jonathan Wolff, 2006, 3. The latter states that in short, they political philosophers present arguments. Similarly, Robert E. Goodin, 2017, 18, considers clarity and argumentative structure as amongst the primary features of good analytical political theory. 7. The core of the analytic tradition is argumentation, assessing the validity of arguments. Conceptual clarity is central to this task, as formal validity requires that there is no slippage in the use of terms between premise, S, and conclusion, S. Breaking down terms, as McLaughlin himself does to distinguish between, for instance, institutional accounts of analytic philosophy and procedural accounts, and then between subsections and sub-subsections of these, ensures stable and consistent interpretations. McLaughlin is typically critical of those, like myself, he believes conflate different versions, 363. There are multiple forms of conceptual clarification, and some, like Wittgensteinian family resemblances, Wittgenstein 1978, Para 66-71, reject that there is a fixed universal definition, others hold that concepts refer to a real, independent universal, see Pettit 2000, 7. Universalist perspectives tend towards accounts of phenomenon based on necessary and sufficient conditions. A necessary condition is something that is required for an entity to count as member of a group or to have that label applied to it. Without it, it cannot be so classified. A sufficient condition is one that by itself would be enough to identify an entity, though it is possible to still be classified as that thing without meeting that condition. For instance, the classical liberalism associated with Nozick must have a particular view of the self, one based on a negative view of freedom centered on the rational subject having absolute property rights in the body. If it does not have this account of the individual as sovereign, then it is not Nozickian liberalism. However, this condition alone is not enough to identify the theory as classical liberalism. Other theories, too, might hold a negative rights conception of the sovereign agent, such as Peter Vallentin and Hillel Steiner's left libertarianism, Vallentin 2000, Vallentin et al. 2005. If the description of the sovereign self also included extending property rights beyond one's body and labor to other natural resources and products, With such rights secured by a minimal state whose functions are only to secure such rights, then we would have a necessary and sufficient account of Nozickeian liberalism. Family resemblances do not require a fixed single characteristic or essence for membership of a group. Wittgenstein's own example is of the word game. There may be no single common feature between every example of a game, chess, noughts and crosses, ring a roses and catch, but there are a variety of traits with a sufficient number shared by all members of the family. As new types of game emerge, say computer games, new traits emerge. There are, however, problems with the Wittgensteinian approach, as it fails to distinguish between elements that core and major and those which are peripheral. Given that ultimately for Wittgenstein, 1978, para 43, the circumstances by which an alteration to a definition comes about is its use, that is to say social convention, it requires an account of how conventions develop and are policed. Further, while McLaughlin highlights methodological diversity, he, like many other analytic theorists, tends to use necessary and sufficient conditions. To describe anarchism through one essential criterion, 342, see also R. Wolf 1976 and J. Wolf 2006. For McLaughlin, 2017, 342, the description of anarchism is, initially, particularly thin. I define anarchism as skepticism about authority. This is only thickened out a little by the addition of some focus to the skepticism, the belief that authoritative norms, practices, relations, and institutions can be and ought to be called into question with respect to their desirability. McLaughlin makes it clear that this analytical account of anarchism does not posit any positive goals or other ethical principles, such as equality or autonomy. As such, McLaughlin's emaciated anarchism is one found across a range of substantive political traditions. He cites in support of the supposed radicalism of analytical political philosophy in general and his version of anarchism in particular, writes libertarians and anarcho-capitalists, propertarians, 8 like Robert Nozick and A. John Simmons, 356. For McLaughlin, then, the political anarchism of activists is separate to the philosophical version with only provisional or incidental similarities. McLaughlin tends to use looser conceptual approaches when describing his own preferred position, as one that aspires to conceptual clarity, even when he admits many counterexamples, yet, he fixes opponents with more rigid defined, necessary conditions, which are then easy to refute with a couple of counterexamples. Similarly, when it comes to logical analysis, McLaughlin rightly acknowledges the plurality of logics available for analysis and points to the importance of informal logics in argument analysis, 363-64. However, this does not disguise the fact that many influential descriptions of analytic procedure assume a singular, universal reason and a singular rational subject. See, for instance, Knowles 2001, 6, Raphael 1979, 4, 6, 17-20. Neither does McLaughlin explain the basis for the selection of logic or logics in each evaluation, nor how institutional or professional contexts change the operation of informal logic. For the contextualization of reason, see McIntyre 2001 and Atkinson 1997, though the latter problematically drifts towards a cultural relativist critique of the universality of critical thinking. In addition, McLaughlin's 2017, more recent and sophisticated account of analytical philosophies rejects the dominant institutional practice of the past. This rejected approach ascribed a single rational logo to philosophical analysis and academic discourse and rejected or marginalized others that do not subscribe to it. McLaughlin argues that there is a plurality of analytic procedures, but these were restricted by analytic institutional demands. His defense rests on a distinction between the supposedly plurality of analytic philosophical procedure and the more restrictive and less defensible analytical institutional demands, 363-366. However, McLaughlin's argument illustrates that institutions shape theory, rather than being separate from it. The more diverse approaches, positioned as dissident within the tradition, have their location because of institutional power. They appear and operate within particular organizations and departments. The method adopted here, thus, rejects the division between theory and the institutions in which principles are derived, structured, and elucidated. It is nonetheless worth expanding on what makes the analytic method so attractive, as well as drawing out the significant problems associated with it. First, it provides a clear and consistent method for identifying and assessing different political philosophies. Through identifying necessary and sufficient conditions, or the constellation of core family resemblances, and identifying subtle distinctions, different positions and nuances are recognized and labeled. McLaughlin, 2007, 25-36, 2017, does not just distinguish his philosophical anarchism from other political philosophies, but from rival interpretations. Clarifying principles and testing their internal consistency and their applicability provides a well-defined method for assessing the relative merits of competing positions. However, it also misses out much that is important, such as the importance of vagueness and ambiguity in the operation of concepts. A second, significant advantage is that it provides philosophy with a clear identity. Other disciplines, as McLaughlin, 2010, points out, also use argumentation. However, it is the priority given to argument clarification that demarcates it as a discipline. The analytic method promotes rigorous thinking and fidelity to the text through careful reading and thus starts to extend into other disciplines such as history to clarify meaning or highlight ambiguities by placing arguments in their historical setting. See the Quinton Skinner and the Cambridge School, Weinstein 2012, 143, Blau 2017. Analytic approaches are becoming more explicitly interdisciplinary. They increasingly acknowledge that conceptual interpretation can benefit from using insights from other subjects. For instance, literature or cultural studies can bring new light to bear on a text's meanings and its potential consistency or inconsistency, or can reimagine a text in a new light quite distinct from any possible authorial intention. They can also provide thought experiments to test out hypotheses and elucidate conceptual differences. Carroll 2002. These imaginative, literary features of analytic approaches can encourage these potentially fruitful engagements with other disciplines, although the more philosophy does so, the less it maintains a specific identity as a discipline. Conceptual methods. Frieden's conceptual approach, sometimes referred to as the morphological approach, 9 has gained increasing critical attention within academic political theory. Ian Mackenzie, 2003, 3, in his co-edited collection, Political Ideologies, An Introduction, called it arguably the most significant development in ideology theory in recent years. Frieden's method has spawned its own academic journal, the Journal of Political Ideologies, edited by Frieden, as well as a comprehensive textbook that investigates the major manifestations of ideologies, Oxford Handbook of Political Ideologies, and many volumes that utilize his conceptual approach. See, for instance, Steers 2002, Turner 2008, Jackson and Steers 2012, and FRANKS, June and Williams 2018. Point 10. After describing the scope of his study, the location of the functions of ideologies within political theory and identifying the other traditions of ideological analysis, Frieden's, 1996, 48, conceptual approach starts with the notion of the political concept, a central unit of investigation. Frieden's, 48-52, account entrees on how concepts are expressed through words and structured together in language to make meaningful expressions that influence thought behavior by identifying some issues as problems, targeting some actions as solutions, while ignoring or marginalizing others and developing group and individual identities. Point 11. Frieden's, 55-60, work explicitly builds on W. B. Gally's, 1955-1956, Inquiry into Essentially Contested Concepts. Galley, 1955-1956, 170-71, explains that the key terminology of political discussion is a matter of disagreement between competing movements. Terms like democracy, rights, and equality are, I, both descriptive and normative. 2. These contested terms are internally complex, made up of diverse sub-elements, such as democracy, elections, representation, and legitimacy. 3. The different descriptions and use of these contested terms are made of different combinations of these sub-elements, and there is nothing universal that prioritizes one version over a non-contradictory alternative. 4. These contested terms can change their meanings. Groups can and do modify their interpretations, and v. that each interpretation recognizes that there are other interpretations and they compete to get their versions accepted. Concepts develop their meaning from the traditions in which they are deployed. 176. Frieden's model also regards political concepts as essentially contested, but argues that there are ways in which they become decontested. Frieden, 1996-2006, argues that political concepts gain their meaning by their relationship to other political notions or terms. It is the structure of concepts that stabilizes the meaning of these malleable terms. For Frieden, 1996-77, ideologies are stable constellations of core, adjacent and peripheral concepts, which mutually define each other. Thus, in conservatism the concepts of tradition, stability, established hierarchical authority, organic society, and a malign individual essentialism, Frieden 1996, 332-38, mutually define each other. Tradition in conservatism does not mean the established folk customs that challenge land ownership, such as embedded practices of poaching from major landowners in rural areas or hatred of the police, but those which maintain existing economic and social power and thus provide structures of stability against the threat of individuals left to pursue their own interests. As Frieden, 2003, 51, puts it simply, ideologies are complex combinations of political concepts in sustainable patterns. Ideologies are constructed out of core concepts. These are the ones that are historically enduring and geographically prevalent. These core concepts largely identify the ideology and distinguish it from rivals. Conceptual analysis differs from the necessary and sufficient conditions of analytical approaches, by recognizing that elements that were once core move to more peripheral positions over time. For instance, monarchical authoritarianism against democracy was an early central feature of conservatism, such as in Thomas Hobbes or Robert Filmer, but over subsequent centuries, in which democratic structures have proven to provide stability and developed into a tradition, commitment to maintaining representative democracy is much more central to Western conservatism. Frieden does, however, maintain the notion of a contingent universal. He argues that just as there are different core features of making a room a kitchen, that a cooker and a sink are by convention a core unit without which a kitchen would cease to be a kitchen, so too liberalism contains a necessary if not sufficient minimum, namely liberty and progress. Frieden 2003, 62. However, this appeal to a universal, albeit one that is contingent, is questionable. Frieden is right that liberty and progress are pervasive features of liberalism, but as soon as something is announced as a universal, counterexamples start to appear that question this necessity. A bachelor apartment might have a food preparation area, which is simply the plating of food from takeaways or arranging refrigerated convenience foods, with dirty dishes taken away by domestic staff to a separate scullery. It might still be considered a kitchen without the customary universals. Similarly, as Frieden and Mark Stayers, 2013, 340, 12 identify, not all who experience liberalism find it that it respects and enhances their personal freedom, but instead undergo continual exclusion and privation. Nor is it hard to imagine a backwards-looking, deeply nationalistic and chauvinistic political movement, which nonetheless retains other key features of liberalism such as representative democratic structures, an economy based on property relations and, domestically at least, free market norms and values. In short, and consistent with anarchist, and especially post-anarchist, Criticisms of universalism. This method accepts Frieden's conceptual method, but re-emphasizes, as Frieden, 1994, 144-46, himself acknowledges, that it is not a predetermined, fixed denotation that provides the final interpretation of an ideology or a concept's meaning. Thus, no part of the core is necessary, rather, it is just being prevalent and stable. The approach here differs from Frieden over whether there are any contingently eliminable features, as evidence suggests that, whatever feature of the ideological core is deemed contingently ineliminable, there will be some from within that ideology who contest this supposedly irremovable concept. Figure 1.1. Simplified conceptual structure of anarchism 13. The core principles of anarchism are a matter of some dispute. 14. The account here differs from Frieden's own approach to anarchism, which is only a marginal concern and regards it as a hybrid of socialism and liberalism with a few conservative principles, and thus raises doubts about it having a distinct, conceptual arrangement. 1998, 422. Frieden is not alone in doubting whether there is a consistently clear set of principles to define anarchism. See, for instance, Miller 1984, 3. Many past texts defend various interpretations based on presumed necessary and sufficient conditions. Wolf 1976, McLaughlin 2018, A Central Canon, see Kinna 2005 on Paul Eltzbacher, or Key Historical Movements, Quayle 1972, Schmidt I. and van der Waal 2009. Often the motivation for these clarifying texts is frustration at the framing of anarchist ideas, movements, and practices because of inadequacies in the identification of anti-state socialisms. Anarchist Federation ND, McKay 2011. Some, like this volume, use conceptual approaches and come to very similar, if not identical, formulations. See, for instance, Pinta 2012, which can explain why there are varieties of anarchism, their commonalities and differences, and why some rhetorically similar movements, like anarcho-capitalism, propertarian, or Tory anarchism, have a distinct conceptual framework making them incompatible with the main anarchist morphology. The account of anarchism here is sometimes referred to social anarchism, example Bookchin 1995, or class struggle anarchism, see, for instance, FRANKS 2006, Garland 2010, Schmidt and van der Waal 2009, 19, to distinguish it from propertarian or hierarchical egoist accounts. Core concepts are identifiable by their pervasiveness and stability within anarchist movements themselves across diverse geographies and historical contexts. Sometimes these shared concepts are expressed in slightly different words, but nonetheless they are clearly identifiable in these movements' self-definitions: anti-hierarchy, prefiguration, and a social view of the self. See Seymour 1885, Anarchist Federation ND, Pelletier 2005, 409-15, see Figure 1.1. Anti-hierarchy is evident in anarchism's contestation of economic inequalities of power, such as capitalism, and thus distinguishes anarchism from propertarian and modern liberalism. Anti-hierarchy is also fleshed out by notions of anti-statism, as it views the centralizing, universalizing power of the state as a cause, though not the only cause, of social problems. Anti-capitalism is a major component of anti-hierarchy, as it regards economic power as a form of illegitimate social power that enhances inequality and domination. This account of terms distinguishes anarchism from state-centered orthodox Marxisms, or Leninism, 15, and social democracy, and from the economic liberalism of propertarian. Prefiguration is a concept that the means used to achieve a goal must foreshadow or embody, albeit perhaps only partially or temporarily, the desired outcome. See, for instance, James Guillaume's, quoted in Kinofic 1984, 7, famous criticism of rival revolutionary strategy emanating from Marxists: how could one want an equalitarian and free society to issue from authoritarian organization? It is impossible. Similarly, Emma Goldman's, 1923 to 1925, 429 to 30, Criticism of Actual Leninist Methods, in her memoir of the Russian Revolution, points to their disjunction between means and ends such that temporary repressive methods become habitualized. For Karl Boggs, 1977a, 1977b, such was its prevalence and distinctiveness, prefiguration became a defining feature of anarchism. The social view of the self suggests that there is no fixed notion of the political or anti-political actor, but that they are socially formed. It thus distinguishes itself from essentialist notions of the individual found in, for instance, liberalisms, the self-interested rational actor, or conservatisms, the self-serving, irrational subject. Unlike many egoisms, it recognizes that the self is partly constructed by its relationship to others, and is indeed dependent on relations to others. As Krymethin, 2008, 46, puts it, individuals cannot be autonomous. We are formed by relationships, without them we do not exist. These three concepts act to mutually define themselves. Anarchist organization prefigures anti-hierarchical relations as this is the best way for self-development, and it foreshadows liberatory and fulfilling social relations. As core concepts are themselves clusters of sub-concepts, Frieden 1994, 146-47, anti-hierarchy not only includes notions of anti-capitalism and anti-statism but also notions of anti-sexism and anti-racism. Thus, as Alex Pritchard, 2019, 73, explains, it is conceptually linked to rejections of domination, the multiple intersecting regimes that render us less free. Anti-statism is also responsible for the particular, anti-political methods and organization. Unlike most other ideologies, it does not seek legitimacy through gain state power or see flows of power being controllable from the single location of the state. Anti-hierarchy thus links with intersectionality, the interlocking webs of domination and prefigurative responses by agents in solidarity responding to the multiple forms of subjugation, Lazar 2018, especially 162 and 169-71. The work of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, 1987, From a Thousand Plateaus is prominent in accounts of intersectionality. Their rhizome and canal metaphors suggest multiple merging and disconnecting forms of power that have no specific origin or end. The constituents of core concepts can become more substantial and construct significant adjacent or core principles in their own right. Thus, as Hilary Lazar, 2018, describes, as responses to patriarchal and ethnic power structures become more relevant, the concept intersectionality becomes a prominent conception in its own right and a core concept in radical black feminist movements as well as, increasingly, in many contemporary anarchist ones. Freedom too is both a central feature of anti-hierarchy, substantiating much of the material action against the hierarchy of the state, June 2018 b. 45, and is thus often regarded as a core concept in its own right, June 2018 b. Pritchard 2019, 71-72. In one clear sense, this is an admission of an error in my past work. Point 16 in other texts, when I have discussed the core concepts of anarchism, I have omitted freedom as I believed it to be too amorphous to significantly substantiate and shape anarchist ideology. Dudley Knowles, 2001, for instance, notes 100 different definitions of the term. Too many texts on anarchism, like Wolff 1970, Woodcock 1975, Sturba 1977, Marshall 1992, held it as a supreme value, and this, I felt, was inaccurate. I therefore included freedom as a sub-concept of anti-hierarchy and concomitant feature of a social view of the self. By locating it in this way, it deprioritized liberty and clarified its role in constituting more substantive concepts. In addition, it situated anarchism away from liberal ideologies that privilege liberty. However, the pervasiveness of emancipatory rhetorics is a recurring feature in anarchist analyses and propaganda. We recognize the full and complete liberty of the individual, we desire for him plenitude of existence, the free development of all his faculties. Kropotkin 2005, 63. Synonyms for liberty are included in the name of Britain's longest-running anarchist paper initially set up by Kropotkin, Freedom, Publisher and Group, Freedom Press, Free Society Group of Chicago, and social centres, such as London's Old Autonomy Club and the current Autonomous Centre of Edinburgh. Such is the prominence of the concept that my former approach is mistaken, especially as Frieden's method explains how it can be decontested sufficiently within an ideological structure. Freedom, by being positioned close to notions of prefiguration and anti-hierarchy, means not just negative freedom, which can legitimize economic inequalities, or modern liberal positive freedom, with its restricted view of moral agency, but includes notions of harmonious living and cooperation. This is similar to the notions of non-domination and communal self-development consistent with June, 2018, 49-56, and Pritchard's, 2019, accounts of anarchist freedom. Not articulating the role of freedom as part of anarchism's conceptual core and keeping it as a subcomponent can lead to these other core concepts carrying too much content. As a result, the central elements are underdeveloped, leading to lack of clarity and unnecessary ideological confusion. Matthew Humphrey, 2013, who uses Frieden's method to unpack green ideology, has as one of his core concepts ecological restructuring. This single concept covers an emphasis on critically rethinking human-to-nature relationships, a focus on ecosystems, a holistic ontology and epistemology, where parts are not considered in isolation but in terms of their interrelationships, like Arne Nice's, 1973, 95, relational, total field image and ethical commitments to intrinsic rather than extrinsic values, with an additional normative pull towards sustainability. Humphrey 2013, 423-27. Such diverse elements, while they interlink, are probably better expressed as separate characteristics, as in Dobson 1999, as a holistic epistemology does not necessarily imply a commitment to intrinsic values or to sustainability. There are times when the latter two concepts are in conflict, if sustainability is read in a more instrumental, anthropocentric manner. Adjacent concepts play an important role in decontesting the meanings of potentially vague concepts or conflicting ones. Adjacent ones restrict some interpretations and clarify core concepts. Frieden 2003, 62. For instance, in liberalism, democracy is an adjacent principle, but it elucidates what was meant by progress and directs liberty as much towards political freedoms as towards economic ones. Peripheral concepts are more detailed and tightly defined, and are more likely to be context-dependent. They are important for the local way in which ideologies are understood and transmitted, ibid. So the right to inherit social status has been pushed to the margins of liberal ideology while allowing equal access to inheriting goods from gay life partners has become more significant. Because ideologies are fluid, Frieden 2003, 62-63, 2006, 15, peripheral concepts can become increasingly core. Frieden's example is women's rights, which were marginal in late 18th and early 19th century liberalism, though championed by J.S. Mill and Mary Wollstonecraft, but are increasingly prominent today. Peripheral concepts provide ideologies with flexibility, reinterpreting or reapplying core concepts to local concerns of the moment. Adjacent concepts are those that become deprioritized in certain contexts and become much more significant in others. Ecocentrism, for instance, is highly significant in Kropotkin's and Reclus's anarchism, as it grounds their epistemologies and ethics, but was not so overtly important in Bakunin's writings. However, as material contexts alter, with significant undermining of the ecological commons exacerbating other social and economic divisions, ecocentricism becomes more prominent. Changing the positioning of one concept impacts on the interpretation of neighboring ones. Frieden 2003, 51-53, so that the movement of ecological concepts into more prioritized positions within the morphological structure and locating them next to core concepts means that the visions of a better society includes challenging anthropocentric hierarchical assumptions and practices of domination. Pritchard 2019, 81. Ideologies are expressed through, and constituted by, words or other signs. Frieden 1996, 48-49. They shape general perspectives, highlighting some issues as problems and marginalizing or ignoring others. They also structure responses and the identities of political actors. Social democratic ideologies, for instance, will identify significant income disparities as a political challenge and the enlightened citizens' participation within the democratic state as a potential solution. Classical liberalism tends to ignore even enormous disparities in outcome. It considers problems as emanating from state interference rather than entrepreneurial actions. It views the main political actors to be the resourceful businessperson and the sovereign consumer. However, ideologies do not necessarily create a totalized worldview and can contain significant lacunae. This can lead to crisis for some ideologies if they do not have an apparent answer to pressing social concerns. The permeability of ideologies can provide a solution. Political movements borrow ideas from rivals, whose conceptual apparatus does seem to have adequate responses. For instance, social democracy derives ideas of sustainability from green ideologies in response to climate crises in order to justify a Green New Deal. The risk is that a changed ideology loses established support. Thus, Frieden's account explains why ideologies are dynamic and adaptable. Ideologies seek to highlight and resolve problems. They are in competition with each other for resources, including types of labor, and control of the political discourse. Ideologies compete over the control of political language as well as competing over plans for public policy. Indeed, their competition over plans for public policy is primarily conducted through their competition over the control of political language. Frieden 2003, 55. If one ideology's concepts are the primary means by which ideas are expressed and problems identified, then it is in control of the policy-making agenda and defines what constitutes legitimate responses. One strategy for gaining support is to take some concepts from a challenging ideology and reposition them within the existing dominant structure. This can gain support from previous advocates of the alternative, while only subtly altering the dominant ideology and its practices, what is referred to as co-option. This brings us to what Frieden calls the 4 Ps of conceptual morphologies: proximity, priority, permeability, and proportionality. Frieden 2003, 60-66. Proximity refers to how a concept only makes sense in relation to the other concepts it is next to. For example, the Nozickeian liberal account of liberty differs from the Milchian liberal account. This is because although both link liberty to the individual, in Nozickeian liberalism liberty is located next to property rights, while in the Milchian it is connected to self-development. Thus, the meaning of liberty is different. In anarchism, liberty is highly proximate to anti-hierarchy and the social view of the self, which also includes notions of self-development, but regards freedom as codependent on communal freedom and the enhancement of interpersonal skills and character traits. See Pritchard 2019. While many ideologies, like conservatism, social democracy, and modern liberalism, utilize concepts of environmental sustainability to support notions of stability, economic control, and distributive justice, it is given less priority in their ideological structures than it plays in eco-politics. While ecologism is present in most forms of anarchism, because of its concentration on more anthropocentric concerns such as workers' exploitation, migrant rights, and confronting patriarchy, ecological considerations were pushed to more peripheral locations. Specifically, green anarchisms highlight this marginalization in standard anarchisms and assert the interests of ecosystems, thus directing attention to environmental, lighter green, issues such as human-damaging pollution and ecological, darker green, concerns such as protection of wild spaces for the interests of environmental others. In eco-anarchisms, like Murray Boochin's social ecology, human domination and exploitation of nature are intimately connected to human subjugation of other humans, in terms of both class and gender oppression. See, for instance, Bookchin 1997a, 77-86. As circumstances alter such that environmental issues are seen to be more and more central to anarchist analysis and activities, with ecocentric concepts at the core, the hybrid eco-anarchism becomes the dominant forms of anarchism. See Parsons 2018. A parallel would be the way that democratic conservatism, which was just a minor subset of conservatism in the initial rise of the liberal Enlightenment, became the dominant forms of conservatism as the representative, democratic state became the main form of providing stability and developed a set of traditions in its own right. Permeability refers to the fact that concepts are not fixed and discrete, but intersect and interlock with one another. The notion of democracy, Frieden 2003, 64, carries with it concepts of equality, one person, one vote, and liberty, self-rule. For anarchism, anti-hierarchy carries with it concepts of liberty, anti-statism, and anti-capitalism. It is not possible to look at these terms solely in isolation, as equality helps constitute the meaning of democracy and anti-capitalism the meaning of anti-hierarchy, and vice versa. The permeability of concepts means that rival ideologies use similar principles in their conceptual structure. Where a rival concept provides an advantage to an ideological opponent, competitors will seize it. Take, for example, sustainability, an important concept within green politics and one that at various moments has challenged economic liberalism, given that within ecological politics it stands beside notions of post-materialism and economic restructuring. See, for instance, Humphreys 2013, as it promotes maintenance of the ecological and social resource base. However, as the business ethicist Joseph Desjardins, 2015, explains, once the term sustainable enters into the corporate sphere, it lost the meaning it had within ecological discourse. He provides examples of neoliberal uses of term, where Ernst & Young and the Dow Jones Business Index employ sustainable to mean seeking sustained term profits over short-term gains. Desjardins 2015, 120-21.17. With the rise of the anarchist-influenced anti-capitalist and alternative globalization movements, the nationalist right adopted some of the fashions, tactics and discourses of anarchism, but situated them within a fascist conceptual core. As a result, critiques of capitalism and denunciations of the norms of international trade prerogatives became polemics against Jewish finance and international migration. Proportionality refers to the extent to which core principles can accommodate other principles. Libertarianism, or propertarian, includes liberal principles of freedom but to the exclusion of all the other principles that Frieden considers important to liberalism proper, namely sociability and rationality. Frieden 2003, 66. Thin accounts of anarchism that gives absolute supremacy to one principle, such as anti-statism, epistemological scepticism or anti-coercion, distort the ideology. If one concept expands to fill up all available space, it will end up by crushing or subsuming them. Frieden 2003, 81. Frieden's model thus helps to explain a number of important features of ideologies in general and anarchist ideologies in particular. The first is why many but not all premillennial academic accounts of anarchism were so inaccurate as they portrayed anarchism in highly reductive manners, down to a single supreme principle like anti-coercion or anti-statism or suspicion of authority. The second is how a relatively stable anarchist morphology is identifiable based on the reasonably pervasive and stable concepts identified earlier in the text: anti-hierarchy, liberty, social view of the self and prefiguration. Third, it explains why ideologies in general and anarchism in particular adapt and produce different organizations with distinctive names, which nonetheless, are still recognized as part of the same ideological family. The similarities in the ideological structures provide the basis for similar goals, group norms, and values, analyses and priorities, activities and tactics, group relationships and shared language and identities, see Van Dijk 2013, 178. Even where some of these features differ, such that one group might prioritize their identities in terms of workplace location and struggle, anarcho-syndicalists, for instance, and others as ecological direct actionists, green anarchisms, there is enough correspondence with the others to mutually recognize each other as part of the same ideological family. There are the shared commitments to anti-hierarchy prefigured in their forms of organization and tactics. These mutual values and forms of organizing might generate areas of immediate commonality, in which workers identify the loss of environmental habitats as an attack on common goods and that the necessary social transformation to a more environmentally responsible form of production and exchange must be as democratic as possible, thereby generating a green anarcho-syndicalism, see Shantz 2002, 2012. Postanarchism, too, in many of its forms, has a distinctive constellation of concepts but still consistent with many other recognizable morphologies within the anarchist family. As a result, Frieden's method also explains why groups with similar titles and apparently shared concepts are, in fact, radically different and members of distinct ideological families. National anarchism, with its commitment to racial difference and hierarchies of ethnic supremacy, might adopt similar anti-state terms, but these are placed next to deeply hierarchical concepts, radically shifting the meaning of their anti-statism and their notions of freedom to ones embracing economic domination and ethnic oppression. As a result, organized anarchists do not regard them as part of their ideological family and often exclude them, by force when required. Finally, Frieden's method helps to explain why political concepts have distinctive interpretations of key terms, leading to broad ideological structures having necessarily vague concepts to maintain loyalty or for rival ideologies to talk past each other. The political commentator Peter Beinart discusses how Trump supporters continue to see the 45th president as honorable and his opponents as crooked, while the president's liberal critics cannot understand how a man with such a record of fraudulent practice, manipulation, and outright deceit is viewed so benignly by his supporters that the charge of corruption does not seem to stick. This is because Trump supporters have a different conceptual scheme, see Fig 1.2a. While liberal supporters consider corruption to refer to unjust interference with the rule of law and the democratic procedures that legitimize it, see Fig 1.2b, Trump supporters view corruption as anything that interferes with traditional gender identities and established social hierarchies. Thus liberals, with their support for reproductive rights and the gay agenda, are corrupt. The president who is protecting established relations of social power and religious norms is ethical and authentic. Once you grasp that for Trump and many of his supporters, corruption means less the violation of law than the violation of established hierarchies, their behavior makes more sense. Beinart 2018. Anarchist academics have been drawn to Frieden's methods as either a start point, see, for instance, Gordon 2008, Adams and June 2015, or the main method, see FRANKS 2007, Pinta 2009, Pinta 2012, June 2018b and the contributors to FRANKS, June, Williams 2018, for the reasons mentioned earlier. The conceptual approach assists in identifying anarchist principles, their interconnections, and the family relationships between different but overlapping anarchist movements. Freddie Perlman, 1984, for instance, in his critique of nationalism, examines how revolutionary socialist nationalists argue that their version is distinct from reactionary nationalists as the former is conceptually linked to the liberation of the oppressed rather than the ethnic and cultural oppression associated with the latter. Although Perlman recognizes these differences, he presents a largely materialist determinist account of nationalism as developing out of capitalist development and expansion. However, he also argues that nationalism is not a word with a static meaning and sketches out its multiple uses dependent on historical context, demonstrating how it has different strategic implications depending on the context within which it is deployed. Thus, while he argues that nationalism, because of its close connections to statism, hierarchy, and exclusion, only obstructs emancipatory social structures and reproduces oppression, it nonetheless has variable meanings to different audiences depending on whether it is used for state construction, state expansion, or securitization. More generally, Frieden's method finds parallels in earlier anarchist writings itself. Anti-foundationalism is common to postanarchism, Newman 2001, May 1994, and found also in older anarchist epistemologies and metaethics, Bakunin 1970, 54-55, Cohn and Wilbur 2010. Modifying Conceptual Methods 18. Despite the strengths of Frieden's method, especially, its pertinence to understanding the adaptable but still identifiable manifestations of anarchism, his approach, nonetheless, requires slight modification. First, as already mentioned, it rejects the notion of ineliminable elements of the core, as unnecessary and questionable. Instead, highly prevalent core features capture the key features and are empirically easier to justify. Anti-statism, which is often used in thin descriptions as a necessary and sufficient condition for demarcating anarchism, is neither. Rival ideologies might reject the state and replace it with an alternative form of hierarchical domination. Nomadic patriarchy, for instance, predates the development of the state, Hartman 1976, 137-38. Similarly, anarchists might provisionally and temporarily prefer some state involvement if the only viable alternative is even greater constraints on liberty produced by military rule, such as anarchist support for the democratic socialist government during the Spanish Civil War or capitalist exploitation, as is the case in anarchist defenses of the welfare state against privatization, see Williams 2018. These are not examples of anarchists being inconsistent. The principle of anti-statism is not entirely absent, as these reforms are justified with recourse to the ambition of eradicating the state. However, anti-statism is not the supreme or sole principle, it is not ineliminable. 19 Anti-statism is understood in relation to other core and adjacent concepts like anti-hierarchy, liberty and the social view of the self, and these, in some contexts, take priority. Additional changes emerge from the underplaying of material resource in Frieden's original model. Frieden, 2003, 7-8, rightly rejects orthodox Marxism's reductive account of ideology. This regards political ideas as being generated from the material base of society and providing a false or distorted view of society, like the image from a camera obscura 20, to use Marx's analogy from the German ideology. Ideas that accurately describe society will arise when the economy is run on rational lines without the distortions of alienated labor, Marx 1976, 42. Although this is a pervasive view of Marx's approach to ideology, it is doubtful this is actually consistent with the bulk of his writings. As David Leopold, 2013, 21, notes, there is no single consistent model of ideology across Marx's works. Part of Frieden's rejection of a materialist, determinist account of ideology is the epistemic implication that there is a perfect, non-distorted worldview that emerges out of ideal communist circumstances. For Frieden, 2003, 8, such an assumption of a universal truth is itself an ideological belief that shapes a worldview. In addition, there are the wider problems of determinism, such as the denial of any agent's autonomy, which is itself a problem for any writer who, like Marx himself, dedicates their life to activism. Why bother if everything is determined by the laws of technological development? To dismiss determinism is not to reject the importance of material practices in shaping ideologies. For some Marxists, like Michel Barrett, 1990, 86-90, ideology and material conditions are separate but dialectically inform each other. It is important to stress a degree of reciprocity here. It is impossible to understand definitions of skill without taking account the material effects of gender ideology. The belief that a white man has a right to work over and above any rights of a married woman or immigrants has had significant effects in the organization of the labor force. Such a belief has therefore to be taken into account when analyzing the division of labor, but its location in material practice does not render it material in the same way. Barrett 1990, 89. Barrett goes on to explain that, just because structured ideas exist within material apparatuses and impact on productive social practice, it is mistaken, a la Louis Althusser, to leap to the conclusion that ideology is material. Citing Terry Eagleton, Barrett, 1990, 90, argues that if the meanings of concepts are material, then materialism as a concept becomes meaningless as it excludes nothing. It is not my intention here to resolve the ontological status of concepts and notions of materiality, though metaphysical issues are covered in Chapter 3. For the moment, the central point is that concepts are shaped in and by material practice, and what counts as a material practice is itself conceptually contested. The power and reception of ideological messages differs according to the material resource through which they are expressed. For instance, slogans directed at immigrants telling them to go home have a different meaning and impact when placed on government websites and officially sanctioned advertising hoardings, see Kashani 2013, than when scrawled on a toilet wall. Different political ideologies operate through different material practices. Democratic conservatism operates through the political party, the think tanks and elite semi-formal associations of influence, what in more patriarchal times were called old boys networks. Radical environmentalism and anarchism, by contrast, operate through horizontally structured direct action groups. Thus, the focus is on how concepts are structured in social activities that shape participants' and others' identities, relationships, and worldviews. The method combines Frieden's conceptual analysis with practice-based approaches developed by McIntyre's, 1984, Virtue Account of Practices, developed further in Chapter 2, and consistent with Andreas Requitz's, 2002, similar notion of practices. For Requitz's practices are stable combinations of resources, materials, technologies, competencies, knowledge, skills, and techniques, and shared meanings, including ideas and values, 249-50. For McIntyre, 1985, 187, practices are limited to complex activities, they are the ways to develop skills. As such that there are different degrees of performance where, ultimately, a practitioner can achieve excellence. Practices are any coherent and complex form of socially established cooperative activity through which goods internal to that form of activity are realized in the course of trying to achieve those standards of excellence which are appropriate to, and partially definitive of, that form of activity, with the result that human powers to achieve excellence, and human conceptions of the ends and goods involved, are systematically extended. So for McIntyre, simple games like tic-tac-toe or undemanding activities like hanging out, washing or refueling a car, are not practices, but football, chess, farming, architecture, household management are practices. McIntyre's examples of non-practices include bricklaying, which looks far from simple. For Reckwitz, practices are slightly wider. A practice, praktik, is a routinized type of behavior which consists of several elements, interconnected to one another, forms of bodily activities, forms of mental activities, things and their use, a background knowledge in the form of understanding, know-how, states of emotion and motivational knowledge. A practice, a way of cooking, of consuming, of working, of investigating, of taking care of oneself or of others, etc. forms, so to speak, a block whose existence necessarily depends on the existence and specific interconnectedness of these elements, and which cannot be reduced to any one of these single elements. The single individual as a bodily and mental agent then acts as the carrier, trigger, of a practice and, in fact, of many different practices which need not be coordinated with one another. Thus, she or he is not only a carrier of patterns of bodily behavior, but also of certain routinized ways of understanding, knowing how and desiring. 2002, 249-50. For Reckwitz and McIntyre, practices are rule-governed activities that produce goods, They shape performers and have their own norms. However, for Reckwitz and other sociologists like Elizabeth Shove, 2010-2012, these habit-forming actions can be apparently simple procedures that McIntyre excludes. McIntyre concentrates on the types of good generated by a practice. They have external goods, goals, and internal goods, virtues, 187-88. They are rule-governed activities that require practical skills, including intellectual ones, and help practitioners to enhance those skills, 193-94. Such an account is consistent with Frieden, 2015, 2-3, who also begins to address practices, in terms of habitual behaviors, but largely concentrates on political theory as a practice that shapes our understanding of the political, rather than look at the ways in which the political and anti-political are expressed in practices. When resources are examined, these are largely in terms of intellectual and conceptual resources for ranking different political priorities, 137-49. For Frieden and McIntyre, concepts play both a descriptive and normative role. Chess, to use one of McIntyre's favorite examples, 125-26, 187-88, 194, is a social practice. It has formal rules and, although these are long-standing, they do change over time and place. Norms play a role in determining what constitutes right action. Participation cannot persistently violate the rules of the game as it would cease to function as that game. Norms also function evaluatively. They identify a strong or weak player. They also generate virtues, the internal goods of the game, like patience, good sportsmanship, and technical wisdom. So while chess may be played for external goods to win prize money or esteem, it is the internal goods that sustain them, such as the comradeship of mutually respectful competitors. If these are continually undermined or corrupted by, for instance, cheating or bullying in pursuit of the external goods, fewer people will take up the activity and the practice will decline. Underemphasized by McIntyre, but more significant under ideological analysis, is how practices shape identity. Van Dijk 2013, 178, such as chess player, grandmaster, philosopher or trade union representative. Identities might not be unique to a particular practice, and can be generated through overlapping constellations of practices, and the path between different practices develops other types of identity, such as concerned citizen, patriotic subject, or environmental activist. As practices stabilize and become socially embedded, they develop into a tradition. Traditions stabilize norms, identities, goals, and meanings, though unlike in conservative thought, traditions are also sites of conflict and can produce change. McIntyre 1984, 221-22. Practices are distinguished from but not separate to institutions. Practices require resources, such as labor and materials. The classification of these supplies is a function of the practice. Depending on the sport, the playing surface is a pitch, square, field or court. Institutions are often the repositories of resource in which practices take place. Chess regularly takes place in chess clubs and analytic philosophy, as McLaughlin, 2018, 343-44, points out, in its institutions or schools. Because institutions are predicated on resource and power, they tend to be more instrumental, concerned with the accumulation of external goods. McIntyre 1984, 194, though it is possible to imagine some institutions operating on sustainable rather than acquisitive principles. Practices are the location where competing ideologies and conflicts within ideologies are played out. Primary education is a practice that is the site of multiple conflicts, in which Marxists, Social Democrats, neoliberals and reactionary nationalists have different views by which norms it should operate and what goods it should produce. The disciplined party member, the caring, productive citizen, the loyal worker and consumer, or the obedient national subject. Institutions, as well as the participants in a practice, play an important role in policing potentially conflicting interpretations of core concepts. For instance, the leadership and resources of political parties, such as the 20th-century communist parties, ensured contentious terms like communism, class struggle and even Marxism were interpreted in ways that met the needs of the party and could enforce such interpretations with material resource, exclusion, or in extreme cases imprisonment, assassination and execution. As Andy Blunden, 2016, rightly identifies, anarchist practices also require institutions to sustain them. However, socialist libertarian institutions differ from authoritarian institutions in terms of the operating norms, identities, and activities they support. Textual canons provide a substantial intellectual resource that sustains traditional interpretations. They provide stable symbolic structures for decoding a recoding of terms. Because Lenin, 1901, 1905, Trotsky, 1937, and Stalin, 1906 to 1907, despite their differences considered anarchism to be individualistic and bourgeois, this metaphysical and political assumption was repeated by institutions that held Leninism to be the representative of the revolutionary position, even if they opposed it. Appealing to, and using, different canons can shift the interpretation of terms. Referring to different theoretical resources can be a way of shifting a conceptual framework, as Saul Newman, 2019, suggests in his account of revitalizing anarchism. However, as McIntyre explains, one cannot disentangle conceptual structures whether by conservatism, anarchism or analytic philosophy from the practices, traditions, and institutions through which they operate. No practices can survive for any length of time unsustained by institutions. Indeed, so intimate is the relationship of practices to institutions and consequently of the goods external to the goods internal to the practices in question that institutions and practices characteristically form a single causal order in which the ideals and creativity of the practice are always vulnerable to the acquisitiveness of the institution. Ibid. Practices require resources, which are generated and maintained by their institutions. These institutions in turn shape the practice, causing conflict between the desire for external goods, greater resource, and maintaining the internal goods of the practice. Point 21. By concentrating on practices, there is an avoidable methodological bias. It priorities the micropolitical over the macropolitical and thus has a partiality towards non-universal epistemologies and ontologies. This lens is therefore more supportive of virtue approaches. Practice approaches therefore question McLaughlin's attempt to make clear-cut distinctions between the theory of anarchism and the political movements of anarchism, 365, and the procedure of analytic philosophy, its traditions and institutions. The conceptual structures of analytic procedure, however conceived, cannot operate without a practice, which generates a tradition and requires institutional support. While McLaughlin is critical of analytical institutions, altering them would mean to change the rules by which they operate, modifying their identities and norms and goals and the nature of and balance between internal and external goods. Intentionist, hermeneutic, phenomenological and cultural semiotic alternatives. There are a number of advantages of this practice-based form of conceptual analysis, not just over analytic methods, also over other methods of analysis such as cultural semiotics or privileging of authorial intent. Frieden, 1996, 112, offers a rejoinder to Quinton Skinner's Cambridge School that attempts to resurrect an author's original meaning of the text through careful historical reconstruction that avoids contemporary anachronism and distortion. Such intentional readings can never be successful because the very selection of texts for analysis is shaped by current concerns and priorities. There are institutional or wider social reasons that mean that Thomas Hobbes or Niccolò Machiavelli are selected rather than the tens of thousands of other major and minor political theorists who could have been picked. Further, intentionalist readings overlook the multitudinous readings and uses to which a text is put, 113. Further, as hermeneutic methods point out, and shared by Frieden's approach, 115-16, texts carry ideological messages beyond the authorial intent. The unconscious reproduction of messages might not be inverted or inaccurate, contra the camera obscura account of Marx, whether or not they are intentionally transmitted. There is always more to a text than the author fully intended. Point 22. Further, changes in historical circumstances mean that variations in interpretation are unavoidable. For instance, it is not possible to read Marx and Friedrich Engels without being haunted by their role, however unintended, in some of the most despotic regimes of the short 20th century. One of the criticisms that activists make of anarchist scholarship is that it is too concerned with attempting to recover what supposedly canonical figures of the past meant. See, for instance, Black Flag 1993, 30 Anarchaeologist Club cartoon. The criticism is that academics are more concerned with uncovering minutiae and revealing hidden nuance than responding to more pressing contemporary concerns. If intentionalist, hermeneutic approaches attempt to capture the original authorial meaning of an utterance, then the reverse of these are grounded theory and phenomenological research. In grounded theory, as Kathy Chermas, 1996, 28, describes it, you start with individual cases, incidents, or experiences and develop progressively more abstract conceptual categories to synthesize, to explain and to understand your data and to identify patterned relationships within it. You begin with an area to study. Then, you build your theoretical analysis on what you discover is relevant in the actual worlds that you study within this area. Without bringing pre-existing theoretical frameworks to bear, the researcher attempts to develop a systematic understanding of a phenomenon. Like phenomenologist Edmund Husserl's, 2013, Transcendental Epoche, the researcher abandons any pre-existing assumptions. Grounded theory shares with phenomenological research the aim to describe as accurately as possible the phenomenon, refraining from any pre-given framework, Groenewold 2004, 45. However, as phenomenological researcher Thomas Groenewold points out, there are unavoidable limits to this ambition. The investigator, argues Groenewold, 2004, 45, cannot be detached from his/her own presuppositions. The very reason one field is chosen over another and some behaviors are brought to focus is because of a pre-existing worldview. While a researcher looking at an anarchist history, movement, text, or theory might reflect and change their views on it, their interest in it is not neutral. There are wider social reasons why that topic exists, why it has been chosen over others, and why resources such as intellectual labor are available to be expended on its study. There is a tendency to see these background conditions as necessarily reactionary, that an academic study, for instance, must be done with the connivance of dominant powers and is thus corrupted. However, this is to ignore the continuous efforts of many students and staff to protect and extend autonomy against managerial and state direction. Point 23. Phenomenological research is of two kinds. One is when it attempts to capture the sensations and meanings of the participants, the other is when it is based on the researcher's own perspectives. Examples would be of researchers interacting with material artifacts such as Neolithic stones or natural environments to reflect on the bodily and mental sensations of such engagements, Bruck 2005, 46-50. While such autobiographical reflections can assist in identifying shared values and motivations, such a purely subjective account on its own is inadequate. Just as autobiographical musings on how participating in an anti-capitalist rally, an Occupy protest or an Extinction Rebellion disruption can identify moments of celebration, revelry, desolation, and fear, solidarity and isolation, phenomenological method cannot say whether such responses were shared or exceptional, appropriate, or incongruous. It provides no basis for verification or falsification. Being purely individualist, it cannot uncover the reasons why experiences are similar or different from one another, or why phenomenon are experienced in particular ways or chosen to be studies in the first place. Point 24. The first type of phenomenological research, examining the sensations of others, can include this autobiographical second type, as it encourages reflection on the researcher's role in shaping the research, including what constitutes matters important enough to note down, Groenewold 2004, 48. For phenomenological research of the first kind, the focus is to understand the world from the subject's perspective. Activist research often involves such a method. Part of understanding an action or movement is comprehending and sharing the meanings and values of those who participate. The reliability of these studies is assessable against results by other researchers carrying out similar studies, or by comparing them against autonomous accounts by participants. However, because phenomenological approaches are only interested in examining and articulating the experience, it cannot ask questions about why events are experienced in such a way. To do so is to refer to social and material forms that are beyond individual experience. Dick Hebdich's, 1979, 13, Cultural Semiotics seeks to examine even the most seeming innocuous cultural forms for the way they impose or contest a hegemonic structure of interpretation. In Hebdich's, 1979, groundbreaking study of youth subcultures, he examines the clothes, hairstyles, jewelry, musical performance, methods of dissemination, linguistic uses, and other symbolic expression for the ways these subcultures reinforce or challenge dominant discourses and the underlying social categories which they naturalize or contest. As Uri Gordon, 2008, 19, notes, cultural expressions have similarly been subject to similar semiotic readings. External appearances like styles of clothes or hair are important cultural signifiers, visible before any political conversation begins. Gordon, 2008, 19-20, is right to emphasize the everyday, micropolitical function of anarchist ideology, as opposed to the macropolitical that works at the level of the state and the superstate. Point 25. He recognizes that anarchist methods themselves actively reflect on the dominant culture's symbolic order and develop guerrilla methods of drawing attention to and subverting them, through tactics variously described as subvertising and détournement. The problem with cultural semiotics is that it can often concentrate on the eye-catching, but trivial, over more significant expressions of the ideology. This modified conceptual approach, by contrast, draws attention to the resources involved and their material impacts, thereby avoiding misrepresenting the more spectacular but ethereal manifestations of anarchism as being more significant than the more pervasive everyday organizational practices. The focus on anti-politics at the micropolitical level should not be understood as ignoring or failing to respond to macro-level political structures. Anarchist rejections of state participation is not to ignore the state, as John Molyneux, 2011, claims, but to respond and undermine it through generating prefigurative practices and traditions that undermine, replace, and transcend it rather than being shaped by it. The advantages of practice approaches are that they avoid the ontological and epistemological problems of determinism, which denies any agent autonomy, or wholly individualist approaches that consider the agent as wholly autonomous and uninfluenced by structure. Practices limit choices and privilege certain viewpoints over others. They generate particular types of discourse, identities, and values, but there are possibilities to alter or transcend a practice. Modified approaches, anarchism or anarchisms. In many general theory texts and introductions to political ideologies, until relatively recently, little distinction was made between the various movements that use the name anarchism or have it thrust upon them. As a result, radically different morphologies from anarcho-capitalism to egoism to anarchist communism were treated as equal manifestations of anarchism. See, for instance, Haywood 1998, 199-206, and used to explain its apparent incoherence and lack of success, Molyneux 2011. Frieden, 1996, 311, who does not subject anarchism to sustained analysis, notes that anarchism straddles both liberalism and socialism. This is a position shared with some activists and theorists like David Goodway, 1989, 1, Rudolf Rocker, 1988, and George Woodcock, 1975, 40, who regard anarchism as a conjunction of liberal individualism with socialist egalitarianism. The argument here is threefold. First, that there are multiple similar, Overlapping forms of social anarchisms. These include anarchist communism, anarcho-syndicalism, anti-state communism, including council communism, autonomism, class struggle anarchism, libertarian Marxisms, libertarian socialism, situationist-inspired movements, and many, though not all, anarcho-feminisms and eco-anarchisms. They share sufficient similarities in their ideological structure to develop similar analyses, promote sympathetic practices and prioritize similar values. Second, that there is a marked distinction between these and, as identified earlier, most, but not all, individualist anarchisms, in particular egoism and propertarian. It is important to stress this point and also highlights that there are some forms of individualist anarchism which, as they contest economic hierarchies and have a more social view of the self, become compatible with social anarchisms. Point 4. Third, on occasions, peripheral differences can lead to significant cleavages and differences in analysis. This argument also raises and answers the question as to how post-anarchisms fit with members of the anarchist ideological family. Social anarchisms regard property rights to be non-natural or universal but the product of various oppressive social forces such as militarism, colonialism, and the state. See, for instance, Graeber 2015. Social self-development comes about through prefigurative social action that contests these hierarchical structures. For anarcho-syndicalists the main, but not sole, side for this is the workplace organization and seeking to alter the rules and outcomes of various types of labor, Pelletier 2005. For anarchist communists, the side for forms of struggle and prefigurative action primarily but not exclusively is the wider community. Social anarchisms promote organizational forms that use formal rules and informal norms to share skills, flatten hierarchies and prevent fixed leaderships in ways that are antipathetic to propertarianisms and oppressive egoisms and the supposedly efficient structures of Leninist vanguard parties. Propertarians, like Murray Rothbard, David Friedman, and Tibor Machin, have a radically different conceptual framework to anarchism proper. Theirs is based on the primacy of the sovereign individual, property rights, and negative freedom and the exclusion of economic anti-hierarchy. As such, propertarian understands liberty as the absolute prohibition on coercion in order to protect the negative rights of the rational individual, with only consensual agreements providing legitimate basis for human interaction, thus negating the legitimacy of the state as de facto it acts without individual consent. Wolf 1976. Propertarian has a distinctive view of the political subject as the autonomous property holder and freedom as the ability to dispose of this property in any way which does not violate others' property rights even if it causes others to be in an increasing economically dependent position. See de Clark 2010. It has a particular ethical discourse based on rights and duties. These norms are embedded in distinctive forms of organizing and tactic incompatible with social anarchism. Propertarians, for instance, operate in academia, especially, but not exclusively business schools, and through largely professionally tiered lobby groups such as, in the United States, the Cato Institute, Mises Institute, Heritage Foundation and Libertarian Party and, in the United Kingdom, the Libertarian Alliance, Adam Smith Institute and Institute of Economic Affairs. Other types of individualism have a different conceptual core and thus fit more easily with social anarchisms. Susan L. Brown, 2003, 107-8 and 115, who shares similar concerns about coercion with propertarians, views the individual as more socially connected. She is also more critical of property rights as these restrain self-development. However, where existential anarchisms prioritize a form of self-development predicated on domination or exclusion of others, in perhaps more standard Stirnerite forms, they tend away from social forms of anarchism. In largely academic circles in the United States and Britain, especially in the 1980s, the propertarian constellation became synonymous with anarchism. Successfully synthesizing a common anarchism is not possible, despite efforts by the likes of Voltairine de Cleyre and Ricard Mella to construct an anarchism without adjectives. See Presley and Sartwell 2004, Turcato 2009, 458. That is to say, an account of anarchism and a set of practices that can unify radically disparate ideologies. Their efforts were based on reducing anarchism to a minimum of anti-statism and attempting to decontest differences such as over economic arrangements, by leaving it to future, post-revolutionary societies to determine. But in practical terms, this synthesis could not hold. Should this synthetic anarchism support workers breaking their contract of employment to seek better wages and greater freedom from alienated labor? Free marketeers can only reject such violation of the consensual work agreements of capitalism, while social anarchists support organizations that contest the hierarchies and economic oppressions that force people into exploitative conditions of work. The apparently common concepts, like anti-statism, have radically different meanings when placed into contrasting conceptual frameworks. For social anarchists, the term refers to the state's role in protecting and enhancing property relations that support economic inequality, using the coercive apparatus of judiciary, military, policing and prisons. Propertarians, by contrast, use the notion of anti-statism to refer to redistributive functions and support all the oppressive functions and practices criticized by social anarchists so long as they are conducted by private enterprise. Friedman N.D., Chapter 29, Leicester 2009, 4. V. Anti-statism, the minimum that is supposed to unify the two types of anarchism, actually divides them. Instead, anarchism, that is to say social anarchism, is best understood as a range of different subgroups, which frequently come together into stable alliances. Ideological hybrids and subgroups such as anarcho-feminisms, green anarchisms, queer anarchisms and post-colonial anarchisms are largely consistent with the main principles of anarchism, but highlight lacunae or refigure key concepts in previously marginalized directions. Anarcho-feminism, Figure 1.3, prioritizes issues of patriarchy and gendered hierarchies into the conceptual core. As a result, it reshapes understanding of the self and forms of domination, including the absences in earlier supposedly more neutral accounts of economic exploitation and how these anarchist economic analyses omitted or marginalized effective, domestic, and reproductive labor which fell largely or wholly on women. Anti-patriarchy is not absent in other forms of anarchism. It permeates and provides avenues of solidarity, but in anarcho-feminisms the priority and proximity differ. It is thus an identifiable subcategory, which is more starkly observable when compared with examples of overt and coded sexism in current and historical anarchist movements and theoretical texts. See, for instance, Pritchard 2013, 107-9 on Proudhon, 26 Koval 2019, 266-67, Class War 1997, Do or Die. 2000, 82-83, Filer 2015. Similarly, eco-anarchism, Figure 1.4, highlights human nature relationships and seems to replace existing instrumentalist attitudes with practices that allow the other entities that make up diverse ecosystems to thrive. It highlights the interdependence of human liberty, thus, referring to notions of community, and a sense of self on the natural world. Each person is a complex ecosystem containing trillions of microorganisms that have different DNA to humans. Such ecological concerns are not just a recent feature of anarchism. The early anarchists, in particular Elisee Reclus, 2004, discuss the importance of harmonious human-to-nature relationships as core to a liberatory politics. More recently, a range of different eco-anarchisms has arisen: Altala 2010, Parson 2018, Price 2019, that consider the ways in which humans view ourselves and others to be inherently based on human interactions with natural ecologies. To develop the right responses to one requires the right responses to the other. Eco-anarchist criticisms of hierarchy are extended to include anthropocentrism, practices that ignore the interests, broadly drawn, of other species. Prefigurative action needs to embrace environmental principles in the here and now as well as a long-term goal. Having too many concepts in the core, not that 6 is too many, can lead not to conceptual clarification but overcomplication and confusion, which limits an ideology's ability to offer solutions to problems. This is exemplified in the stereotype of the oversensitive radical so socially aware, or woke, of the potential multiple sources of micro-oppressions in their speech acts that they fail to act or speak clearly, so hesitant are they to commit unintentional linguistic violence. Another problem is that identifying the more marginal from a significant form of oppression can lead to strengthening that oppression. An instance would be if activists refuse to support strikers because the pickets have some unreconstructed sexist, racist, or homophobic attitudes, even though these inclinations are not the motivations for the industrial action and thus through this inaction allow capitalist domination to go unchallenged. See Albin 1996 for an example. The act of solidarity, however, should still challenge discriminatory behavior, and these are more likely to be successful when done in the spirit of camaraderie against a common enemy. Intersectionality highlights how different modes of oppression interlock and generate new forms of subject identities, destructive social practices and institutions and structures of domination. It is a term, as Lazar, 2018, 160-62, identifies, influenced by post-structuralism. While there is much to support the idea that forms of oppression intersect, it fits with the idea of corrupt behavior producing other types of corruption. In the same way virtuous behavior encourages the development of further virtuous acts, it can be problematic. First, intersectionality does not suggest that multitudinous oppressions and therefore resistance to oppressions necessarily conjoin. Intersecting is an entanglement. So while David Nibbert, 2014, 8-9, provides a narrative of animal exploitation and early imperialism and patriarchy operating through mutually supportive practices, it does not follow that resistance to one necessarily leads to resistance to the other. Theorists of intersectionality highlight how ignoring the dynamics of other oppressions, while resisting just one, might shift that form of domination but reproduces and intensifies others. Lazar 2018, 162-63. Finally, intersectionality also highlights an important epistemological feature of anarchism. Not all oppressions are immediately apparent. There is no objective position by which repressive power is immediately identifiable. Those subjected to it are best located to respond. It places a limit on claims to authority and rejects a universalist perspective which claims to speak on behalf of all of the oppressed. Postanarchisms and post-left anarchisms. Post-left anarchists claim that their position is not an ideology because they assume that ideologies must proclaim the universality of its values, and they reject such claims. Black 2009. Some post-anarchists deny that theirs is ideology on similar grounds. Postanarchism, they argue, is aimed at unsettling anarchism from refeeing values, rather than offering any vision or anti-political strategy. St. Schmidt 2008, Newman in Rouse L. 2013, 80. Nonetheless, it has a field of action, preferred discourses, and identifiable theoretical devices and positions. It also operates with particular types of material practice. The fact that it is diverse and fluid does not prevent it from being an ideology. Ideologies change and have different subcategories. Post-anarchist discourse prioritizes notions like fluidity, unfixed and multiple that can themselves become reified. There has long been a tension within and between post-anarchist writers as to the location of post-anarchism with respect to the conceptual morphology and corresponding material practices of anarchism. For Newman, the position is more interesting and flexible. He states that post-anarchism is shorthand for post-structuralist anarchism rather than, as sometimes alleged by its critics, a theoretical approach that supersedes anarchism. Newman 2019, 293. However, it is post-anarchism's advocates as well as its critics who represent it as claiming to break with, or transcend social anarchist morphologies. Hakeem Bey and Bob Black, who follows Bey, present accounts of post-anarchism, referred to by Black as post-left anarchism, as a negation that supersedes it. The post-left anarchism is more critical of social anarchist movements. Anarchism staggers around with the corpse of a martyr magically stuck to its shoulders, haunted by the legacy of failure and revolutionary masochism, stagnant backwater of lost history. Bay 2003, 61, and more succinctly, classical anarchism, like leftism in general, is played out. Black 1997, 147. Even Newman himself suggests that if anarchism is to remain relevant to political struggles today, it must construct new understandings of politics, ethics, subjectivity, and utopia which are not grounded in essentialist or rationalist ontologies and which eschew guarantees of the dialectic. 2010, 163-64, it is both a continuity and discontinuity with classical anarchism. 140. Lewis Call, 2002, 69, similarly sees his post-anarchism as both a continuation of Bakunin's project and having vital distinctions from it too. Newman's account of anarchism often shares much with Frieden's method. Let us think of anarchism, then, as a diverse and heterodox assemblage of ideas, moral sensibilities, practices, and historical movements. However, Newman combines the disparate movements through a single characteristic and anti-authoritarian impulse. 2015, 1, or elsewhere equal liberty. 2010, 144-45. However, he and other leading post-anarchists flesh out post-anarchism in much fuller ways, though with occasionally significant differences in their account. May, 1994, 139, develops his account of post-anarchism through methods of homeostasis and assemblages of independent but interconnected parts. May's method comes close to a Friedenesque model, in his description of political theoretical positions. There is no single post-anarchism, just as there is no single anarchism, though there are fairly stable core features of both. Differences seem most pronounced is because of the ways in which anarchism is portrayed by post-anarchists. In some post-anarchist iterations, anarchism is based on universal, a priori, principles, May 1994, 65, and fixed natural laws, Newman 2001, 38-39, rather than evolving but stable concepts. Second, that the principles ascribed to anarchism by post-anarchists, while certainly present in some writings, are not core to anarchism and often marginal or absent. For instance, the commitment to an account of the individual as having a benign social essence which political order corrupts, May 1994, 63, Newman 2001, 38-42, 2010, 4. This essentialism shifts the meaning of the moral agent as being one with a preordained natural role. It also alters anarchist accounts of freedom to mean fulfilling this natural role. Finding the rules of natural conduct promotes a set of epistemological practices that privilege scientific elites who can know the interests of others better than the subjugated and thus paternalistically represent them, Newman 2001, 39-41, leading to the post-anarchist commitment to anti-representationalism as a response, May 1994. However, Jesse Cohn and Sean Wilbur, 2010, argue that this account of the difference between post-anarchism and its earlier precursors is inaccurate. Significant earlier anarchists rejected essentialism and scientific reductivism. Classical anarchists such as Enrico Malatesta, 1984, 73, viewed the concept of natural harmony as the invention of human laziness. C2 Goldman 1969, 61-62, Poor Human Nature, What Horrible Crimes Have Been Committed in Thy Name. Even Kropotkin 1886 and 1992, 43, with whom benign essentialism was most associated, did not argue for a fixed benign essentialism but argued that humans were made up of diverse drives, some of them individualistic and antisocial. Thus, there is greater concordance between anarchism and post-anarchism, affirming Newman's, 2010, 5, major contention that post-anarchism works within anarchism rather than being a transcendence or a transgression. Instead, post-anarchism shares much more in common with many contemporary and historic forms of social anarchism. Both post-anarchism and social anarchisms are theoretically diverse and have a shared interest in identifying dominating modes of power that structure the centralist state and the economic modes of production and distribution in all social institutions. They also have diverse agents, though post-anarchisms, and especially post-left anarchism, tend to deprioritize workers' struggles. Moreland 2004, 26, Black 1994, though it is not absent. Despite the change in canon to those of major post-structuralist figures, like Jean Baudrillard, Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, Félix Guattari, and Jean-François Lyotard, which might indicate a transformation in meaning, the overall interpretative regimes, on many occasions, are not so different. This is perhaps unsurprising given that many post-structuralists were initially engaged with left libertarian groups, Plant 1992, 5, or considered themselves still under the influence of revolutionary politics, Foucault 1991, 117 and 140-41. Dwayne Roussel, 2013, 74-76, positions post-anarchism not as a vanishing mediator, which helps to reposition the anarchist project after a period of stasis then becomes subsumed into the new ideological structure, but as a displaced mediator that can keep challenging and reconfiguring anarchism. In this way, post-anarchism helps generate a newly emergent anarchism. There is much to recommend this reading, as Roussel shows post-anarchism has prompted rereadings of standard anarchist texts and reprioritized previously marginal figures. 78. The fact that such mediators have operated within anarchism and other ideologies where post-structuralist theory was marginal, such as ecologism and feminism, does not challenge Roussel's analysis, as he is not claiming post-anarchism as the only mediator. As will be discussed, post-anarchists' analyses of the epistemological, ontological, and metaethical weaknesses of anarchism provide useful approaches to challenge and refine anarchist practices, which have ossified or become corrupted and no longer perform their critical function. Such critiques are consistent with the reflexivity common to anarchism. However, such self-critiques are not without their dangers. The terminology used in these imminent critiques can be unfamiliar, even if the underlying concepts are consistent with anarchist theory and practices. These terms and methods can seem strange and elitist, especially for those without educational capital. These restructured anarchisms might move into less accessible, more elite directions. In such circumstances, post-anarchist discussions, like the post-structuralist discourses from which they originate, risk representing anarchism in ways inconsistent with the anti-representationalism they criticize others for. Summation 27. Frieden's conceptual approach provides a method for clarifying and analyzing anarchisms, particularly when it is developed without the contingent ineliminable element in the core and with greater emphasis on material activities or practice. It avoids the constrictions of finding universal characteristics, but still recognizes core, shared features that can diverge over time and space, developing into subcategories or ideological rivals. Normative principles are key elements of ideological structures and help to distinguish differences within and between ideological families. The next chapter examines the content and structure of these normative principles and explains why it is consistent with a social virtue ethics rather than with the consequentialism usually ascribed to revolutionary politics or the rights-based theories more frequently used to characterize anarchism. The job of theorizing researchers attempt to achieve impact in this way, so I'll simply point you in his direction. Chapter 2. Principles of Anarchisms, Goals, Duties, and Virtues. 2. Anarchists are making Molotov cocktails. One says to the other, "So who will we throw these at then?" The other replies, "What are you, some kind of fucking intellectual?" 1. This chapter 2 argues that anarchism is more consistent with a particular form of virtue ethics, derived from Alasdair MacIntyre's revolutionary Aristotelian tradition than the consequentialist or deontological traditions, which are more usually associated with anarchism. The chapter then develops a specific account of virtue theory that avoids the essentialism associated with Aristotle or a fixed telos, universal goal or endpoint, associated with more traditionally Marxist versions developed by Paul Blackledge, 2009, amongst others. It thus has significant similarities with post-anarchist critiques of more standard normative approaches in rejecting reductive, universalist teleology and essentialism. Point 3. The chapter then deals with the inadequacy of reading anarchism as a consequentialist ideology, because of the numerous epistemological problems of identifying fixed universal goals and the distorting impact of instrumentalism that follows. It also argues that deontological objectives, rationally deduced rights and duties, are equally reductive and even in egalitarian forms develop corrupt practices. It does this by using criticisms from contemporary post-anarchist theorists, classical thinkers, and contemporary activists. In turn, it also examines a variety of criticisms leveled at virtue accounts of anarchism, namely that they are inherently conservative or individualistic or have questionable ontologies that tie them to an essentialism or fixed telos that drives a political order, or archie, see FRANKS Annas 2019. As such, this chapter rejects what appears to be the standpoint of normative ethics, which is that it looks to find universal rules, which legitimize administration by an objective overseer. Anarchism argues that no such objective position exists. Yet, it rejects subjectivism and describes an ethics, based on virtue theory, in which defensible moral judgments are more than just individual expressions of preference. The chapter also clarifies what is prefigured in prefigurative politics. Finally, the chapter demonstrates how key virtues are more consistent with anti-hierarchical activities and contest conservative social relations. It further shows that some traits associated with conservatism, such as patriotism or chastity, are not or are no longer virtues. In identifying, clarifying, and describing an anarchist virtue approach, David Hume's treatise and essay, Repeated Distinction between Moral Philosophers Who Are Either an Anatomist or a Painter comes to mind. Point 4. The anatomist is one who uses cold, emotionless reason to identify and analyze the process of moral evaluation, identifying the very means by which a judgment is made. A painter is one trying to generate an affect in their audience, primarily to change moral attitudes. In Hume's accounts, the atomist is superior to the painter as the former can inform and improve the latter's performance, but the atomist has nothing valuable to learn from the painter. The aim is to use critical analysis to improve moral practice. However, Hume's distinction is nonetheless troubling. Academic analysis is itself a practice with embedded norms. By prioritizing these methods, the anatomist is already making a value judgment. The rational unpacking is itself an activity that impacts on the values being prioritized and its influence on an audience. The philosophical anatomist is already painting a picture. One of the objectives of the book is to show that anarchism is a functioning ideology, that it can provide a provisional guide for evaluating action and aid individual and collective decision-making. It does not, and cannot for good epistemological reasons outlined next, provide a blueprint, nor does it provide the only basis for analysis. The book does show, as in Chapter 5, that an anarchist virtue theory can provide guidance to critical questions. Through identifying and defending the anti-hierarchical norms and values operating in, and generated by, anarchist practices, the book contests the principles and values that permeate most contemporary institutions. It promotes other values. This is not to say the virtues and principles are only understood in relation to dominant hierarchical traditions, as there are places where anarchist values prevail. Nor is this alteriety to be understood simply as an existential condition between the subject and the world of others. See, for instance, Sartre 1972, especially Part 3, for the start point is not a separated Cartesian ego on one side and the world of objects and others on the other. The self is always already formed by its relationships and the values embedded within them, which constantly reshaped by myriad changing everyday activities. See Gardner 1996, 122. Indeed, a self separate from others is not ontologically certain. Even amongst theorists who assume that the ontological ground of ethics is the behavior between singularities or abstracted individuals, there are no shared assumptions about the nature of these figures. For Max Stirner, there is no basic, pre-given arrangement or commitment between different subjectivities, although the concepts that surround Stirner's account sometimes suggest a hierarchy. 2014, 239, 276, in which the self-conscious ego, if it is able, can dominate others if that is part of their creative passion. For Richard Day, 2005, 206, influenced by Emmanuel Levinas, the presumption is that there is a responsibility to engage with the others, especially the marginalist other, in order to prevent fixing identities. The structure of normative ethics is predicated on this conceptual schema of bridging the gap between the individual and others. 5. Normative ethics in outline. Whatever the merits of the joke at the start of the chapter, it illustrates one of the central themes of this chapter, that despite continuing popular misconceptions of anarchism as an unthinking, irrational, and violent reaction, it is a movement marked by ethical analysis. Choosing to use a Molotov instead of the ballot paper or just doing nothing is a moral decision. It is a feature that has been commented on many times that anarchism prioritizes ethical language in contrast to other revolutionary traditions that privilege discourses from economics or history. Nettolo quoted in Cornelissen 1992, 12, Greber 2004, 6, Kropotkin 2005, C2 Rouse L 2012, 142 FN 15. Rouse L, 2012, 100, observes this association between ethics and anarchism is raised in many ways but rarely explored. The explanation is partly that normative ethics is standardly the study of the theories, principles, and norms, which identify how we should treat others. See, for instance, Singer 1987, 150. If there are no choices, then there is no ethics. Determinism, as explored in the next chapter, denies ethical choices, because it denies choice. Anarchism, which prioritizes the autonomy of the political subject to make, in the here and now, anti-political change means that the selection of action, or inaction, and types of organization can be subject to moral evaluation. Where principles come into conduct, such as respecting individual sovereignty or promoting good social outcomes, general theories are derived to explain which comes prior and under what circumstances. The status of these principles is discussed in the next chapter, though standardly they have assumed a conceptual schema where the central question is how to bridge the gap between the ontological categories of the individual and others. The preferred approach here of situated virtue ethics argues that these categories are malleable and porous. The individual is always already located and gains their sense of self, in part, from the social practices they engage in and the institutions within, and between, which they operate. Whether it is a member of a family or a patient in need of assistance, they are subsumed already in social structures, with particular norms and identities. Most standard ethics, however, assume an account of the rational abstract individual who faces a set of questions about how to act. Ethics, at its very minimum, presuppose some degree of choice, even if it is curtailed. For consequentialist ethics, the choice is made in terms of how to meet the predetermined outcome, although, different consequentialisms are marked by variations in their ultimate goal, or telos. The most influential consequentialist theory is utilitarianism, which at its most basic prioritizes outcomes in terms of greatest social happiness. Acts are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. Mill 2000, 55. Utilitarianism providing a model for ethics based on the natural sciences, with systematic study of options and outcomes to identify those which produce the best outcomes. See, for instance, Bentham 1907, 27-29, 174-75. The modern individual, through accurate study of the likely outcomes on themselves and others, is able to identify the appropriate actions or rules to live by. For much of the Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment period, consequentialism was in conflict with the second normative theory, deontology. which similarly concentrated on the obligations the individual had on others. In its classical Kantian, and Lockean, form, it sought to derive the appropriate rules for conduct, not based on their outcomes, but on the rational subject's freedom to make logical decisions concerning his or her own destiny and their obligations not to interfere with other people's freedom to do the same. Both these theories were attractive to anarchists as they captured some of the important features of the tradition: freedom in the case of deontology and social well-being in utilitarianism, but as argued next, they are also inadequate, permitting the generation of hierarchies and marginalizing diverse but important values of solidarity, integrity, and modesty. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is not the only consequentialist ethical theory. Others include hedonism, in which the goal is not social well-being but each individual's personal happiness irrespective of social outcomes. This is a position that leads to a paradox, as pursuing the goal of personal happiness is likely to produce a less happy life than pursuing other goals. Similarly, if each person is only concerned with his or her own well-being, it is likely to create a society of mutually narcissistic individuals incapable of enjoying meaningful and rich social interactions. Anarchists who dismiss the dreary routine of other socialisms and encourage fun, example Class War 2019, are not hedonists. For them, finding a sense of enjoyment is a collective rather than purely individualistic endeavor usually associated with hedonism, and it is not the sole or primary goal. Further, unlike strict hedonists, they have an account of what sort of things one should not find fun, such as homophobia and cruelty. A further consequentialist theory is productivism, in which the desired outcome is greater economic productivity. The background assumption might be that with more goods and services available, people will tend to be happier. However, advocates do not always make this case, as this might justify a degree of redistribution, and as post-materialists contend, with some evidence in support, that ever greater economic output can lead to unhappier societies. Within the utilitarian tradition, there are differences over which end is most desirable. Mental state utilitarians prioritize greatest happiness, with unhappiness treated as a negative to be taken into account. Negative utilitarians place greater emphasis on avoiding misery over promotion of happiness, to avoid the potential problems of legitimizing sadistic behavior by the majority over a persecuted minority. Preference utilitarians concentrate on maximizing the satisfaction of as many individual inclinations and goals as possible, regardless of whether these preferences generate happiness. Closely linked to these consequentialisms are outcome egalitarians. Rather than maximizing overall happiness, welfare egalitarians argue that resources and opportunities should be redistributed in such a way that everyone has, as far as is possible, the same degree of happiness or welfare. This avoids criticisms that utilitarianism might legitimize gross inequalities where a perpetual enslaved minority, though deeply unhappy, serve a far larger majority, making them highly satisfied, more than offsetting the negative utility of the oppressed group. See Crisp 1997, 169-70. Instead, policies should be judged according to the extent to which they benefit the least well-off but without making anyone worse off than them or denying certain fundamental liberties. See, for instance, Rawls 1972, 60-61, 104, Dworkin 1981. Consequentialism and, in particular, utilitarian themes and arguments can be found in the works of many anarchist thinkers and those associated with anarchism like William Godwin, Johann Most, Bakunin, and Sergei Nechayev. Kropotkin, 2018, 128, states that the political questions of anarchy are about which social forms best guarantee, in such a given society, and by extension, in humanity in general, the greatest sum of happiness, and consequently, the greatest sum of vitality. Which forms of society allow this sum of happiness to become more comprehensive and more general? The desire to help evolution in this direction determines the character of the social, scientific, artistic, etc. activity of the anarchist. Anarchism, suggests Kropotkin, is based on developing activities that best achieve social goals that are seemingly based on utilitarian considerations. Other radicals also describe the selection of tactics based on consequentialist grounds and their effectiveness at achieving the ultimate goal. Ethics. The end of revolution is freedom, the end justifies the means. The struggle for freedom is a war, wars are to be won and therefore to be waged with all energy, ruthlessly, using all there is to be used, including the latest in technology and the first of chemistry, to kill oppressors forthwith. Quoted in Trotman 1980, 99. Consequentialism in these cases centers on revolution, which is an event or start of a process of social transformation leading to qualitatively better lives for the global majority. Nietzsche's, 1989, 4-5, methods and justification exemplify a strict consequentialist approach. The revolutionary is a dedicated man sick. He has no interests of his own, no affairs, no feelings, no attachments, no belongings, not even a name. Everything in him is absorbed by a single passion, the revolution. This position led Nietzsche to employ terrorist methods and kill a member of his own group in order to entrench their loyalty and thus improve the effectiveness of his followers. The revolutionary syndicalist William E. Trotman, 2014, 34, defends sabotage and terrorism, if these bring about desirable changes in social conditions. Recently, radical tactics have been based on negative utilitarianism, in particular, avoiding the global disutilities of climate change or the rays of fascism. Often instrumentalist rhetoric emerges during moments of crisis or to encourage immediate action, even if the underlying theoretical orientation is much more critical of strict consequentialism. See, for instance, Bakunin 2005, 216-17. Nietzsche's strict instrumentalism is criticized on many grounds, including by Bakunin, with whom Nietzsche is often associated but of whom Bakunin became increasingly critical. See Avrich 1987. The first set of criticisms concern the ontological status of universal, ultimate goals. This is one of a number of criticisms that unite post-anarchist and anarchist critiques of universalism. Although Bakunin sometimes lapses into universalist claims, in his more reflective works criticizes such claims as being unsustainable, as there is no object position from which universal knowledge can be derived and demonstrated. Bakunin 1970, 33. Rather, it is partial towards the people, institutions, and socio-historical contexts in which it is produced. The only legitimate claim to authority is one based on knowledge, which has to be demonstrable and is limited to the domain of practice. 32. Bakunin shares the epistemological position of many post-structuralists. For Andrew Cook, 2011, 33, citing Andrew Ross, post-structuralism is marked by the fact that it counters the universal claims of the modernist epistemology and replaces them with the notion of plurality and contingency. Then it can challenge the content of the dominant ideology without the substitution of one popular truth for another. Where no a priori exists regarding the subject, there can be no universal regarding politics. The post-structuralists argue that human discourses need to give up universals. With no methodological basis for claiming universal knowledge, no fixed totalizing goal, telos, can be determined. Without such a telos, a politics based on achieving a universal goal is bound to be flawed and masking a particular interest as a collective one. For some, this leads to forms of value pluralism that develops into unsustainable forms of relativism or subjectivism. The post-anarchist Todd May, 1994, 138, argues against a single universal goal and suggests instead multiple irreducible goals, tele. May's proposal, however, differs from the one defended here as he rejects virtue theory, ibid. A second, more standard criticism of consequentialism is that it can severely affect individual sovereignty. The supremacy of individual freedom as the appeal to ultimate ends can justify using individuals and groups as mere instruments to satisfy grand schemes. For deontologists, this means a defense of individual rights against the incursions of interventionist institutions. For Stirner, 2014, XXI, this goes further. Consistent with the first criticism, Stirner admonishes those who claim to act for a greater good, whether God, the good cause, humanity, or my people. He argues that these and the categories of freedom and rights are empty and constructed for self-serving reasons. A subjectivity that follows these abstractions denies their own individual uniqueness. My concern is neither the divine nor the human, not the true, good, just free etc., but solely what is mine, and is not a general one, but is unique, as I am unique. Nothing is more to me than myself. Stirner 2014, XXIII. One need not follow Stirner's egoism to agree with his critique of fixed abstract moral categories and the limits they impose. This leads to a third criticism, exemplified by the Nietzsche quotation mentioned earlier, that consequentialism damages the formation of individual character and disfigures human relationships. Rather than build trusting and convivial social bonds, each moral subject is reduced to a coldly calculating machine, evaluating personal relationships on the basis of how they can best be used to achieve the predetermined goal in a manner that is akin to capitalism's reduction of human subjectivity to being a mere resource, labor, for the maximization of profit. Nietzsche's consequentialism is considered antithetical to the main forms of anarchism, see, for instance, Avrich 1987, 28-30, Marshall 1992, 284-85. Finally, consequentialism requires strong central authority capable of determining the good ends and imposing them on the population. Jeremy Bentham's initial theorizing concerned the effective selection and imposition of law. Even egalitarian consequentialists, who are sensitive to issues of hierarchy, tend, nonetheless, to imagine very powerful, hierarchical, and coercive institutions to bring about such outcomes, usually mitigated, in their eyes by representative democratic controls. For anarchists this is inadequate. As Bakunin and James Guillaume, amongst many others, argue, egalitarian outcomes cannot be achieved through inegalitarian means. Some of these criticisms seem to be recognized by Mill, 1985, himself. In On Liberty, he argues for principles of individual freedom on what are largely, but not exclusively, utilitarian grounds. Mill, 2000, in his book Utilitarianism smuggles in features of other theories in an attempt to save his consequentialism, affirming, for instance, intellectual pleasures over animalistic ones, for instance, in his introduction of the notion of higher and lower pleasures, 56-57, and developing natural sentiments of justice, 87-107. Godwin, 1986a, 49-50, a proto-anarchist with strong parallels with Mill, similarly prioritizes not just the mental state of happiness but particular enriching forms, higher pleasures rather than base ones. Both Mill and Godwin introduce notions of rights and individual freedom associated with rival ethical traditions, but do so on utilitarian grounds, namely, that these are the best guarantor of reaching good social outcomes. Mill 1985, 110-11, 1988, 105-6, Godwin 1986, 50-52. Like Mill, 2000, 57-58, Godwin's proto-utilitarianism also merges with a third moral philosophy, virtue theory. He considers the development of good characteristics like rationality, wisdom, self-knowledge, and compassion to be the basis for collective improvement. Godwin 1986, 50-52 and 60-61. Kropotkin's apparent utilitarianism might actually be closer to virtue theory too, as the notion of vitality and notions of full and free development in a society of equals, in contradistinction to Stirner, seem to depart from strictly utilitarian consideration. Kropotkin 2018, 138-39. Ruth Kinna, 2016, 39, points to the importance of prefiguration and the micropolitical features of Kropotkin's work, picked up by Carissa Honeywell, 2011, and Colin Ward, that make it consistent with a more practice-based virtue theory. Deontology. Deontology is primarily concerned with rights and duties. Rights are areas of freedom that provide the framework by which individuals express their autonomy and have it respected. For Kant, rights and duties are rationally deduced and apply universally to all rational entities. For Kropotkin, 1992, 148-49 and 178, the modern ethics of utilitarianism and deontology, whatever their limitations, were superior to religious ethical traditions. At the core on Enlightenment ethics were natural scientific interpretation of morality, 148, and autonomous reason, 162, rather than principles based on faith, 161, or innate ideas, 163. Amongst the more significant divisions within deontology are those between negative rights theorists, largely classical liberal, and positive rights theorists, mainly modern liberals. The former argue that there are only negative rights, rights of non-interference, and that nothing is more important than protecting property rights. See Robert Nozick 1974, Borer 2012, Block and Butt 2015, 239. Positive rights theorists, modern liberals, argue that the individual requires more than just not being interfered with. For the latter, freedom means having the ability to make free, autonomous choices, example Baldelli 1971, 81-82, and this could justify entitlements to at least minimal education and welfare. These co-produce different accounts of what it is to be free and what sorts of state institutions are legitimate. Negative rights theorists promote notions of negative liberty, freedom from interference, and minimal states, while positive rights theorists advocate at least minimal entitlements, a positive view of freedom, freedom to, and an interventionist state. See Berlin 1958, see also June 2018 b. For some political and philosophical schools, anarchism has been strongly associated with deontological ethics. Orthodox Marxists like Georgy Plekhanov, 1895, identify anarchists in liberal, deontological terms. The morality of the anarchists is that of persons who look upon all human action from the abstract point of view of the unlimited rights of the individual. Philosophers such as Richard Dagger, 2391-92, Dudley Knowles, 2001, 292, and Jonathan Wolfe, 2006, like Paul McLaughlin, distinguish an academic theory of anarchism from anarchist movements themselves. Unlike McLaughlin's, 2007, which is more an epistemological position concerned with skepticism of authority, though with ethical implications, theirs is primarily an ethico-political account of anarchism based on deontological principles. The analytic account of anarchism based on deontological principles is sometimes referred to as philosophical anarchism. It is based on one supreme principle, the autonomy of the rational individual. It requires an absolute rejection of coercion referred to as the non-aggression principle, or NAP, by minimal state and anti-state proprietarians, and thus unqualified respect for negative rights. Nozick 1974, 34. There are differences between Nozick's classical liberalism and anti-state proprietarians. First, Nozick permits a minimal state to defend property rights and enforce contractual obligations, while philosophical anarchists like R. P. Wolfe, 1970, reject them unless all have explicitly consented to that institution. However, both forms of deontology are distinct from anarchism, as June, 2018, 50-54, points out. For when anarchists discuss freedom, they tend to use conceptions much closer to modern liberalism, and indeed to left Republican or virtue positions based on character development. See 2 Egomenides 2014, 2-3, Pritchard 2019. Thus, even though the proprietarian account of philosophical anarchism has little to do with the main constellations of anarchism, it is worth noting a few of its problems nonetheless. These include, 1. Having an inadequate account of freedom, 2. Supporting and enhancing inequalities, 3. maintenance of hierarchical social institutions, whether a public or private enforcement agency, or, 4, being based on an unsustainable account of the human subject, and, 5, principles that corrupt social relationships. Anarchist movements and writers' preference for more than a negative view of freedom is due to, 1, the inadequacy of this account. Propertarian proponents of NAP argue that according to this axiom of libertarianism, it should be legal for a person to do whatever he wants to do, provided, only, that he refrain from initiating aggressive violence against anyone else and his legitimately owned property. Block and Butt 2015, 237. Walter Block and Joseph Butt go on to argue that the NAP only explains when punishment is legitimate, though it may be forgiven by victims. Thus, the only time one can justly interfere with others is through consensual agreement or contract making. Such arrangements are the ideal of a free society. Von Mises 1949, 28, Johnson 2009, 393. Anarchists consistently view this account as inadequate as it leaves someone who is severely disease and/or poverty-stricken, due to accident or social structure, as free, even though they are incapable of meaningful action. See, for instance, Goldman 1969, 216-17. On the negative impacts on women's liberty from the structures of patriarchy and capitalism. As Pritchard, 2019, 80-84, points out, anarchist accounts of freedom also cover institutional arrangements and appropriate interpersonal relations. For propertarians, though, these are rectifiable conditions, there is no entitlement to help, and should the victims act to save their own life by taking property that did not belong to them, even at little cost to the victims of the crime, they are liable to any punishment the property holder considers legitimate. Point 3. In addition, as socialist critics like G. A. Cohen, 2002, 196, point out, because of enclosure of land, primitive acquisition, and as the ownership of the productive means are in private hands, Kropotkin 1906, Chapter 4, those in economically subservient positions have no other option for the resources to survive but to sell their labor. It is for this reason that anarchists like Noam Chomsky, 2005, 123, and David Graeber, 2004, 70, retain the notion of wage slavery to highlight how liberal versions of freedom produce conditions close to its opposite. The second criticism of deontology, 2, originates in anarchism's skepticism and antagonism towards economic hierarchies. Classical liberals have no objection to economic inequalities provided that they are the result of no violation of negative rights, Nozick 1974. Indeed, while modern and classical deontology disagree on many key points, they are in agreement that inequalities are desirable as they provide incentives for economic and cultural participation. Friedman and Friedman 1980, 137, Hard Work, Nozick 1974, 162, and Productivity, Rawls 1972, 15, as well as encouraging virtues of responsibility, Friedman and Friedman 1980, 138. However, contractual arrangements tend to exacerbate pre-existing economic and social disadvantages. Adam Smith, 1986, 169, for instance, was aware that the ability to make favorable contacts depends on the relative economic strength of the negotiating parties. Employers are in a stronger negotiating position than workers, enabling the former to get the better deal. Further, the employer's relative strength and concentration of wealth makes it easier for them to form protective associations than for workers to create unions, irrespective of state interference. 169-70. These inequalities, as Corey de Clark, 2010, demonstrates, can lead the economically vulnerable, through free contract making, to have no choice but to comply with the demands of a monopolistic employer in a situation akin to slavery. The standard rhetorical argument of propertarians and classical liberals has been about reducing the role of the state and state dependency. However, 3, contracts rely on powerful institutions for contractual enforcement and that these bodies are antithetical to anarchism's account of freedom and anti-hierarchy. In standard liberal accounts, contracts are formed between mutually competitive individuals, each primarily seeking their own individualist advantage regardless of the deleterious impact on either the other party to the contract or external groups. Liberal contracts are different to the free interactions of anarchists like Alexander Berkman, 1987, and Kropotkin, 1906, which involve individuals seeking areas of common interest and mutual benefit. These do not require structures of enforcement. People can leave at any juncture, though those that habitually abandon others for solely private gain who be acting unvirtuously, might find it hard to develop cooperative support in the future. Because liberal contracts are based on agents seeking their singular advantage, they need an apparatus of enforcement as each party will try to benefit at the expense of another. For this reason, as social institutions have been increasingly structured on classical liberal norms, the state has, contrary to liberal rhetorics, become more significant because it is necessary in order to police such contracts. Harper 2012, 15-16. Some proprietarians reject classical liberalism's legitimization of tax-raising powers for a minimal state restricted to enforcement of property rights by advocating for private contracts for security. Ignoring Nozick's, 1988, 109-10, own warning of the de facto monopoly power of a dominant protection agency, the anti-state proprietarian solution is for multiple protection agencies negotiating disputes on behalf of their clients. This not only ignores those who cannot afford protection agencies and thus cannot have their rights protected, but legitimizes all sorts of highly aggressive enforcement and punishments so long as they are enacted by private, not state agencies. For anarchists, however, the rejection of hierarchical and oppressive social relations applies to armed police and prisons whether they are state-run or operated through private finance. One of the most prominent, shared features between anarchism and postanarchism, or for Rouse L., 2014, 137, a reread features of anarchism coming from postanarchism has been the critique of, 4, liberalism's essentialist subject. This applies to the universal rational possessive individual of classical liberalism or the calculating happiness pursuer of utilitarianism, 53-56. Such accounts of the ethico-political agent deny the reality of the diverse, unfixed, and unfixable character of the subject. For anarchists like Graham Bow, 1991, referencing Bakunin's, 1953, 164-69, for critique of liberalism, the account of agency is insufficient. Taking aim at R. P. Wolff's privileging of abstract autonomy, but equally applying to Lockean, Kantian, and Rousseauian deontologies that are based on moral subjects that are abstracted from the social setting, Bow, 1991, 117, argues that we gain identity and even utilize and develop forms of reasoning specific to those settings. This is a view concurrent with Russell's post-anarchist use of Paul Virilio, 2014, 64-65, to highlight how different activities have different forms of reasoning, discourses, and identities. Finally, 5, where negative rights provide the basis for human interaction, they corrupt social relationships. The attempt to transform all relationships to transactional ones and reshape institutions into ones that are primarily based on private property and maximizing property rights undermines those relationships and institutions. Michael Sandel, 2012, 64, provides an example of how shifting relationships onto contractual grounds undermines important social values. His example is of a kindergarten that dealt with the problem of parents turning up late to pick up their children by introducing a charge for late pickup where previously there had not been one. Instead of the financial charge acting as a disincentive, late pickups increased. Previously, parents had recognized that turning up late was discourteous and an imposition on the child care professionals. However, with the financial charge, their actions were no longer wrong but just an additional service that they had contracted. When the kindergarten returned to the original honor system, parents did not immediately revert to their original, more virtuous behavior. Once a practice has been corrupted by market reasoning, it remains distorted, though it is possible that it might be repaired in time. So too values of friendship, cooperation, and solidarity can be undermined if contractualism is brought to bear. Imagine a close acquaintance asking you to sign a friend's contract outlining the obligations of friendship and the rewards for compliance and penalties for violation. One would consider that they had misunderstood the very notion of friendship. See 2 Bakunin 1953, 168-69 and McKay 2008, 339.6. Deontological models that prioritize rights but try to avoid a necessity of a state or state-like institutions run into a number of problems. Even advocates, like R. P. Wolf, 1976, 82, accept that it is hard to conceive of societies where coercion is entirely absent. Without an agreed external authority to arbitrate, as British philosopher Jonathan Wolfe, 2006, 46-47, notes, the philosophical anarchist relies solely on private judgment. This leads to the problems discussed later concerning subjectivism. Alternatively, the problem is decontested by appealing to a benign essentialism, whereby humans uncontaminated by state pressure voluntarily cooperate, with no need for coercion or natural laws that govern society that inevitably lead to a cooperative utopia. These solutions are deeply problematic because these essentialisms, benign or otherwise, are impossible to demonstrate. They also limit the range of human freedom as they are tied to realizing a predetermined fixed nature goal. They are also prejudicial. Anyone lacking in this essence would be a lesser human. There are further practical problems, as Jonathan Wolfe, 2006, 29-30, notes. If humans are essentially benign, it is hard to explain how malign institutions that pervert this inherent goodness, like the state, developed. This is discussed further in the chapter dealing with metaethics, but the normative and the meta are not discrete. The ontological status of normative principles shapes their impact and their relationship to apparently non-normative principles in conceptual structures. An amoralist metaethics would accept the existence of moral principles but claim to push them to the periphery. Basing anarchism on the basis of benign natural laws of human development or a benign essentialism in which rights can be maintained without coercive institutions seems to set up anarchism to fail. For a period it seemed a motif of some accounts of anarchism. 7 It is also a bit of a strawman. 8 Even when it is present, it is much less significant than portrayed by critics. There are good reasons why anarchism was depicted and portrayed itself as an ideology that privileges individual rights, especially during the Cold War. Such discourses and analyses helped to mark it out when the revolutionary opposition was represented by authoritarian versions of Marxism. These analyses were not misrepresentations, as the discourse of autonomy, freedom, and rights was often linked to other values such as equality, anti-capitalism, solidarity and mutuality. However, as these complementary principles fell into the periphery, the more anarchism was reduced to a form of liberalism, sparking the division between class struggle, or social, anarchists and liberal anarchists that marked the 1970s and 1980s in the United Kingdom. See, for instance, Meltzer 1996. Anarchist emphasis on prefiguration also results in a substantial tension with deontology, as the latter gives absolute priority to means over ends. As such, it is the flip side of consequentialism, which gives supremacy to ends over means. Prefiguration, by contrast, neither rejects the importance of good outcomes nor judges methods solely on their instrumental value. Instead, prefiguration criticizes the separation of means and end. It encourages tactics that embody, as far as possible, the values inherent in the goals. Ends are not fixed, nor are they singular or reducible, they structure material social practices. Virtue theory, an outline for anarchism. Virtue theory was, for many years, the most minor of the three main ethical theories. Its main proponent, Aristotle, rejected democracy and considered gender division and slavery to be legitimate, positions which later advocates of virtue theory had to distance themselves from. See McIntyre 2001, 104-5. In later manifestations, it was associated with pre-Enlightenment institutions and forms of authority based on grounds considered non-rational such as theology, superstition, and tradition, Anscombe 1958, 6. However, since Gertrude, usually referred to as Gem. Anscombe's, 1958, reintroduction of virtue theory into the English-speaking academic world, there has been a substantial rise of interest and greater critical application from a range of political and philosophical positions. It is through Anscombe's paper that the fact/value distinction, which dominated Anglo-American philosophy, was questioned in a manner consistent with Frieden's, 1996, approach. Apparently, factual assertions and concepts were shown to rely on other more normative concepts, Anscombe 1958, 3-4, 7. Anscombe's own account was Catholic and largely conservative. Roger Scruton, 2000 and 2006, also includes an explicitly virtue account in his defense of conservatism and conservative practices, see also Oakeshott 1991 and Johnson 2007. Virtue theory has also been appealed to in the tough liberal tradition of Mill and William Galston, Siegel 2011, or occasionally, and less successfully, by Propertarian, Mackin 1990. Others, like Paul Blackledge and Kelvin Knight, 2011, defend a revolutionary Aristotelianism that has strong links with Marxism. Rosalind Hursthouse, 2007, develops and defends environmental virtues. It is also a core feature of Arnese's deep ecology. Anarchists, too, promote and use the language of virtue theory throughout their analyses of current events, even when it is not part of an explicit ethical strategy. Anarchists, for instance, condemn the greed of bosses, landlords, and aristocrats, Class War 2016, Solidarity Federation 2019a, cowardice, intemperance, and lack of wisdom of racists, see, for instance, Scott of the Insurgency Culture Collective 2005, Malatesta 2009, Class War 2006, and the bravery of anti-fascists, example Bray 2017, 133, 182. However, it is also true that fascists, or the alt-right as they are sometimes referred, similarly dismiss their radical opponents using similar ethical terminology, see, for instance, the Christian nationalist David Pellow 2018. As will be discussed in a later chapter, only one of these views is consistent with virtue theory. However, what all virtue theories have in common is that they concentrate on character traits or the attributes of interpersonal relationships which are admired and promoted because they are good in themselves as well as an extrinsic value. One admires compassion, amiability, and wisdom because these are good things in themselves, but also because they are more likely to produce a flourishing person and generate vibrant, productive social activities. Virtue theory therefore maps neatly with anarchism because the concept of prefiguration. Prefiguration means that social relations and social activities have internal goods that should foreshadow external goods. According to standard virtue theory, each virtue is positioned against two corresponding vices. Just as virtues are admirable in themselves, vices are inherently undesirable although they can appear superficially attractive or seductive. The virtue of generosity is caught between the two opposing vices of meanness and profligacy. To be a generous person involves avoiding the extremes of being miserly, overvaluing what you have, and on the other side being wasteful, that is to say, undervaluing perhaps important resources. Thus, a virtue is in the middle of two opposing tendencies. This is sometimes referred to as a golden mean, but a virtue is not a mathematical average between the opposing vices, but a heuristic to avoid under or overreaction. Anarchists praise actions using many of the standard virtue terms. Some of these can be incorporated into other ethical systems such as justice, fairness, and compassion, though their meanings alter when structured within deontology or utilitarianism. In Lockean deontology, Justice is reduced to respect for rights and duties, compassion in utilitarianism to meeting the welfare interests of others. In virtue theory, these concepts have additional meanings because they interlink with other positive attributes. Such interconnection is unavoidable as the virtues work in unity. To be compassionate, for instance, requires wisdom to identify those who need assistance, wisdom, to provide resource for them, generosity, and to do so in a spirit of comradeship rather than patronage. For radical virtue theorists, virtues contest and flatten hierarchies. Being brave, for instance, involves standing up to bullies not supporting them. Benevolence is about equalizing resources, not further distributing them to the already well-off at the expense of the deprived. Even some of the more marginal or easily forgotten virtues like wit, Aristotle 1976, 106, are significant features of anarchist action and prominent in their publications. 9 Wit supports other virtues like amiability and wisdom. It can illuminate ideas in new ways. 10 Humor supports more specifically radical virtues like solidarity, through reinforcing shared values. Anarchist literatures mock the powerful, not the powerless, and thus helps develop courage in resisting and transcending forces of domination. Wit also provides a space for self-criticism and punctures group pretension and arrogance. By doing so, humor provides an appropriate space for modest reflection on the contingency of any collective and its limits, against the self-importance of the historically necessary universal vanguard party. Important differences are evident in virtue theory. In more individualistic virtue approaches, following Aristotle, the concentration is on the development of individual good character. The more people behave in a virtuous manner, the easier it is for them to act virtuously. The attributes become an inbuilt part of the individual's character. As the virtue theorist Michael Sloat, 2239, puts it, Aristotle seems to put a greater emphasis on the evaluation of agents and character traits than he does on the evaluation of actions. Social virtue approaches tend to concentrate not so much on the development of individual character, though this remains important, but the types of activities that embed good character. For instance, one can claim that X was a good act, irrespective of whether the person performing it on that occasion developed or wanted to develop good character, just that its performance is likely to promote it. The distinction between virtue theory that concentrates on individual character formation and practice-based approaches that examine the forms in which interpersonal relationships are built and shaped is a matter of emphasis rather than anything substantive, for even individualist accounts, like Aristotle, looked at virtuous acts as well as virtuous individuals. Sloat 2240. The problem with solely individualist virtue ethics is that it can concentrate too much on formation of heroic character at the expense of wider perspectives. As such, it shares the criticisms made of isolated lifestylist approaches to anarchism. Here committed activists, who live in self-contained, intentional communities, practice through their daily activities. These include communal gardening, shared child care, gender-blind domestic labor and other forms of sustainable living. However, where these activists' activities are shielded from the external, capitalist world and leave others without access to the commune, in continued exploitation, this individualism can lead to selfish or negligent behavior. Defenders of more agent-based approaches would legitimately argue that if commune dwellers did behave in such a solipsistic manner, they were not really developing all the virtues. For social virtue theorists, virtues are inherently interpersonal, they are generated by collective interactions, and a virtue usually refers to the relationship between one entity and another. The relationships between others are at the core of virtue theory. Being brave is realized through one's treatment of other people. Even the more self-reflective virtues like self-discipline, appropriate self-regard and self-care, while good in themselves, cease to be virtues unless they are consistent with and support more overtly social virtues such as liberality, courage, and benevolence. Thus, Neo-Aristotelianism differs from Kantian deontology in a very important respect. The single ideal agent of deontology is the rational subject, making decisions through the application of abstract reasoning. For virtue theory, one's choices should be capable of rational defense, but the agents performing them might undertake them because they are the result of ingrained personality. For instance, on seeing a homeless person, a Kantian might rationally deduce what the right action might be and perform it, however grudgingly, because rationally deduced principles dictate it. A virtuous person who is used to behaving in a generous and considerate manner might offer assistance because it does not occur to them to act differently. Similarly, parents who care for their child, not out of any parental love, but a rational sense of duty, are still doing a morally justifiable act, but there are good reasons to consider that parents who care for a child out of love, compassion, and optimism for the future are a more desirable moral model for parenthood. MacIntyre, 1985, and the revolutionary Aristotelian tradition consider the development of social character traits to be important. They prioritize the material circumstances that allow for the generation of positive attributes. For MacIntyre, the resilience of practices depends on the presence of virtues. Corrupt practices tend to decay or self-destruct. Practices are norm-governed activities that generate internal virtues and external goods, good outcomes. The distinction between internal and external goods goes back to Plato. In the Republic, Plato, 1986, 102-4, through the character of Glaucon, distinguished three types of good: internal goods that are valued for themselves but not because they generate anything of value, such as simple amusement; mixed goods which we desire both for itself and its consequences; external goods that are not desired for anything other than their instrumental value, that is to say, they help produce good outcomes but through methods that are not themselves enjoyable. An example of the latter is effective, but bitter medicine, while wisdom is an example of the second. Virtuous action foreseeably produces good outcomes: a more rounded and flourishing individual, eudaimonia, and a more prosperous and less alienated society. See also Blackledge 2012b, 21-22. These good outcomes, however, are not the universal justification for undertaking virtuous actions. Concentrating too much on generating external goods can undermine internal goods, virtues, and lead to the corruption of practices. MacIntyre, 1985, 192-93. For example, institutions of learning generate virtues like practical and theoretical wisdom, patience, justice, and fortitude. These are likely, though it is not a guarantee, to produce more rounded and virtuous citizens and more prosperous society than one built on ignorance, impulsiveness, unfairness, and cowardice. However, the restructuring of schools and universities to pursue the external good of economic prosperity both for the institution and the nation, or at least its ruling class, has helped undermine research and education. Research is skewed towards limited commercial and state objectives and teaching increasingly limited to employer-directed vocational training. British Academy 2018, Warner 2015. This is to say nothing of the recent corruption scandals and long-standing socio-economic biases around student entry procedures, which continue to favor the wealthy and well-connected. Point 11. Thus, when external goods are prioritized, the internal goods of a practice are marginalized. Kropotkin, 1994, 1-3, 92-93, for example, gives examples of where the drive for efficient production, external goods, undermines important social and aesthetic values of shared productive endeavor and produces great harms. Virtue theory, practices, traditions, narratives, and meta-narratives. Andreas Reckwitz, 2002, 243, influenced by Foucault and Pierre Bourdieu, like MacIntyre, concentrates on practices but largely from a sociological rather than ethical perspective. Like MacIntyre, Reckwitz's practices are stable combinations of resources, materials, technologies, competencies, knowledge, skills, and techniques, and shared meanings, including ideas and values. 249-50, but there are a few differences. The first, as discussed in Chapter 1, is the difference between Reckwitz and MacIntyre over the scope of practices. For MacIntyre, 1985, 187, practices are limited to complex activities. There are ways to develop skills such as there are degrees of performance and, ultimately, of excellence. For Reckwitz, 2002, 249-50, and Shove, 2012, practices are wider, including more mundane social activities that generate internal and external goods. The analysis here uses the more inclusive account of practices, including the simpler, mundane tasks that McIntyre omits, because virtues and vices are not just generated in complex activities. Such an approach might not diverge too greatly from McIntyre, 1985, 188, who later states the precise range of practices is not at this stage of the first importance. Similarly, the analysis of both emphasizes the influence of practices on symbolic categorization and consciousness, Reckwitz 2002, 253, McIntyre 2001, 351-52. This shapes practitioners' understandings of the practice, its goals, or utopias, and their identities. As such it much more clearly maps onto Frieden's, 1996, conceptual analysis. In more sophisticated practices, more attributes have to be developed in far greater depth in order to achieve excellence, arrate. The second difference between McIntyre and Reckwitz relates to terminology. McIntyre refers to resilient practices, those which generate internal and external goods for sustained periods, as traditions, while for Reckwitz they constitute structures. McIntyre's terminology therefore has more reactionary associations, given the conservatives' espousal of tradition is usually those of deference to royalty, and obsequiousness towards those who have unequal control of land, see Scruton 2000. Tradition is a core feature of conservative epistemology and ethics, with a predilection for the tried and tested over the new unfamiliar. However, this is not McIntyre's meaning of tradition. Traditions are not fixed, but they evolve. They are also capable of radical transformation because they interact with other social activities. They develop and respond to changing circumstances, and, in doing so, produce new values, transcendence. The norms, resources, identities, and values that underpin that practice will change over time, though many core ones remain stable. For instance, a competitive association football, or soccer, match needs fairly standard materials such as a pitch, goals, a ball, and human labor, teammates, competitors. It has shared discourses, defend, mark, tackle, rules, governing foul play and legitimate sanctions, identities, teammates, opponents, spectators, and it has its own internal goods. These include camaraderie, self-discipline and physical bravery. Practices develop over time into traditions, with their institutions to protect them, local clubs, leagues, training academies, supporters clubs, football associations. Different groups in different historical or geographical locations prioritize different qualities. In Scottish football, for example, hard tackling and direct play are considered core attributes, while in Catalonia ball control is privileged over aggressive play. However, the main norms remain central to both locations, as do many of the internal goods and the key concepts. There are shared characteristics that make the game comprehensible to practitioners from different cultures, though much would be incomprehensible to someone from the same culture who knew only ice hockey or American football. Further, the nomenclature of tradition does not mean a commitment to hierarchy and deference, for there are many egalitarian customs and institutions. Poaching, for instance, has been going on as long as the private enclosure of the forests. Grassroots labor organizing in the United Kingdom dates back to the Derby Silk Mill strike of 1833-34, Whitehead 2001, though autonomous workers' organization dates back to the early days of industrialism, with the first workers' library founded in 1741. Focusing on practices allows us to answer one of the questions raised in response to prefigurative, anti-politics. As Luke Yates, 2015, 4-5, and Marianne Michelberg, 2011, highlight, there are difficulties in knowing to what the term prefiguration refers. Is it an epistemology as Michelberg suggests, a form of organization, a class of tactics, or an ethic? In short, practices unify the epistemic, ethical, organizational, and tactical within an interpretative framework. Organizational decision-making and the selection and use of tactics takes place within rule-governed activities that generate values. For prefigurative, anti-politics, these are enacted in the here and now as well as foreshadowing desirable future conditions, without providing a universal blueprint. The types of norms and value generated are not fixed and total, there is room for change and transcendence, but part of what is embodied is a material form of desirable future social relations. In the Aristotelian version of virtue theory, there is a particular goal, telos, that is problematically tied to a notion of an essential self. Nurturing the virtues is aimed at shaping the individual, as they are, into the individual as they could be if they realized their essential nature. McIntyre 1985, 52. Postanarchisms in particular have highlighted the weakness of claims based on essential natures, pointing to their ethical shortcomings, such as restricting options and marginalizing those identified as having lesser essential natures. In addition, there are epistemological issues of how to prove the existence of a predetermined endpoint for human development. This problem is especially amplified given that different essentialist virtue ethics have distinct accounts of to be realized human essence, whether to fulfill Homeric social roles, the Aristotelian flourishing polis, or the Christian training of human character in order to fulfill divine law. See McIntyre 1985, 163-68, 186. Instead, the practice-based approach here does not deny that people have psychological and biological needs and that certain activities and social structures result in violations that adversely impact on their psychophysical well-being and undermine collective flourishing. However, this is not the same as saying that goals are essentially determined. There are, in theory, multiple ways in which physical and psychological needs can be met, mitigated, if there are other superior goals to achieve, or overcome. As Malatesta, 1984, 73, highlights, human are social animals, whose existence depends on the continued physical and spiritual relations between human beings. It is the shared vulnerability that makes the virtue of compassion so important. McIntyre, 1999, 7, criticizes Aristotle for prioritizing the self-sufficient superior as the ideal virtuous agent, and as a result is guilty of marginalizing those virtues which develop the capacities for dealing with dependence and interdependence. Further, there is no single account of the ideal agent. Excellence is reached differently according to one's location within the network of interpersonal social practices. McIntyre 1984, 181. Fixing a goal, whether essentialist or from another archie, is used to justify hierarchy. FRANKS 2019, 24. Instead, the approach here is to recognize the importance of goals, tele, but to regard them as multiple and irreducible, though porous and adaptable, over time and space. These goals are intrinsic to practices, traditions and narratives. Traditions are the stable link between similar practices over time and place. Narratives give an explanation of the link between practices located within, largely, different traditions. For instance, the move from participating in trade union casework against sexist bullying to ecological direct action to participating in a fair and compassionate way in family life 12 can be explained through an anarchist narrative. Narratives, as Jean-François Lyotard, 1985, XXIIXXIV, 33-34, describes them, explain and justify the reason for, in his case, a form of knowledge or cultural production. Natural scientific research, however imperfectly, has a narrative of finding truth. Meta-narratives are the wider social and cultural accounts that legitimate that narrative, for instance the search for truth being part of human emancipation. However, according to Lyotard, A symptom of postmodernity is that these unifying meta-narratives are becoming increasingly disputed. XXIV, 34-35, 37. Meta-narratives stand outside of and determine the construction of narratives and traditions. Meta-narratives are highly questionable as there is no way of ascertaining and verifying a universal telos, which is not the product of a specific tradition of knowledge generation and discovery. Narratives, however, are immanent and discoverable through the practices that constitute them. Many different radical traditions will share many core ends. These goals are necessary for these activities to flourish. Anti-fascism activism, for instance, usually requires, at a minimum, the goal of resisting and reducing the influence of oppressive and discriminatory behavior and usually involves a greater goal of undermining repressive economic, political, and social structures that generate and sustain fascism. See Bray 2017, Testa 2019. Militant anti-fascism shares many core goals in common with environmental and syndicalist practices, but these narratives are not reducible to a single minimum goal shared by all in all circumstances. As traditions continue, new goals arise that were previously marginal or unimagined. There are some criticisms of virtue theory within post-anarchism, many of which are addressed in the Metaethics chapter. 13. One important one is raised by May, who is critical of virtue responses, preferring a multi-value consequentialism. May's, 1995, 66-68, criticism draws on Sloat's earlier distinction between judging ethics based on the nature of the act, deontic, and approaches based on the character of the actor, erdic. For May, there are fundamental problems in the erdic approaches that violate the principle of anti-representationalism, which he considers a core feature of anarchism. May 1994, 49-50, Postanarchism, May 1994, 97-98, and Post-Structuralism per SE, May 1994, 82-84, 130-31, May 1995. Representationalism comes in two questionable forms, the political and the epistemic, May 1995, 13.14. The first, where one body acts on behalf of another, has long been a feature of anarchism. See Bakunin 1984. It represents the wishes of the other and acts on their behalf. It creates a hierarchy of the represented and the representative, with the latter gaining greater power as politics gears towards the representative acting on behalf of others, a politics of demand. Instead, anarchism has preferred, wherever possible, the anti-representational alternative of acting directly in an unmediated fashion. Richard Day 2005, 15-16, 80. Thus, anarchists oppose representative governments and support organizational forms that avoid or limit as far as possible the power of mediators, such as mass assemblies, consensus decision-making, see Greber 2013, and making direct personal relationships, Hecker 2010. Virtue-based approaches reject claims to be able to universally represent others, because knowledge is practice-dependent. The second form of representationalism is a feature of symbolic practices. A signifier, which is not a synecdoche, has a signified different from the signifier. Anarchism has a preference for the synecdoche, where the symbol embodies, at least in part, that which it expresses, as it is not reliant on others, or other types of symbolic ordering, to transmit and interpret the message. For instance, some environmental actions are a feature of the wider social vision. The disruption of a major coal-fired power station to temporarily prevent carbon emissions is synecdoche of wider environmentally conscious energy production. Other actions rely on the mass media to carry and explain the purpose of a symbolic action, like a die-in. Such symbolic forms of representation can lead to political representation, where one group is in control of selecting and interpreting political messages. However, while anarchists try to avoid being dependent on hierarchical institutions for decoding their messages, it is not possible to avoid all non-synecdochic discourses. The circula, or an explanatory text, are forms of representation. A subset of this concern with symbolic representation, however, is an epistemic form of anti-representationalism, where one represents others to themselves either in who they are or in what they want, and this ought, as much as possible, to be avoided. May 1994, 130 and May 1995, 13. May argues that anti-representation rejects giving an account of the ethico-political agent. The concern is that virtue discourse produces an account of what people should truly be, which negates their autonomy and generates a hierarchy according to the degree to which people measure up to his prescribed self-image. One response is that some practices, like competitive sports, are predicated on an overt standard of excellence. Thus, it is necessary, in order to participate, to represent participants' goals and standards of behavior. Second, such representation is not fixed, because even when there are standards of excellence for a given practice, not everyone is expected to participate in that practice, nor is there a single way in which excellence is achieved. In addition, these standards are not fixed, they are open to challenge and able to be transformed. Such transformations can come about by skilled practitioners bringing new attributes or rethinking the practice, like W. G. Grace in cricket, McIntyre 1984, 190-91, or Dick Fosbury in high jump, or by groups of activists and scholars in challenging canons or norms of that practice. Representation is not fixed, even if it is necessary. May, however, further argues that Erdic virtue theory violates the symbolic anti-representational principle. If moral life is to be evaluated on the basis of characterological traits divorced from one's acts, then certain intentional lives will be intrinsically superior to others. May 1995, 66. For May, virtue theory relies on representing the internal life or psychological state of the moral actor, and thus it is policing the individual more perniciously than other, deontic, ethical theories, which only judge actions. This is because even when virtues are tied to action, these values still refers to how internal consciousness engages with that action, in terms of what is intended, imagined and felt. 67. However, it is not possible, as May acknowledges, to understand doing without some sense of the character, intentions, motivations, drives, that generate and are generated by such actions. The distinction between doing and being is itself questionable. Practice-based approaches bring together the act, norms, and inherent values of interpersonal relations, seeing them as inherently interconnected and mutually referring. The erdic and deontic are not discrete but necessarily intersect. Elsewhere, May, 2011, utilizes notions of practices, based on Foucault, to identify the construction identities and the interplay of power to construct an account of friendship, itself a long-standing virtue, as a micropolitics of resistance to capitalist economic oppression, and in certain deeper forms as a nascent prefigurative alternative. He also regards ethics itself as a practice, May 1994, and provides guidance on what constitutes the most appropriate forms of ethical and meta-ethical approach. This perhaps indicates a move in which post-anarchism and social anarchism can find and are finding affinities. 5 Objections to anarchism as a practice-based virtue theory and replies. 15. There are 5 main objections to the view that anarchism is consistent with a practice-based virtue theory. Anarchist virtue theory is fleshed out more fully by examining criticisms and offering replies. First, there is the general problem of the unity of the virtues. Opponents argue that virtue theory would defend a good Nazi, as such it cannot provide a guide to action. Second, perfectionists argue that virtue theory leaves out too much, as there are important features that are required for a good life, like health and access to resources, which are not moral attributes. Foot 1978, 3. Third, there is the legalistic challenge. This contends that there are fundamental societal rules that need to be obeyed in order for practices to develop. McIntyre 1985, 151, McIntyre 2001. In addition, each practice has its rules, nomos, to which practitioners must adhere. This is seen as inconsistent with anarchism's rejection of authority. Fourth, Republican theory holds that the virtues require hierarchical power, and the inclusion of patriotism as a virtue demonstrates that the state is central to good governance, in contravention of anarchist core principles. Finally, there is the argument, suggested by May and prominent in Aristotle, that virtue theory is inherently elitist, that some people are better placed to be virtuous and others will always be judged deficient, because not all people are equally wise or capable of showing the same degree of physical courage. Foot 1978, 10-11. Objection 1. The unity of the virtues. The unity of the virtues has long been raised as a problem. Philippa Foot, 1978, 15, considers it in relation to virtuous bad action. Von Wright, for instance, speaks of the courage of villains as if it were a quite unproblematic idea, and most people take it for granted that the virtues of courage and temperance may aid a bad man in his evil work. It is also supposed that charity may lead a man to act badly, as when someone does what he has no right to do, but does it for the sake of a friend. If the virtues are compatible with evil deeds or vicious character traits, then virtue theory is useless as a normative theory and counterproductive for inclusion in a political ideology, as it gives no guide to action. However, in the examples given by Foot, virtue theory has adequate responses. First, the unity of the virtues explains why a truly selfish person cannot behave virtuously any more than the Nazi can be brave. Fortitude has to be properly directed. If it is aimed at harming the already oppressed, it is at best reckless, at worst psychopathic rather than courageous. Virtues tend to mutually support each other. The problem, however, as James Rachel's, 2007, 160-61, points out in response to Anscombe's partner Peter Geach, is corrupt actions, or practices, can still generate some albeit isolated virtues. The theocratic terrorist, who drives through an army checkpoint in order to blow up themselves and innocent shoppers at a market, is acting with fortitude even if the act and the tradition of which it is a part is lacking in almost every other virtue. Similarly, there may be times that, temporarily, a vice might be exhibited in order to promote many more core virtues, for instance, practicing a minor deception to organize a surprise gift or party for a deserving loved one. However, in reply to Foot and Geach, the point of the unity of the virtues is that assessment of a practice should not be based on a single criterion, but the prevalence and extent of multiple values. Note 2, from Foot's example, that a villain might be brave. Merely breaking the law is not sufficient grounds for demarcating immoral behavior, but it has to be properly directed. If they are breaking unjust laws for the benefit of others as well as their own interest in a proportionate manner, then they are consistent with the principles of justness, compassion, solidarity, and self-discipline. There are long traditions of socially just, but criminalist, forms of resistance to enclosure and economic inequalities. See Thompson 1963, 59-61, Linnebaugh 2006. Criminalist social practices were not performed by those separate from the broad mass of people but intersected with other activities and forms of resistance to the encroachment of capitalism. As to the person who acts dishonestly for the sake of a friend, then again practice-based virtue theory has a clear response. Take, for instance, an academic who is friends with their students. 16 Suppose that a student did badly in a test. Would it be consistent with the virtue of friendliness to doctor the marks and award a higher grade? 17 Clearly, such action violates the rules of good academic practice that grades should reflect honestly the performance of the student, and would conflict with other virtues like integrity. How friendship manifests itself is dependent on a practice. It is perfectly legitimate to buy friends more gifts or pay them more attention than complete strangers, all circumstances being equal. Friendship should not corrupt a practice but support it. If a relationship means undermining a virtuous social practice, then it is likely to be more akin to the vice of obsequiousness, not recognizing the limits of affection, than friendship itself. Objection 2, the perfectionist challenge. The second criticism is also identified by Foot, but also raised by perfectionists such as Samuel Clarke, 2010b, that there are other things required for flourishing which are non-virtuous. These include bodily characteristics such as health and physical strength, such as those of memory and concentration, Foot 1978, 3. These are non-moral qualities, because as Clark, 2010 b. 35, states, few think that good health is a moral virtue, Clark 2010 b. 35. The perfectionists are right, there are resources required for flourishing, which are in themselves not virtues. Indeed, to ascribe moral qualities to these predominantly non-moral qualities would be to risk reaching perverse conclusions, such as regarding people with afflictions to be morally inferior to the healthy, or consider the wealthy to be ethically superior to the poor. However, it is more accurate to view these capacities as desirable resources rather than goods in themselves. After all, health, physical strength, and concentration are not benefits if they assist a torturer's brutality. Objection 3, Legalist challenge to anarchism. The third challenge concerns the status of norms, both internal to a practice and more general, shared societal norms necessary for social life to develop. The criticism is how obedience to these differs from compliance to any legal norm to which anarchism is usually counterposed. It is true that norms are necessary to a practice. They are both descriptive and normative as they structure it and provide the basis by which performance is judged. A practice involves standards of excellence and obedience to rules as well as achievement of goods. McIntyre 1985, 190. The rules of a practice are not the same as the good immanent to a practice, but are required for the virtues to develop. Without the sharing rules of football, there cannot be good sportsmanship, the development of physical ability or the camaraderie of a shared enterprise. The rules of a game have to be enforced, albeit with suitable leniency and ability to change over time, or there is no game. If an outfield football, soccer, player is allowed to continually handle the ball at will, then it ceases to be football. But such obedience to and enforcement of rules is not equivalent to a statist enterprise. This is because it does not require a centralist authority. Properly functioning groups can appoint an agreed arbiter, referee, who is respected by both sides, or agree amongst themselves, as is the case in park football, suitable sanctions and limits. The player who violates a rule usually accepts the error and agrees to the forfeit. If they do not, they are always free to leave the previously shared enterprise. Rouse L. 2012, 178, finds the constrictions of practices and the associations of vices with improper behavior to be too restrictive. I am inclined to imagine the anarchist who disturbs the entire chessboard, kicks the referee, upsets the clock, and screams, "I can play more games than you can imagine on my behalf." It is true that a practice can be restrictive and inhibit imagination and play. In such circumstances, they should be abandoned or transformed. However, to play together requires some shared language and resource which is not the product of a single consciousness. The skills needed to generate a new game, however transformative, must have been developed in other social practices. Objection 4, Centralist power, patriotism, and the virtues of hierarchy. Similarly, McIntyre argues that there are universal shared rules required for society to function well. Breaking certain fundamental rules breaks the bonds of community necessary for virtuous practices to develop. McIntyre 1985, 151. However, these laws for community, such as do not murder, might be stable and pervasive, but they are not necessarily universal, nor do they need a centralist state for them to be obeyed. A range of anarchist theorists, such as Kropotkin, 1910, Greber, 2004, and Clark, 2007, argue that historically and more contemporarily sustainable societies are possible without centralizing state power. Indeed, the perfectionist Clark, 2007, 93, 103-7. Consistent with Republican-influenced anarchist theorists, c. For instance, Pritchard 2010, explains that centralist state power inhibits the development of virtuous character traits and non-domineering social practices. Kropotkin, 1939, 129-79, describes the medieval city-state as providing the framework for sustaining practices, craft trades, medieval guilds, kinship and friendship groups, that promoted mutual respect, equality, and the development of communication of practical knowledge and justice. These traditional practices maintained and were supported by the flourishing medieval commune. Anarchism promotes social practices that avoid, oppose, or attempt to minimize dominating power. As Goldman, 1969, 128, explains, anarchists reject patriotism because they oppose the state. Virtues are best developed outside, and against, institutions of domination. The existence of patriotism as a virtue would challenge such an account. One line of defense of patriotism comes from Calvin Knight, 2011, 280, who argues that some virtues require interference, and thus there is a need for what McIntyre, 2003, 287, calls royalty exhibiting virtues of loyalty and martial self-discipline. Capacities for interference in the lives of others should be exercised in conformity with the shared rationality of social practices. Knight gives the example of education, in which the more knowledgeable exerts influence over the learner, which might not be in the immediate interests of the pupil, especially where the student is too young to have intellectual competence. If Knight is right, then the requirement for domination within the virtues and anarchism would appear to be equally incompatible. The anarchist defense is that they are not absolutists. There are no pre-existing power-neutral social positions. In order to meet their social and physical needs and desires, people have to enter into social practices. These all have differences in micropolitical power. Even in the most simple of social interactions, at some points some participants are more powerful compared to others. Anarchism is not about the absence of all domination, as this is impossible, but its effective diminution. Anarchists attempt to identify differences in power, prioritizing those in a particular context that are substantively damaging to the development of virtuous relationships, and they seek effective ways to distribute it more evenly, while sustaining the goods-rich practice. Vi in the example of practices discussed earlier, in which the generation of wisdom is a core virtue, there is a hierarchy of knowledge, but it is only temporary, fluid and self-negating. The goal is to flatten the hierarchy of knowledge. The existence of some initially unequal power structure does not therefore require a virtue that supports hierarchy. McIntyre, 2003, 286, is explicitly agnostic on the question of the virtue of patriotism. He discusses it largely to critique liberal universalism's dependence on a largely unacknowledged patriotic sentiment, an interpersonal characteristic that is, by definition, partial and thus undermines liberal universalism. 297-99, point 18. Scruton, by contrast, is decidedly supportive of patriotism as a virtue, 2006, 5-6. He appeals to the Republican theory of Machiavelli, to argue for a central place for patriotism. While Scruton does not explicitly define patriotism, he shares with McIntyre, 2003, 287, 299, the belief that it is necessary for the development of social ties and is conceptually linked to hierarchical virtues or the royalty exhibiting virtues of loyalty and marital fidelity that are necessary for the maintenance of practices. Scruton 2003, 49, Scruton 2006, 11-12. Patriotism protects and enhances the institution of the state, which in turn, for Scruton, maintains justice, largely understood in terms of rights, liberality, stability, and tolerance. Scruton 2006, 17-18, 47. Scruton attempts to distinguish ordinary patriotism from the vice of excessive nationalism identified with Nazism and the French Revolution, 2, 15-16. For Scruton's argument to be compelling, he would need to either show that patriotism was a good in itself, or second, that it is compatible with other virtues and that it produces more flourishing social practices than its opposite or absence. The first criterion for Scruton's defense of patriotism is irresolvable. The fact that unlike bravery, compassion, or reliability, patriotism is, at least to some of us, not clearly a prima facie good in itself, does not discredit automatically Scruton's case. It could be that non-patriots have been so morally corrupted they are incapable of recognizing virtue anymore, in the same way that, according to Scruton, see, for instance, 1999, 45, 144-45, too many urbanites are incapable of seeing the virtues of field sports. The second part of Scruton's defense is more pressing. Does patriotism support or undermine other virtues, and does it generate more flourishing social collectives? For Scruton, 2006, 18, a patriot has no difficulty accepting a government whose opinions and decisions they disagree. This defense of patriotism supporting virtues of tolerance might raise wry comment given Scruton's intemperate reactions to dissenters. For instance, Scruton calls for the closing down of universities because too many academics do not support his favored political party, Murphy Bates 2019. He refers to those who wish to ban blood sports totalitarians and bigots, and instead speaking fondly of those rising up in rebellion, Scruton 2001, against field sports opponents that are responsible for the suicide of the nation, Scruton 2130. For Scruton, tolerance is tied to the state form. It is acceptance of the state's authority, with the state similarly tolerating opposition which does not undermine it. It is national loyalty that enables people to cooperate and to depoliticize society. 19. For Scruton, patriotism therefore ensures other virtues. In addition, for Scruton, the shared national standards for those internal to the state, that are a feature of patriotism, allow for capitalist development. National laws protect property rights of all citizens, regardless of other loyalties. For Scruton, this explains why Australia is a more successful country than those based on purely localist ties. 6-7. Thus, patriotism assists social flourishing. There are difficulties with Scruton's defense of patriotism. Patriotism, in Scruton's account, seems to conflict with virtues like liberality. As Goldman, 1969, 127-44, highlights, patriotism suggests we should exhibit preferences towards one group and antipathy towards another, on the basis of their current nationality. If a democratic society state, like America, rules that contact with citizens of another country, such as Iran, is dangerous, while the citizenry can organize to overturn such a law because they support a rival account of national self-interest, in the meantime they should abide by it, according to Scruton's jurisprudence. Thus, patriotism must necessarily come into conflict with many virtues of sociability such as solidarity and amiability. Similarly, Scruton's account seems to demonstrate that patriotism also conflicts with wisdom and justice. Appeals to membership of the same nation as the primary identifier, argues Scruton, helps depoliticize society and leads to tolerance and peace. Yet, this decontestation encourages ignorance of deep, though resolvable, social cleavages, thereby leading to the continuing domination of one nation-states group over another. Scruton's appeal to Australia as a successful society seems indicative of this problem. It ignores how the construction of that nation-state involved the genocide of Aboriginal peoples and their continued oppression and marginalization, indicating that patriotism is incompatible with justice and wisdom. Similarly, as McIntyre, 2003, 288-89, points out, placing a preference on the interests and achievements of one group over another, simply because of partiality, conflicts with justice as it leads to major interests of a needy group being ignored, because they are not fellow citizens. It also encourages a sense of antagonism between insiders and outsiders as the welfare of one community is counterposed to that of a competing patriotic and partial neighboring state. This can lead to war, the very opposite of peaceful flourishing that Scruton's patriotism was supposed to promote. 287-89. This critique of patriotism is consistent with the one raised by Goldman. Conquest and War, which deny the humanity of others under the pretext of national service, are not just found under the extremes of nationalism, Goldman 1969, 136-37, 144, as Scruton, 2006, argued, but are simultaneously encouraged and their existence denied by the everyday patriotism of the liberal states that Scruton defends. The basis for shared rules and values lies not in nations but in practices and their traditions. For instance, two citizens of rival states might play chess through the internet. Both might be prohibited from the mutually beneficial practice if patriotism was the guiding principle. Neither shares the same language or culture and their rival nation-states would be suspicious of such interaction, but they broadly share the same rules. These may be negotiable differences, for instance, in queening rules. As a result, they can both undertake the practice and develop the features of a virtuous relationship: patience, theoretical knowledge, and liberality. Through their participation they encourage others to share in the game, encouraging further development of the practice and/or engagement in other practices. The best defense of patriotism would be to argue that it was a virtue when states were necessary, but as forms of production develop, the state is no longer required and thus patriotism is a redundant and a reactionary trait. A parallel is drawn between it and the virtue of chastity. In previous eras when medical technology was less developed such that the major cause of death for young women was childbirth, then a case could be made for encouraging coital self-restraint from both parties, until such time that biological maturity and support structures were at their optimal. As contraceptive and other medical technologies have advanced, sexual continence is no longer required for human flourishing. So too a nation-state might have been the superstructure of the past that was required for human development, but is superseded now. However, this historically contingent argument for patriotism and chastity assumes that there were no effective alternatives at the time, and this is disputable. Nonetheless, the argument does illustrate that virtues can change over time and an interpersonal trait that is pertinent and perhaps even central in one era can become less significant and even irrelevant in another. Objection 5. Virtues endorse elitism. The final objection, noticeable in Aristotle, is that virtue theory is inherently elitist. Some people are better placed to be virtuous, because they are born with inherent character traits that enable them to develop understanding quickly, to not be fearful, or to have a generous nature. Others by contrast, are deficient, because not all people are equally wise or capable of showing the same attributes to the same extent. Foot 1978, 10-11, Aristotle 1976, 125. This would appear to conflict with principles of anti-hierarchy and support other aristocratic virtues of deference to natural superiors. Aristotle, 1992, 68-69, defends slavery in the Politics based on essential differences of capability and character. However, the Ethics takes a more sophisticated position, as some features of a virtuous character are formed in overcoming natural inclinations. Aristotle accepts that some people have natural gifts that might give them, what appears to be, an advantage, but it is what people do with their predispositions that is a sign of good character. Aristotle 1976, 126. Bravery, for instance, involves facing up to fears, rather than being naturally fearless. 127-30. In many but not all instances, as Foot, 1978, 11, highlights, overcoming difficulty is itself part of the virtue. The fact is that some kinds of difficulties do indeed provide an occasion for much virtue. It is also relevant to point out that, even in the latter case, many supposedly natural inclinations towards apparent vice are actually the construct of forms of domination. A person with the temptation to steal, unlike the honest person to whom it never occurs, might not have such an inclination if they were not economically deprived, though greed is by no means confined to the materially oppressed, but have no need for theft if there is common and free access to material means of production. The role of luck and modesty is important here, for part of the virtues of modesty and magnanimity is recognizing that conditions outside of individual control are partly responsible for the development of virtues and access to flourishing social practices. Aristotle 1976, 155-56. Anarchist practices often require reflection on personal advantage or privileges of gender, sexuality, class, or ethnicity, in order to ensure that they are not further encoded into social behaviors. Failure to do so entrenches disadvantage. See Gorski and Erika 2019. Revolutionary modesty. Like patriotism, modesty is one of the contested virtues, criticized for falling foul of the unity of virtues condition. However, unlike patriotism, modesty, see also Chapter 5, remains an important revolutionary virtue and can be saved from claims of inconsistency. It also provides an additional bridge between forms of postanarchism and social anarchism. It is still relatively rare to associate virtue theory with revolutionary thought and practice, though there are notable exceptions, such as the sustained interest in revolutionary Aristotelianism, Blackledge and Knight 2011, and Aristotelian Marxism, such as Meikle 2002, Miller 2002. Where virtues are associated with revolutionary practice, the ones highlighted tend to be bravery or fortitude, Solza 2014, solidarity and compassion, care for others, Garas 2001, Bohr 2013, 43, and consistency in contrast to the alleged vices of cowardice and insincerity of social democracy, Gabriel 2011, 39, 50. There are links, too, with autonomist Marxist notions of auto-valorization or self-valorization, generation of values separate to capitalism, e.g. Cleaver 1994. However, modesty is mentioned only rarely and typically in relation to timidity, with Terry Eagleton, 2004, 72, and Slavoj Zizek, 2007, 87, blaming a culture of reticence and political tentativeness for the unhappy state of radical politics. Alternatively, modesty is discussed in terms of sexual activity and display, Fortunati 2005, 37 and 39, and it becomes erroneously associated with prudishness. Because of this mistaken connection with shyness and trepidation, modesty is invariably considered to be especially incompatible with revolutionary politics. The virtue ethicist Julie Driver, 1999, outlines the general modesty paradox, that modesty conflicts with other virtues such as wisdom. This is because a modest person must be ignorant of his or her own character, or lie about his or her ability. Either way, modesty would be in conflict with virtues of self-knowledge and honesty and thus cannot mutually support other virtues, see 2 Woodcock 2008. In addition, there is a second apparent paradox in talking of revolutionary modesty. At first glance, the claim that an individual or group can contribute to these great, transformative moments is regarded by some analysts, like Eagleton and Zizek, as being incompatible with modesty. Thus, the suggestion is that appeals to modesty, at best, would do little to overcome this contemporary inertia, and, at worst, would add to the malaise. However, to reject modesty on these grounds is to subscribe to a partial interpretation of revolution. These are based on misconceptions of modesty. In short, modesty is concerned with 4 interrelated features: I. Awareness of the limits of personal knowledge; 2. That there are no absolute interpretations of social standards. That the norms that make up the practices are not universal but specific to the tradition, and adjacent ones; 3. Limits of self-awareness, that identities, competencies, and achievements are in part based on the judgment of others; and finally, 4. Self-restraint, suitably restricting one's role in order that others express views or pass on knowledge in order to promote their welfare. Thus, the general modesty paradox is overcome simply because the speaker is not in a position to judge whether or not they are modest. The virtuous answer to the question "Are you modest?" is to point out that it is not up to the individual performer to adjudge, just as the virtue of wit is up to the audience, not the comedian, to determine. Modesty highlights the interpersonal nature of the virtues. Similarly, a modest person does not deny his or her abilities, where they exist. It would not only be inaccurate and demeaning to other athletes if a record-breaking runner is denied his or her ability. Instead, a modest winner points to the luck involved being born with a good genetic inheritance. Aristotle 1976, 155-56, in a country without civil war or famine and an infrastructure for athletics, the importance of the other people's labor, such as supportive family and friends, coaches, sponsors and opponents to learn from and hone skills. A modest runner acknowledges his or her speed and success, but points to the limits of his or her practice, that being superior in one practice has no necessary bearing on excellence in another, and that in important regards proficiency in other practices can be more important. A fast sprinter does not save any lives. Nor is modesty incompatible with revolutionary politics. It is not immodest to claim that revolution is possible if, as evidence indicates, revolutions as a process, rather than an event, are achievable, albeit in the long term. 19 Though it critiques the epistemological and organizational features of Leninism and radical social democracy. Post-anarchists, Newman 2010, 85, and autonomists, Holloway 2002, 122-28, consistent with modesty, criticize Leninism, for instance, for making overarching epistemological claims about being able to identify universal political truths using the methods of the natural sciences. See the more questionable section of the Marx-Engels over, such as Engels 1907, Marx 1981. As Lenin's colleague Leon Trotsky put it, the party in the last analysis is always right, because the party is the single historical instrument given to the proletariat for the solution of its basic problems. Trotsky quoted in Cliff 1960. Modesty is an important virtue for anti-hierarchical political movements. This is because it is consistent with wisdom. Modesty recognizes the limits to what is currently known and constrains claims to knowledge. Modesty, thus, supports syndicalist and grassroots forms of organization, as those most engaged in an activity usually have better claims to knowledge. Syndicalist methods, which put time limits on officials and encourage the circulation of organizational tasks and roles, also help the wider development of technical skills, as even seasoned experts are not allowed to dominate the organization. By circulating roles and having limit terms on delegate positions, others develop their views, gain skills in organizational administration and prevent dependence on a self-perpetuating directorial elite. The concentration on the example of the virtue of modesty is not to argue that it is a foundation or a virtue which is universally prior to all others. One of the key features of virtue theory, as opposed to deontology, is that no value is universally prior. While post-structuralists like Jacques Derrida, 2006a, Michel Foucault, 1981, Jacques Rancière, 2000, and Todd May, 2012, each concentrate on friendship as a political and ethical concept, C2 Stamp 2009, they do so for many distinct reasons. However, they share common interests in how the concept is non-consequentialist, and how it can be used to unsettle established politics and enable the reimagining of identity and relationships, including notions of affection, tenderness, fidelity, camaraderie, and companionship. Foucault 1981. Friendship is the thematic focus but is not necessarily prior in other contexts. No virtue is universally prior, though in different practices similar constellations of virtues tend to take priority. Modesty is an important epistemic virtue. It suggests that there is no source of universal knowledge, as knowledge is related to practices, and no practice, tradition, or narrative is universal. It thus rejects the position of the objective overseer. As such, no person or group can know all possible alternatives. There is always something outside and currently unknown. New interactions are always possible, generating new types of practice with corresponding new virtues and constellations of values. Anarchism, Virtues, and Casuistry 20. Casuistry is an alternative ethical theory that also looks at particular cases as a basis for ethics, rather than predefined normative principles. However, while the term, like all other major political and ethical concepts, has many different interpretations, a common feature is that it is critical of the epistemological assumptions of the other three theories, consequentialism, deontology, and virtue theory, namely of deducing abstract principles derived from abstract reasoning, which is then applied to real cases. Johnson 1991, 296. 7 examples of this approach are provided by Sonalue, 1999, and Robin Levin Pensla, 1995. Casuistry is a set of practical procedures for resolving the moral problems that arise in real-life situations. It pays close attention to the specific details of particular moral cases and circumstances, in contrast to generalized, abstract, or hypothetical cases. Casuistry acknowledges a multitude of moral paradigms, principles, and maxims and considers circumstances as only one of many relevant moral considerations. It analyzes particular moral problems by analogy or prior paradigm cases, rather than as unique, isolated, or totally unprecedented instances. Casuists begin by comparing particular types of cases for their similarities and differences on a practical level. From the comparisons, they develop a moral taxonomy, or detailed and methodical map, of significant likenesses and differences. Casuists then proceed to reason by analogy from clear-cut cases, where the resolution of a particular ethical issue is not controversial, paradigms or type cases, to cases that are non-problematic. Pensla 1995, 21-22. There are a few ambiguities in this account, in particular how to identify circumstances from the action or problem, and what weight is given to pre-existing moral maxims and theories and how this differs from using generalist principles. Nonetheless, it suggests using sets of examples to identify categories and develop general principles by which to judge similar cases. At first glance, casuistry appears to share much with anarchism and postanarchism, especially anarchist virtue ethics. It is critical of universal principles and the assumption that fixed, unchanging norms can be ascertained outside of the activity under consideration. Virtue theory, too, claims you need to understand a practice before identifying and assessing its merits, which shows close affinity with the anarchist and revolutionary syndicalist positions that it is practitioners rather than managers or legislators who are in the best position to identify faults and merits. However, casuistry in its purest form assumes a questionable epistemology that is similar to that of grounded theory, discussed in the previous chapter. The identification of typical cases and drawing out of differences is expected to take place without a bias towards any preference. But a wholly impartial observer is impossible. Each person is already embedded within a complex network of social practices, with their implicit and explicit norms, priorities, and identities. Even to identify an issue as a problem is necessarily the product of ideology. To recognize some cases as being pertinent at the expense of others is to have already made a value judgment. Practice-based virtue theory is, thus, more consistent with anarchism because it recognizes pre-existing power relations. As a result, practice-based virtue theory promotes reflection on these always already existing ideological structures and, where appropriate, supports and defends them or challenges, negates, or transforms them. Virtue theory, a summation. When dealing with tricky decision-making, there is often a temptation to resort to resolving them on a case-by-case basis. See also Declare 2010. This slippery phrase is interpreted in many different ways. It might be simply about allowing those adjudicating some leeway in their judgments, so as to mitigate against particular harms. This still suggests a fixed set of rules, potentially, but not necessarily universalist and derived from deontology or utilitarianism. Their categorical rules of conduct are still being applied in a reasonably non-arbitrary and consistent manner. However, it might mean allowing an adjudicator to apply different standards on a whim or a self-serving basis, which would be contrary to anarchist values of equality and fairness. It might mean applying different rules in distinctive circumstances, as suggested in casuistry, which still raises the question of which rules apply in each particular context and the means by which the differences in protocol are derived. This latter interpretation of this everyday phrase draws attention to the fact that different activities have different norms and values. However, unlike casuistry, virtue theory can answer these questions. Virtue theory has the advantage of including many of the key concepts of the rival ethical theories of deontology and utilitarianism, but moderating them, and fleshing them out by placing them alongside other values, such as solidarity, liberality, and compassion. Core deontological principles of respecting autonomy and fulfilling consensually agreed duties are consistent with virtues like justice and integrity, while utilitarians' fundamental principle of concern for social well-being is captured in virtues like benevolence and compassion. Yet, because they are moderated by other values, neither value, respecting individual autonomy nor social beneficence, takes universal priority. In some contexts, they are secondary to other virtues like wisdom, solidarity, and courage. In building flood defenses, negative utilitarian values, like avoiding general malfeasance, are prior, and physical bravery, so long as the flood is not imminent, is relatively marginalist, but in consensual martial arts, courage is more prominent than compassion, though it is not entirely lacking. As such, virtue theory embodies anarchisms and many postanarchisms' anti-hierarchical commitments. Practices develop into traditions, which can adapt and even transform over time and geography. Different practices have different types of goal. The objective in playing football is not the same as in participating in a community garden. Objectives, too, change over time. Originally, participation in the former might be to win trophies or to keep fit. Later, it might be just to meet friends. Similarly, the objectives in industrial action might shift from preventing a pay cut to gaining a pay rise to challenging the whole economic system. Traditions tend to have wider goals than just the individual. Traditions, like ideologies themselves, are porous, embracing overlapping practices and thereby subtly altering the values and identities of the practitioners. Workplace organization has been increasingly influenced, in the United Kingdom, by feminism, hence the rising concern with gender pay gaps and work-life balance policies. The traditions of trade unionism and feminism have intersected, subtly changing goals and practices. Groups and individuals journey between different practices that are not formally part of the same tradition, having different norms, constellations of internal goods and external goods. Sometimes this requires radically different personas, and it is difficult to integrate these different roles into a coherent personal narrative. This is not always problematic. To use Isaiah Berlin's, 1998, 1-4, much-cited metaphor from his analysis of Leo Tolstoy, of the fox, who knows and is interested in lots of things, and the hedgehog, who knows one big thing and assimilates all knowledge into that central, unitary vision, the collapse of all modes of inquiry, sensation, and ways of living into a single united approach can oversimplify that understanding and deny the diversity of lived experience. 39-40. Such disjunctions can be useful. It is not necessary to pursue a single integrated end. However, ethical disjunctions between social practices can lead to cognitive dissonance. For instance, a person who is an active member of a mutually supportive and loving multicultural family and seeks family harmony as a goal but then engages in electoral activity for an overtly racially prejudiced political party. Others build a narrative that can combine the goals of traditions in a coherent fashion, sometimes generating innovative new aims that influence other practitioners and their practices. Point 21. There is no universal meta-narrative independent of the traditions that produce and transform them. Virtue theory in this form is consistent with core features of postanarchism in that it rejects universalism. Consistent with Frieden's analysis, it recognizes that these values are identifiable, core and stable. From McIntyre, this virtue account is also consistent with the materialism of Marx and Bakunin. It recognizes that values are inseparable from material activities, as structured in and through practical activities and social traditions. Chapter 3. Metaethics, from universalism to radical subjectivism and beyond. 1. Binaries bad, non-binaries good. Jamie Heckert, Personal Communication. Just as descriptive or analytic terms carry with them inherently normative principles and are produced within particular types of practice, so too they carry ontological and epistemological features that can shape the morphological structure of an ideology. The criteria for knowledge and the metaphysical status of principles, themselves influence the morphological structure of concepts and alter practices and the identities of practitioners. Consistent with Jean-François Lyotard's 1998, 82-83, concept of the differend, which addresses the way that concepts invariably carry with them logical structures and connections to other ideas, the introduction of a new concept, or replacing an old one, produces an entirely different ideological structure and worldview, which is incommensurable with an apparently similar one lacking a phrase or notion. Take, for instance, a standard socialist morphology. It contains the principles of equality, common ownership, and social but malleable view of the self, Frieden 1996, 425-33, Haywood 2012, 100. The former of these principles are usually associated with notions of anti-capitalism, Haywood 2012, 138. If the concept of anti-capitalism was replaced with against Jewish capitalism, the notion of anti-capitalism alone has not just been changed, but the meanings of the other concepts, equality and common ownership, are restructured in an antisemitic and exclusionary manner. The epistemological and ontological status of these principles changes too. Capitalism is a historically specific phenomenon whose manifestations and impacts are studied through a range of disciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary techniques. The notions of Jewish ruling class, Jewish capitalism, and Jewish financial control are predominantly non-analytic. They are terms that predominantly and pejoratively direct attention to one ethnic group and occlude the measurable forms of capitalist development. Epistemologically, anti-Jewish capitalism operates not through any disciplinary procedure with a clear set of methods and transferable success criteria, but almost exclusively as a conspiracy theory, Ramsey 2012. The term operates with a psychology, organization, and political structure distinct from anti-capitalist, anti-political forms. The anti-Semitic ones tend towards reshaping constitutional politics through unfalsifiable conspiracies. See many of the papers in Usinski 2018 a.2,2. Thus, the epistemological and ontological status of ideological concepts impacts on their legitimacy and operation, that is to say, the types of epistemological practices that support them. This appears to be disputed by theorists who make a distinction between political anarchism and ontological anarchism. Ontological anarchists, of different types, for instance, Bay 2002, France Annas 2019, appear to make a distinction between the political and the metaphysical, with a priority on the latter. On the other side, Robert Graham, 2018, 33 and 36-37, appears to separate the political theory of anarchism from the metaphysical considerations, with the primacy on the former. However, Graham, 35, 48-49, elsewhere asserts the pertinence of the status of moral principles so that they can guide action. Similarly, Bay, 2002, 62-63 and 95-104, overtly, and Soterios France Annas, 2019, 183-88, more subtly nevertheless, evoke a set of political practices, whether it is in the form of the temporary autonomous zone, creative chaos, sabotage, self-publishing and autonomous education networks, or spontaneous, anti-political, anti-representational collective struggles. Michael Schmidt and Lucienne van der Linden, 2009, 92-114, also point to how Bakunin, Kropotkin, and Proudhon's epistemologies and critiques of Marx's ontology shaped their accounts of anarchist political organization and tactics. As Elizabeth Vasileva, 2018, 46, puts it, all political positions imply a certain view about the nature of reality. The belief that issues such as equality, freedom, or solidarity matter contains an ontological claim, rather than a purely ethical one. The only dispute is that for Vasileva, the ethical seems to lie outside the combination of the political and metaphysical, while here, the ethical and the meta-ethical are inherent parts of an ideological morphology. Consequently, as Rouse L. 2012, 202-4, claims, the questioning of the ontological status of anarchist norms is a key feature of post-anarchism, what in Lacanian terms Rouse L. refers to as the C factor, what is central and consistent to any milieu, 124. For Friedman, this problematizing of the meta-ethical would be a contingently ineliminable concept in post-anarchist morphologies. This concept has helped in the rethinking of anarchism and, according to Rouse L. and Newman, Rouse L. 2013, is one of the beneficial outcomes of post-anarchist interventions, see also Critchley 2007, 13. Thus, apparently technical or academic questions of ontology and epistemology have material, political impacts and are important in demarcating different ideologies and sub-ideologies. Proponents of post-anarchism, like Andrew Cook, 2011, for instance, highlight the different ethical ontologies and political epistemologies of their approach from those of classical anarchism. Koch's metaethics seems to contest the centrality of moral reasoning in anarchism. He is not alone. There have been a significant number of Marxist-influenced, post-left anarchists and post-anarchists who have rejected normative ethics, preferring amoralist and nihilist metaethical positions. Even those who do not reject ethics outright, nonetheless base them on subjectivist, or egoist, grounds that are, as will be argued, unsustainable. What has made these alternatives popular amongst a number of activists, such as the editor of Anarchy and writers for 325 magazines, is that they have a pertinent and powerful critique of realist and naturalist metaethics, which are the usual basis for normative ethics. This chapter thus argues for accepting the post-anarchist and post-left anarchist critiques of realism and naturalism, but rejecting some of the original alternatives based on subjectivism, amoralism, or nihilism. Instead, it involves proposing a different metaethical position that defends the intersubjectivity of anarchist virtue theory, but does not rely on assumptions about universal knowledge, nor collapses into subjectivism. In doing so, it suggests a growing affinity with the later development of post-anarchism found in Newman, 2010, 160-61 and 2016, 66, that locates moral identities through the interactions of others in material practices. Metaethical universalism. Notions like ultimate goods or natural or inalienable rights are features of universalist ethics. They are found in most Enlightenment ethical theories, especially deontology and utilitarianism, which often assume the perspective of an objective overseer. However, there are different forms of universalist ethic and they generate different types of anarchist practice. As Kinna, 2016, 25, describes, the commitment to universal metaethics is used to develop the distinction between classical anarchisms and post-anarchisms. The three main metaethical forms for standard normative ethics are naturalism, that through empirical study, often based on the natural sciences, fixed principles for right conduct can be discovered, see, for instance, Mill 2000, 81-82. Rationalism, that through the use of abstract reasoning universal rules of conduct can be deduced, see, for instance, Immanuel Kant 1995, 44-48, Kant 2005, 64. Intuitionism, that there is a separate moral sense that detects self-evident general, ahistorical moral principles, see, for instance, G. E. Moore 1960, especially 148-49. Naturalism. Naturalism appears to have a significant position within the classical anarchist tradition. Kropotkin, 2018, in Modern Science and Anarchy appears to take the most explicit form of naturalism. he argues that there are human instincts of sociability, 103, that can be discovered scientifically, 127, see also Krotkin 1992, 21. The laws of mutual aid are biologically determined and scientifically discovered. Thus, there are two features of ethical naturalism: first, that there are moral laws that lie independent to the observer, and second, that these can be discovered through methods akin to the natural sciences. As Paul McLaughlin, 2007, 40, puts it, values are facts after all, what else could they be, or complex facts of social reality, which is itself part of nature. Principles of mutual aid are discovered through zoological and anthropological study. Social instincts as well as selfish instinct are present in humanity, and the animal kingdom, and it is possible to develop the social instincts for the benefit of all. Kropotkin 1939, 17, 81, 102. A commitment to naturalism shaped Kropotkin's studies and methods, often to the distaste of some anarchist activists and thinkers, as rather than democratizing ethical knowledge it privileged those who had the time and resource to carry out meta-ethical empirical research. Kinna 2016, 10-12. Naturalism is criticized by Moore, 1960, 10-13, because it is hard to identify the natural quality that constitutes the good. An observer, claims Moore, can see yellowness or even indicators of general happiness, smiles, lack of tears, drops in suicide or stress-related illness, but it is not clear that the scientist is seeing goodness. Indeed, argues Moore, there is a difference between the truth conditions for greatest happiness and those of right action. To claim that greatest happiness is not the greatest happiness is to commit a clear and obvious fallacy, but it is not obviously fallacious to assert that the greatest happiness is not the good. Therefore, the terms the good and greatest happiness are not synonymous. 17-18. For Kant, 2005, naturalism is to be rejected because the truths discovered empirically change over time, but ethical principles cannot change. While not agreeing with either Moore or Kant's alternatives, post-anarchists, nonetheless, share their skepticism of goodness as a natural property and distrust of positivist epistemology to discover ethical values based on the methods and presuppositions of the natural sciences. Newman 2011a, 62. Rationalism. Rationalist metaethics shares with naturalism an ontology that moral principles are universal. In Kant's version, these principles exist independently of human consciousness. A further difference is that naturalism holds that moral principles and their veracity are discoverable through scientific investigation, whereas for Kant ethical principles are discoverable through abstract reasoning without recourse to experiences of the world. In the version developed by Kant, 2005, pure reasoning identifies categorical duties that can never be justly violated. Proprietarian objectivists, like Ayn Rand, 1964a, 51 and 1967, 17, tend to be among the strongest supporters of ethical realism. 3 Susan L. Brown, 1997, 107-8, argues that rationalist principles of natural rights were also considered fundamental to many American individualist anarchists, such that the adoption of anti-rationalist, Stirnerite egoism by Benjamin Tucker was viewed as a threat to their entire movement. Rationalism and naturalism both inspire movements that support education and avenues for free discussion, through which the correct answer is identified. Francisco Ferrer's free school movement, like the educational experiments of Godwin, emphasized teaching pupils not what to think, but how to think. Ferrer quoted in Suicide 2010, 79. Rationalist ethics have been subject to various criticisms regarding the epistemology of discovering such principles. Doubts are raised about the possibility of reason entirely abstracted from the changing empirical and linguistic world. See Lyotard 1984, 42-43, Cook 2011, 30-31. Similarly, McIntyre, 2001, 390-91, criticizes the notion that there is a single, uncontested and uncontestable rationality, highlighting that forms of inquiry are specific to particular types of tradition. This is a point also anticipated by Kropotkin, 1992. 221 Kant could not explain whence, due to what causes, our mind developed this form of thinking. Kropotkin argues that human reasoning, including Kant's, develops out of particular material concerns. Consistent with wider virtue-based criticisms, Kropotkin, 1992. 252, also explains that moral character requires developing other attributes as well as reasoning. Intuitionism. Finally, there is intuitionistic ethics, which more first developed to overcome the problem of naturalism. This theory considers moral truths as being inherently hardwired into the human subject. Self-evident principles arise out of an innate moral sense rather than being discovered by reason or evidence. Moore 1960, 143-44, 148-49. Intuitionism might be a feature of the American Declaration of Independence and its claim of self-evident, rather than rationally deduced or scientifically determined, truths. There are occasions when anarchists appeal to moral intuitions as a guide. For example, Emma Goldman, 1923 and 1925, talks of crude working women who were brutal, but their sense of justice was instinctive, and recalls Maxim Gorky calling the rebellious sailors of Kronstadt instinctive anarchists. Maya Ramnath, 2011, 38-39, describes Georges Sorel as holding to an instinctive, anti-rationalist revolutionary syndicalism. However, ascribing a simple intuitionistic account to anarchism, as McLaughlin, 2007, 13, points out, is more common amongst its critics than anarchism's proponents. See, for instance, Martin 2011, Molyneux 2011, 17. Even Goldman clarifies that she and Gorky meant an open-mindedness to ideas of justice and anarchism rather than an innate moral sense. Intuitionists, where they exist, would eschew any need for education like the disputatious anarchists at the start of Chapter 2, they would seek unreflective action as the best method for response. This is a position that Rouse L. 2013, 84, associates with the insurrectionist tradition of Alfredo Bonanno and the magazine Anarchy, a journal of desire armed, stop theorizing, unleash your desires, and just toss bricks. However, it would be a mistake to see rhetorics of spontaneity as being synonymous with intuitionism. As virtue theory suggests, immediate responses can be the product of significant training and forethought that has become habitualized. Intuitionism faces a number of problems. First, it needs to explain why, if there is the same basic ethical common sense, there are practical moral disagreements. In addition, there is the epistemological question of how to discern moral intuitions from acquired psychological traits. If these traits are rationally deduced, then intuitionism seems to have a rationalist basis. If found through scientific inquiry, they are closer to naturalist principles. If there is no verifiable, or falsifiable, way open to public examination or critique, then this reduces these principles to theology. There is something right about intuitionism. Identifying right or wrong action is often associated with physical or emotional sensation. Some non-rational, immediate response does often guide action, and this can often be right. Kropotkin, 2005, 37-39, links the sympathetic sentiment to solidarity and flourishing social behavior. Virtue theory suggests that if people are proficient in good practice, then virtuous action becomes more intuitive. They develop the right emotional response from right action, such as a dentist showing compassion rather than fear or contempt when causing some unavoidable pain to the patient. However, identifying the correct performance of the practice requires other forms of analysis. First, emotion can be ill-disciplined and misleading. Summation of Enlightenment metaethics. Enlightenment metaethics have tended to be universalist theories, even if they differ on what constitutes these universal principles. These metaethical theories share a number of key characteristics. These moral principles, I, are objectively identifiable and universal, 2, are impartial and apply to all regardless of class and are not the product of any dominant or changeable system of domination. 3. Can and should be applied objectively, even if in practice they are sometimes used in biased or inconsistent ways. In addition, 4. Any misapplications or misidentifications of these universal principles are discoverable through the use of a rational procedure. Raphael 1979, 18-22, McLaughlin 2007, 40. There is much to recommend naturalism and realism as metaethical theories. As Kropotkin, 1992, 178, notes, they divide morality from religious authority, finding a rational basis for moral decision-making that is open and accessible and without obvious partiality. In addition, as McLaughlin, 2007, 40, notes, they avoid the pitfalls of the naturalistic fallacy, which seems to separate questions of value from questions of fact, usually with the effect of marginalizing the former. While critical of some of the main features of naturalism, it is important to show that the alternative and intersubjective materialism grounded in a practice-based virtue ethic maintains these advantages. Post-anarchist critiques of universalism. Postanarchisms share the common trait of ontological skepticism. Kuhn 2009, 22, Newman 2001, 2010, 2019, Rouse L. 2012, or weak ontologies. Vasileva 2018, 26, that question metaphysical universals, without necessarily providing alternative metaphysical foundations. However, the basis of their critique and the alternatives they offer differ. Some look to Max Stirner, others to Martin Heidegger and Friedrich Nietzsche, others to a range of post-structuralists like Rossi Braidotti, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Félix Guattari, and Gilles Deleuze, Gayatri Spivak, Jean-François Lyotard, Jacques Rancière, Emmanuel Levinas, c. For instance, May 1994, Newman 2001, Critchley 2007, Jeppesen 2011, Cook 2011, Newman 2019. Many embrace joyous hybrid combinations of these, Vasileva 2018, 19. It is not possible to deal with every manifestation of post-anarchism, so here the concentration is on three main criticisms of universalism emanating from Newman, who is the leading and most consistent post-anarchist critic. Universal political positions and strategies are seen as inherently authoritarian because they not only fail to confront more diffuse, hidden forms of domination at the level of discourses, social practices, and institutions, but also because they are based on essentialist conceptions of subjectivity and rationality, and they therefore deny perspectives and forms of subjectivity that do not fit into this paradigm. Newman 2007, 4. There is much to unpack in these challenges, which are relevant to an anarchist ethic. Anti-essentialism. Newman's first criticism is that universal ethics appeal to essentialist notions of the individual subject. The rejection of essentialism, as has been discussed, is a core feature of post-anarchist morphologies. Such essentialisms are viewed as ontologically and epistemologically suspect because there is no agreement between the rival Enlightenment theories over which, mutually exclusive, essentialism is correct, nor is it possible to identify a reliable method for discovering a shared, universal defining feature of all humanity. Indeed, whatever is defined as the human essence, whether it is a social instinct, Kropotkin perhaps, rationality, Kant, self-interest, Thomas Hobbes, or recognition of being a member of a moral community, John Rawls, there are those that lack that characteristic. Those who are deficient in this supposedly universal characteristic are then cast as moral monsters. Essentialisms are further rejected because they deny agents freedom. For Newman, following Stirner, each individual is an unfixed creative singularity. Appealing to a predetermined human essence which the individual must conform to undermines their freedom. Newman 2010, 59-60, see also Newman 2007, 92-93. Benign essentialism is further rejected because it leads to a misleading Manichean political and ethical logic. Newman, 2001, 47-48, argues that for classical anarchists, natural goodness is suppressed by outside forces like the state. This creates, argues Newman, a Manichaean logic of a good, essential social instinct on one side and the oppressive, heteronymous forces of the state on the other, which corrupts these intuitions. Such Manichaean binary categories of good and bad are products of political power that shape its own opposition, Newman 2001, 47. In these binary systems, one side is defined against the other, oppressor/oppressed, irrational/rational, state/humanity. While seemingly in opposition, they rely on each other for their meaning and import, Newman 2001, 48. Political identities are similarly perceived through this binary divide, again restricting the multivarious agent of change and distorting analysis of varied, intersecting forms of power. The rejection of Manichaeism, however, can lead to the situation satirically raised by Heckert at the start of the chapter, where support for non-binary systems of appraisal over binary systems becomes a new binary. As mentioned earlier, there are significant reasons to doubt that classical anarchisms had the benign essentialism that analytic political philosophers and post-anarchists like Newman ascribed to them. Kropotkin, N.D., with whom the position is most associated, viewed human beings as having both social and antisocial instincts and considered that cooperation, rather than natural goodness, was more likely to make human societies flourish. Anarchists, such as Enrico Malatesta, 1984, 73, condemned benign essentialism as an example of lazy thinking, and criticized Kropotkin when he did lapse into a determinist naturalism, 263-64. However, even if an essentialism is not a central part of anarchism, it is part of other major ethical systems and a coherent ethic must still avoid it. Similarly, an anti-essentialist moral theory can still be a universalist one, though one based on an unknown or unknowable ontological status. Thus, Newman's other criticisms of universalism are still relevant. Anti-realism and anti-naturalism. Universalism ignores the material circumstances that generate ethical principles, thus, it occludes the actual function of ethics and is insensitive to relevant differences. As indicated in the previous chapters, practice-based virtue theory sees norms as produced in and by material activities and not abstracted from them. Part of the critique of normative principles from Stirner and Friedrich Nietzsche, embraced by post-left anarchists and post-anarchists, see many of the papers in More with Sunshine 2004, Newman 2001, 9, 55-72, Newman 2010, 13-14, Cook 2011, 24, 27, unpicks the ways that oppressive institutions and traditions normalize themselves through generating apparently universal principles that justify their existence. Such concepts for Stirner, 2014, 28-29, are just spooks without foundation, used to manipulate people into submission. So although subjectivism is usually thought of as an idealist position, one dependent on mind, and Rouse L., 2012, dissects a variety of subjectivism. Stirner's egoist version does include notions of how material conditions influence the generation of concepts, how spooks become real, Stirner 2014, 33-36. Further, because universal principles, even from apparently radical traditions, ignore material circumstances, they reaffirm and amplify pre-existing inequalities. This at first sight might appear to be contradictory. After all, some of the earlier anarchists promoted universal principles as they were supposed to apply to all regardless of their social position and thus flatten existing hierarchies. We adopt the principle of universality: if an action is right, or wrong, for others, it is right, or wrong, for us. Those who do not rise to the minimal moral level of applying to themselves the standards they apply to others, more stringent ones, in fact plainly cannot be taken seriously when they speak of appropriateness of response, or of right and wrong, good and evil. Chomsky 2002. It is not just deontological formal equality that enhances inequality. Whatever is adopted as a universal principle will favor some groups over others for reifying those institutional arrangements which produce and are maintained by it. Universalisms, claims Newman, 2007, 103, also masks their own violations. The universal standard is, to use Simon Critchley's term, infinitely demanding, so it can never be consistently applied or lived up to. Social anarchist Giovanni Baldelli, 1971, 71-73, appeals to both notions of natural law and rationally deduced universal principles to define a fair, ethical anarchism to challenge the myriad oppressions of capitalism, but also recognizes that such general principles will not be universally applied. The powerful abandon liberal universal rights to protect their interests, Newman 2007, 103-4, finding extenuating justifications. In addition, reliance on supposed universals undermines, rather than support, an ethics of responsibility, Newman 2007, 100, for ethics is the product of subjectivities, not something that lies outside them. Subjectivism. The prominent feature of Newman's initial version of postanarchism is its use of Stirner's subjectivism. Subjectivism is the theory that moral values are the product of individual conscience, and thus each individual is the final arbiter of what is right or wrong. The individual egoist, according to Stirner, is the ultimate arbiter of value. If it is right for me, therefore it is right. Stirner. 2014, 177. Subjectivism avoids the ontological problems associated with fixed universal principles, which undermine human freedom, allowing for alternative formulations of the right and the good life. Subjectivism also evades the epistemological problems of universalism of developing an unbiased, objective methodology which can identify universal values. Newman, however, queries the term subjectivism being applied to his critique, as he considers the term to apply to fixed conception of human consciousness. The supposed subjectivism of postanarchism is misplaced. There is no ego as a solid, concrete subject which is the center of the universe, just an open field of possibilities. Newman quoted in Rousseau 2013, 79, see also Newman 2016, 40 and 43. Newman is right that some forms of subjectivism are based on a fixed ego, but this is not true of all subjectivisms per se. Indeed, the critics of subjectivism point out its contradictoriness is partly due to a reformulated self makes radically different subjective choices. See, for instance, Gensler 2006, 25. Subjectivism can apply to the self-referring judgments of a particular manifestation of a singularity or the swirl of singularities in flux. See Newman in Rousseau 2013, 80-81. There are a number of problems with subjectivism for providing the basis for a material activity, a research method as the example of phenomenology demonstrates, see Chapter 1, or structuring a practical ideology. 1. It denies the possibility of moral disagreement and thus cannot provide guidance on resolving conflicts. 2. It can be, and is, used to justify actions which are inconsistent with anarchism, such as the promotion of domination. 3. It ignores the material, social conditions that partly construct identities and form a necessary, but not the total, part of ethical discourses, and thus, 4. It has an incomplete account of agency. 1. A standard problem for subjectivist ethics is that the individual ego is the final arbiter of moral judgment, and there is, therefore, no way to challenge evaluative decision. Like phenomenology and grounded theory, subjectivism can only report disagreements but cannot analyze and assess them. In a dispute between two rival consciences, there is no way of arbitrating between two private judgments, as there are no external grounds that can be appealed to for resolving disputes or assessing practices and enabling improvements. However, there are times when private conscience is the final arbiter of judgment. For instance, which flavor of ice cream is a person's favorite, or by what name an individual wishes to be identified, are issues best left to private judgment. Point 3. Even if they are mistaken, the vices of interference are likely to be worse than those in the error. If there are no grounds for judgment, then, 2, there are no bases for contesting discriminatory or oppressive behavior. It simply becomes a matter of one subjective opinion disapproving of it and another approving, according to their individual consciences. What would prevent a groundless singularity approving of oppressive action, such as supporting the state or a military junta? Post-anarchists like Newman, 2001, and Saint Schmidt, 2008, who follows him, contest this. The subjectivity they approve of is one that contests the forces of normalizing power, albeit from positions within these powers. By invoking Lacan, I am able to retain the possibility for an uncontaminated place of resistance at the subjective level through the notion of lack which is inherent to power, but not dependent upon it. Lack can be understood as an outside to power which is paradoxically on the inside of power. Saint Schmidt, 2008. Desire which promotes action arises out of positions of power, but for Lacanians, also lies outside of power, resists it and should not reconstitute it. A post-anarchist criticism of anarchism is that it takes its identity from its enemies and therefore becomes dependent on its opponents for its actions and identities. Saint Schmidt, 2008, Newman, 2004, 109. This account is problematic as it posits a norm by which subjectivity should operate, namely to avoid ressentiment building identities based on opposition. In addition, this subjectivism privileges resistance to normalizing powers, while Stirner more readily admits that if dominating power is acting in ego's favor it can go along with them and reconstitute or renew hierarchy. For instance, Stirner acknowledges that a greedy person's demand for a resource is not qualitatively different to a person or group in desperate need of it. If you take the enjoyment, it is your right; if on the contrary, you only pine for it without laying hands on it, remains as before a well-earned right of those who are privileged for enjoyment. It is their right, as by laying hands on it would become your right. If he appropriate it, then not only the earth, but the right to it too, belongs to him. Stirner, 2014, 176-77. In such a battle of wills, it is the most powerful that takes precedence. Some, like Thrasymachus, Plato, 1986, 74-78, argue that victory is simply a matter of might rather than virtue. There are plenty of examples of totalitarians who subscribe to this doctrine, and there is no guarantee that virtue ensures victory. Plato, 1986, 78-90, has been amongst many philosophers to disparage such a contention. It might be historically or sociologically true that powerful amoral or immoral individuals and institutions hold sway, but that descriptive account is different from the normative question of whether they should hold power. Time and again anarchists have utilized moral argument to explain why the might should not rule and to find shared values for organizing opposition against those in positions of domination and preparing alternatives. Point 4. Similarly, 3. Stirnerite subjectivism's appeal to singular subjectivity overlooks the ways that material practices shape a subjectivity's enjoyments or preferences, their cognitive structure for decision-making and the ways in which these choices are articulated. An individual's will is not independent, as standard idealists would argue, but is a constitutive and partly constructed product of the interplay with other consciences, intersubjectivity, their immaterial labor, and other material resources, dead labor. This is recognized in some post-anarchist accounts, where subjectivity is seen as being a product of and able to reflect on and thereby contest the material circumstances in which it is formed. Newman, 2010, 118-19. 4. As a result of subjectivist neglect of concrete practices in which judgments arise, subjectivists fail to recognize how ethical identities are partly constituted through their engagement in these rule-governed productive activities. Moral actors do not inhabit an empty field, or an uncontaminated place of resistance, Saint Schmidt, 2008, or an abstract plane of consciousness, but instead have particular, but adaptable and negatable, social roles in different social contexts. It is through these practices that problems arise which require a response. The norms of academic practices and the values they produce are different from those of a shop assistant in retail work or member of a citizen's militia. In some cases, it is necessary to challenge a practice in order to transform it, in others to completely negate it. Affinities. While in the past, reports Rouse L. 2013, 74, some anarchists rejected postanarchism out of hand as a meaningless assemblage of empty concepts, others like Newman, 2001, regarded postanarchism and anarchism as rivals with different accounts of agency, ontology, and discursive structures. Others, suggested Rouse L. 2013, 74, view postanarchism as no different to classical anarchism, see, for instance, Cohn and Wilbur 2010. V. My own position, FRANKS 2013, was that postanarchism was one form of anarchism that overlapped with other anarchist morphologies, such as anarcho-syndicalism and eco-anarchisms, sharing sufficient core concepts and having additional elements and different material institutions that shifted some meanings and utopias. Increasingly, however, the conceptual and practical differences have become less pronounced. For Rouse L. 2012, 2013, and Newman, 2016, this is something of a victory for postanarchism as it has successfully disrupted and ossified anarchism and brought into play new ways of imagining the anarchist project. This is, I should stress, not to argue that the various postanarchisms are identical or reducible to any or all of the other anarchist morphologies. There are significant and useful differences. Closer alignments in the conceptual schemes are apparent in the repositioning of Max Stirner and his egoist metaethics and corresponding politics. Newman, 2016, 40, who regards Stirner as a key point of reference for postanarchism, 2019, 82, acknowledges Stirner's place within the anarchist canon is highly contested. Social anarchists like van der Waal argue that he has no place within the canon, Schmidt and van der Waal 2009. Kropotkin, 1992, 338, 2 ends his final incomplete work on ethics with criticisms of Striner's anti-morality and the way he ignores biological, social, and psychological resources by which ethico-political subjects develop mutually beneficial social practices. Newman, however, presents an egoism more compatible with social anarchism. Newman's, quoted in Rouse L. 2013, 80-81, Stirner is more social and materialist than in standard interpretations, see also Black 1997, 36, in which the egoist constructs themselves through identifying material constraints in order to overcome them with others. This account has to marginalize the self-serving and hierarchical implications of Stirner, and other self-identifying egoists, as they tend to stress that their singularity's uniqueness take priority. Here egoism, selfishness, must decide, not the principle of love, not love motives like mercy, gentleness, good nature, or even justice and equity. Love knows only sacrifices and demands self-sacrifice. Egoism does not think of sacrificing anything, giving away anything that it wants, it simply decides, what I want I must have and will procure. Stirner 2014, 239. Egoism, here, is entirely self-serving, with not only no objective grounds but no intersubjective grounds for regulating the expression of the ego. However, Newman provides grounds for rethinking this account. First, Newman emphasizes the union of egoists. This gets relatively short coverage in The Ego and His Own. 5 in Stirner, 2014, 165, 196, the union looks like a meeting place of sociopaths using each other for their own individual satisfaction, without recourse to mutual obligation or even concern. The interests might not even be mutual, each can be striving for different goals and there is nothing to prevent them misleading one another. In Newman's, 2010, 160, version, the possibility of egalitarian mutuality is emphasized. Newman, 2016. 136, 2017, 296, 2019 b. 87, also links the union of egoists to more contemporary anti-hierarchical social movements like Occupy and the Arab Spring, a place for finding commonality and a form of community. While individual singularities desiring equitable relationships with one another are not entirely ruled out in Stirner, neither are they prioritheist. Similarly, Stirner, as Newman, 2017, 87, 2019 b. 86, recognizes, is usually regarded as being anti-revolution and instead prioritheizing individual insurrection, which leaves those singularities who have not achieved egoistic consciousness unfree. Newman, 2019 b. 86, however, suggests again room for convergence with social anarchism by pointing out that while Stirner's notion of insurrection is different from revolution, it is not necessarily opposed to revolution. He suggests through the concept of the union of egoists that insurrections gains a more social, intersubjective dimension. Vi. Theorists like Giorgio Agamben and Jacques Rancière play an important role in shifting post-anarchism in ways more convergent with anarchism. Newman 2010, 2011a, 2017, 2019b. For instance, the incorporation of Rancière's axiom of equality acting as though the principle of equality was already present rather than waiting for it to be recognized and bestowed by the powerful shifts the interpretation of Stirner's account of ourness or liberty in more anti-hierarchical directions. Newman 2019 b. 87. For instance, Newman, 2011 b. 202-3, in reply to critics who view Stirner as legitimizing domination of others, argues that egoist self-mastery rejects domination. This, however, comes close to a normative position, idée fixe, in which abstract ideals, here anti-domination, takes the precedence over the individual's will, which Newman's egoism is supposed to reject. 193. Similarly, Rancière's notion of the police order standard politics, with its decontestation, incumbent hierarchies, and forms of domination, is contrasted with his different version of politics, which problematizes, challenges and presents alternatives. Rancière 2004, Newman 2010, 151. Rancière's account carries with it assumptions of equality. Chambers 2010, 199, see also Newman 2011a, 58-59. As such, Rancière's already has strong, and at times explicit, parallels with anarchism. Newman 2011a, 58, C2 Rancière 2013. Rancière's account of the encounter between subjectivities as relying on equality, Newman 2011, 58, then radically reshapes the union of egoists in a more anti-hierarchical, social anarchist direction. Aiding this move towards closer convergence, core members of the classical anarchist canon are interpreted to highlight their skepticism of Enlightenment universals. Kropotkin's naturalism, for instance, is much more mitigated than in standard portrayals. Kropotkin was aware of the limits to science. He starts his most positivist text, Modern Science and Anarchy, by asserting that it is not ultimately science, naturalism, or reason, rationalism, that provides the ultimate epistemological grounds for anarchist principles, but the intersubjective interactions of people themselves. Kropotkin 2018, 83, 87. Bakunin, 1970, 2, although an advocate of scientific research and rigor, argues that there is no universal ground for knowledge. Judgments must also take into account the worldviews of those who are involved. Bakunin 1970, 34-35. The metaethics of anarchist virtue theory. A fully developed, coherent and defensible metaethics is not essential for anarchist practice. Most activists and critical practitioners do not focus on metaethical debates, preferring to concentrate on resolving or mitigating more immediate social problems. Nonetheless, activist deliberations usually have an assumed metaethical position, such as appeals to pragmatism, and these can redirect and structure norms and forms of practical inquiry. For instance, in assuming a common account of what constitutes the practical rather than utopian goal. Practice-based virtue theory avoids both universalist claims and the pitfalls of subjectivism. It regards values as being inherent to a social practice. These values are not universal, nor are they culturally relative. Consistent with the virtue of modesty, practice-based virtue theory recognizes that there are necessarily different epistemologies for different practices. The generation of knowledge for a climate scientist is different to the forms of knowledge required for a social historian or for understanding the needs and worldview of a child. So, any account of metaethics must be sensitive to the ontological assumptions that structure different social practices and traditions. The critical materialism identifiable in practice-based virtue ethics is observable, though not always explicit, in many anarchist approaches. It regards values as necessary and intrinsic to any social practice, but rejects any single value as being dominant or universal. The values involved in, for example, autonomous healthcare are in a different order of priority to those generated in cycling clubs, and these differ from the constellation of virtues found in syndicalist activism like strike support. Because there are stable, although not fixed, norms for each of these practices, there can be grounds for evaluation which do not rely on individual conscience alone. For instance, in autonomous healthcare, interventions that undermine their dignity and autonomy of the patient can be identified as corrupting that practice. Similarly, while practitioners are in the best position to assess what makes good practice, no practice is discrete, but overlaps with others, such that it is possible for those in aligned activities to make meaningful contributions and engage in evaluative dialogue. Practices and the identities and discourses they generate provide a basis for solidarity and union. Radical action is based on shared, intersubjective, values of justice, dignity, and solidarity. Shared ethical discourses enable critiques of dominant powers. As Herbert Marcuse, 1984, points out in his notion of one-dimensionality, the function of techno-capitalist instrumental power is to deny evaluation. And, thus, make imagining alternatives impossible. Aesthetic and moral values open up critical thinking. The values and norms of a practice and its tradition are not fixed. It is possible for people to challenge and transcend them. Anarchists argue that practices need to be challenged to resist forms of domination in order to generate the greatest inherent goods and produce sustainable external benefits. Thus, unlike with fixed universals, there is not the limit on freedom and creativity. Metaethical challenges to virtue theory. There are a number of substantial challenges to practice-based virtue theory. This section identifies 5 that decrease in scope, though not in critical power. The first is the most all-encompassing. It is found in some post-anarchist and post-left anarchist ethical critiques, especially those associated with some contemporary insurrectionist currents that reject all moral evaluation. 6. It is a critique that is shared, in part, by branches of orthodox Marxism. These Leninists, post-left anarchists, and post-anarchists share an unlikely commonality in regarding all ethical discourse to be part of the ideological superstructure and thus not relevant to where real change takes place. This dismissal of moralism needs careful unpacking as it covers a number of different critical positions. The second criticism, which also arises in orthodox Marxist, is that in a society so corrupted by capitalism, subjugated individuals with repressed consciousness are incapable of identifying the values or virtues of liberation and putting them into practice in these circumstances. It is not possible to prefigure the anti-hierarchical values of freedom in an alienated, capitalist society. The third is Deleuze Elizabeth Vasileva's, 2018, criticism which queries what justifies virtue ethics, in other words, why be virtuous? The fourth criticism deals with the notion of tela or goals. For Vasileva, 2018, appeal to goals is appealing to external values which are not immanent and thus epistemologically suspect. Finally, Thomas Swan, 2010a, and Paul Blackledge, 2012a, argue that appealing to multiple tela falls into relativism. As a result, It fails as an ideology as it provides no way of judging between appeals to rival goals. The amoralist and nihilist challenge. Amoralism and nihilism are meta-ethical positions, with considerable pedigree and impact. Moral nihilism standardly argues that ethical values are undiscoverable. It is part of a wider nihilism that contends that there are no grounds for truth and authenticity. Gollum 1995, 173, Marmis 2017, 23-24. Amoralism, by contrast, does not dispute that moral principles may exist and that they are discoverable. Instead, it contends that they have no binding force. 7. Interweaved with both these traditions is a tendency to regard moral discourse as the product of dominating power to silence dissent, a position derived from Stirner and Nietzsche. See, for instance, Coulson 2004, Pourkis 2004, 5, Irwin 2010. Emma Goldman similarly provides a good example of this approach. In The Victims of Morality, she both denounces the notions of morality and picks out the ways that moral language is used by dominant powers to discipline women for their own ends. Lie of Morality still stalks about in fine feathers, since no one dares to come within hailing distance of that holy of holies. Yet it is safe to say that no other superstition is so detrimental to growth, so enervating and paralyzing to the minds and hearts of the people, as the superstition of morality. Morality and its victim, the mother. What a terrible picture! Is there indeed anything more terrible, more criminal, than our glorified sacred function of motherhood? The woman, physically and mentally unfit to be a mother, yet condemned to breed; the woman, economically taxed to the very last spark of energy, yet forced to breed; the woman, tied to a man she loathes, whose very sight fills her with horror, yet made to breed; the woman, worn and used up from the process of procreation, yet coerced to breed, more, ever more. What a hideous thing, this much lauded motherhood! No wonder thousands of women risk mutilation, and prefer even death to this curse of the cruel imposition of the spook of morality. Goldman 1913. Goldman's invocation of Stirnerite terminology in her critique is by no means unique. Other examples of a similar nihilist critique can be found in Dora Marsden, 1914, and the magazine, The Egoist, she founded. Orthodox Marxists also dismiss moral discourses because they are irrelevant to social change. For determinist Marxism, real transformation occurs as a result of technological changes in the economic base, which follow predetermined laws of development. Marx 1970, 21-23, point 8. Similarly, as Anthony Skillen, 1981, 155-56, points out, determinist Marxists and other economic determinists reject moral analysis as like those influenced by nihilism and egoism. They consider it a phenomenon to normalise bourgeois control of the economy. Similar positions can be found in some forms of social anarchism. Class Wars. Adrian Linsky, N.D., for instance, argues that legal institutions based on rights, and conceptual apparatus of moral rights, are simply tools to maintain the bourgeois order and to obscure the reality of class domination. Orthodox Marxists tend to be more amoralist than nihilist. Moral values exist but they are ineffective against materialism's determining force of materialism. According to the determinist reading, it changes at the level of economic base that generate changes in society, not ethical ideas and arguments. One of the problems here is the distinction between the superstructure values and political ideas and the economic base, technology, forms of power supply, raw materials, and the categories of labor, such as slave, serf, employee. This division is unstable. Part of the technological base includes immaterial skills, for instance, those required for employees to work together. In addition, values, both aesthetic and moral, are part of the products being produced. The experiences of beauty or solidarity are integral parts of cultural products, whether an impressionist print or a radical T-shirt. Employment training increasingly involves the development of attributes of care, turning immaterial values into marketable and economically real ones. Some values avowedly try to escape from commodification, though it is not commodification alone that makes them material. Anti-morality positions are found explicitly within individualist insurrectionist currents such as 325 and Anarchy, a Journal of Desire armed magazine, but values can still be found structured in their material practice. With no sovereign systems of morality, theory, principles, or social abstractions standing above the singular individual, the nihilist anarchist attacks all systems, including identity and ideology systems, as obstacles to our self-realization. The struggle is against not only the domination of controlling social organization and widespread tranquilization, but also against inherited repressive programming and the force of daily life, and so our struggle is a constant tension where what we must destroy and transcend is much more obvious than where we might end up. DMP 2015A, 13. An explicit nihilism is evident in the name of the short-lived magazine The Nihilist and of critics such as Anarchist Nihilists, 2015, and Anarchist Nihilists Against the Activist Establishment, 2015. Similarly, Jason McQuinn, 2004-2005, one of the editors of Anarchy, states, "Compulsory morality involves self-subjugation to a system or set of values that are, for one reason or another, believed to require mandatory compliance even if the person believing this is unable to, as the cliché goes, live up to them. Although compulsory morality can potentially be grounded within an individual's subjective experience, it is almost always instead grounded somewhere outside the realm of directly lived human experience. For example, religious forms of morality are commonly grounded in such unlikely, non-existent, places as the Word of God, or other forms of supposed direct revelation from some sort of unseen, disembodied, unreal, spirit. Of course, this grounding is generally mediated through the supposed God's appointed representatives on earth, however irrational the belief in the authenticity of these representatives might be. One of McQuinn's fellow contributors to Anarchy, Bob Black, 2009, in typically contrarian fashion argues that anarchism, properly understood, has nothing to do with standards and values in a moral sense. Similarly, class struggle anarchist groups like Class War, 1999, 3, claim that they have no time for middle-class moralism. M.H. 2002, a former Class War member, laments British anarchism for failing to counter the reformist moralism of the left. It would be easy to point out what appear at first glance to be contradictions within these apparently nihilist positions, for they all use normative principles in their discussion. Class War, 1999, 10-13, discusses different political strategies and gives evaluative justifications for their choices. Goldman, 2013, 2, has an account of the fully flourishing person, capable of full liberated social relations, as opposed to the gray-grown victim of a gray-grown morality. The contributors to the magazine 325 attack the dishonesty, willful ignorance and cowardice of other militants who are inconsistent and too passive in their resistance to oppression. Anarchist Nihilists 2015, 20 and 23, Anarchist Nihilists Against the Activist Establishment 2015, 52-53, DMP 2015, 12. They similarly support the fraternity and courage found in individualist insurrectionary movements. Anarchist Nihilists 2015, 24, DMP 2015b, 6. Linsky, Andy, similarly, ends his condemnation of liberal moral discourse with a call for class justice. Black similarly criticizes opponents in ethical terms for their incivility, Black 1997, 14, and dishonesty, 12 and 2, 39. If values really were meaningless or just a cover for ruling powers, then there is no reason to favor the friendly, honest, wise, and brave, or the free, flourishing individual over the craven, ignorant, deceitful person, and the confused and bewildered herd. There appears to be some confusion, then, concerning what is at stake in these rejections of moralism. The term moralism is used in a wide variety of senses. Sometimes it is straightforwardly, but inconsistently, nihilist, rejecting any room for ethical discourse. Sometimes it refers to the deliberate construction of principles to defend hierarchical practices, but holding out the possibility of a genuine revolutionary ethics. So when Kropotkin, 2006, 79-80, and heterodox Marxist David Harvey, 2014, 163, denounce moralism, it is because they are critical of the wrong ethical basis being used, though the correct one could be universalist. On other occasions, the critique of moralism refers to a rejection of the general application of apparently universal and neutral principles without recourse to the social contexts in which they arise and are applied. The criticism of moralism on this ground includes the rejection of the perspective of the liberal state that claims to identify just principles across its terrain and apply them objectively. In its place, a variety of alternatives are offered, with different, meta-ethical approach based either on individualization, egoism or subjectivism, or intersubjectivity, such as practice-based virtue theory. Similarly, this is the perspective of post-left and post-anarchists like Black, who despite his polemical turn of phrase, has not turned his back on the efficacy of ethical evaluation. Instead, Black rejects the universalist meta-ethical basis of judgments. Post-left anarchists make a distinction between morality and ethics. The nature of the distinction, however, differs among the theorists. For some, like McQuinn, 2004-2005, the distinction is based on universalist/subjectivist grounds, where morality is the rejected first part and ethics the acceptable second part. See also Day 2005, 90, Vasileva 2018, 20. Ethics is considered to be concerned with finite, non-fetishized values, while morality is concerned with fetishized, transcendental values, right and wrong or good and bad. Morality is absolutist, universal, reified and hierarchical, while non-fetishized ethical values are located within the unique desires of individual human beings. McQuinn 2004-2005. Such a response is consistent with 325's amoralism. As an anarchist, I reject moral codes, but I have the measure of my principles to hold against my life. L 2015, 37. McQuinn's solution to the amoralist is positing an individually deduced set of principles. However, this falls foul of the problems of subjectivism outlined earlier, such as the possible endorsement of domination, the lack of means for resolving conflicts and its disregard of the shared material conditions in which values are constructed. There are elements in McQuinn's account, which make it open to an intersubjective, rather than purely egoist, account of values. In some places, he indicates that acceptable ethical values might have a social component, acknowledging social desires and the possibility of unalienated social relationships. Rather than values being simply subjective, they are developed out of social practices. These practices can be hierarchical, oppressive, and centralizing, generating values that mystify and normalize such relationships, what autonomist Marxists call valorization. However, it is also possible to develop different values based on anti-hierarchical forms of social relationship, in opposition to, or separate from, those of domination, auto-valorization, Cleaver 1994, Wythford 1994. Similarly, Goldman does not hold to a complete amoralist position. She frequently uses moral discourses, which are more than just expressions of her personal preferences, though they indicate an inclination to. Goldman, for instance, in the same essay that decries morality, praises the values of the modern woman who is race-conscious, sensitive to the needs and rights of the child and, has a sense of responsibility and humanity. Her account of moralism is that it refers to an imposed, universal set of values rather than one that arises out of, and substantiates, anti-hierarchical practices that support intrinsically valuable social relations. Values are not wholly dependent on an individual's consciousness, though they can help to validate them. While sharing the critique of universalism, The argument here is that morality need not be based on claims to universality, and the alternative is therefore not subjectivism. Moral concepts, like other core terms in a language, are intersubjective. They emerge from, and structure, social activities and provide a basis for undertaking and improving them. Thus, contra nihilism, it is possible to appeal to moral standards that are more than subjective utterances, which can guide action. Liberated values in alienated societies. Virtue theory argues that just as engaging in virtuous behavior encourages the generation of further virtuous behavior, the virtuous circle, so too vicious character replicates viciousness, vicious cycle. The more one is engaged in corrupt activity, the harder it becomes to identify virtuous action, as diagnosed by Thucydides, 1998, 169-70, in his account of the corruption brought about by civil strife. So the conditions of the cities was civil war. Irrational recklessness was now considered courageous commitment, hesitation while looking to the future was high-styled cowardice, moderation was a cover for lack of manhood, and circumspection meant inaction, while senseless anger now helped define a true man, and deliberation for security was a specious excuse for dereliction. The man of violent temper was always credible, anyone opposing him was suspect. The intriguer who succeeded was intelligent, anyone who detected a plot was still more clever, but a man who made provisions to avoid both alternatives was undermining his party and letting the opposition terrorize him. Continual exposure to corrupt practices degrades those who are involved in them. As a result, the problem arises as identified by a number of heterodox Marxist thinkers like Herbert Marcuse and David Harvey: if dehumanizing, hierarchical behaviors wrought by capitalism and imperialism are so pervasive, how is it possible to rediscover humane ways of living? Marcuse 1984, Harvey 2014, 6, 164-65. More orthodox, Leninist Marxists like Paul Blackledge, 2010, John Molyneux, 2011, 77-78, and Chris Harman, 1996, 33-34, similarly consider that the circumstances of a capitalist society are wholly distinct from those of a liberated community. As a result, they argue, the forms of organization, methods, and values embedded in them that are necessary to undermine capitalist society that are utterly different to those of a post-capitalist, liberated society, hence the justification for the Leninist Party that does not need to prefigure emancipatory values. This challenge has an echo in Postanarchism, which argues that as anarchism is ontologically empty, see Bay 1985, 3-4, Newman, 2010, 12, 51-52, Rancière 2014, there is no guiding principle, telos, or value to be prefigured and embodied in practices. The rejection of a universal telos does not mean a rejection of all values or goals. Contemporary Hegelian libertarians like John P. Clark, 2013, and David Lamb, 1996, point out that in a dialectical process there is no fixed or final telos. Appeals to tele do not assume fixedness or predetermination, see Clark 2013, 21-22. As a result, the problems of consequentialism are avoided where instrumental arguments justify vicious, oppressive behaviors, including Nietzschean terrorism, torture, Alhoff 2005, and the mass bombings of civilians, Miller 2014. In contrast to instrumentalist arguments based on fixed ends, anarchist Hegelians argue that goals are non-universal but are constitutive of social activities, which change over time. In addition, one of the problems of means-ends divisions found in Leninist consequentialism, as G. W. F. Hegel, 2018, 108-16, explains in the master-slave dialectic, is that means become ends and ends become means. As groups become fixated on achieving an ultimate justifying goal, they become dependent on the means to achieve that goal. Eventually, they become so dependent on that means, that it supplants the goal. For instance, Leninism regards the Revolutionary Party as essential to achieve the ultimate goal of liberation, and as such the means, the party, becomes essential to the revolutionary project. Nothing should be done that will damage the vehicle for emancipation. In the end, the defense of the party becomes more important than the working classes it was supposed to serve. Lamb 1996. The transposition of means and ends is avoided in anti-hierarchical virtue theory as the means are already prefigured in the ends. The arguments from post-anarchists and orthodox Marxists about the possibility of realizing virtuous behavior in an oppressive, technocratic, capitalist world seem compelling. McIntyre, 1970, 62-72, in an uncharacteristically flawed book, interprets Marcuse as offering this critique. McIntyre interprets Marcuse to be arguing that it is impossible to foreshadow or even be conscious of the values of a future world without domination in the alienated presented. There is the additional suggestion, from McIntyre, that it is epistemologically arrogant to claim to know liberated values. In McIntyre's account of Marcuse, drawing on one-dimensional man 9, Marcuse is presented as arguing that technology has developed under the logic of capitalist accumulation to such an extent that human consciousness has become one-dimensional. Inquiry is geared only towards meeting the objectives of increasing efficiency and profitability, such that it becomes progressively harder to imagine economic, political, and social alternatives. Advancing technology is turning people simply into objects of and for production, incapable of critical thinking and thus unable to generate radical ideas and counter capitalist practices. Such a critique supports Frederick Jameson's, 2003, 76, famous dictum that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. For McIntyre, 1970, 64, such a critique leaves only Marcuse and a dialectically informed elite minority able to identify true values. Such an account of Marcuse is unfair, and examining McIntyre's error helps explain how such a criticism can be overcome. Marcuse does not argue that the critical universe has completely closed, but that technology increasingly limits criticality rather than promoting new forms of radical consciousness, as orthodox Marxists initially held. Technocratic capitalism enables greater integration and control of traditional sources of opposition, but Marcuse does not consider that the closure is complete. See Marcuse 1984, 251, 256-57, Kellner 1990, 245-46. There are new sources of opposition and particular practices that are more resilient. Like autonomist Marxists, such as John Holloway, 2010, Marcuse is aware of the cracks within capitalism, where other values are generated and sustained, either in free play, Marcuse 1987, or aesthetic practices, even when diminished by commodification, Marcuse 1970, 80, 88-89, Marcuse 2013. While capitalism appears totalizing, it is not actually all-encompassing and universal, nor is it likely to be. The contradictions and antagonisms identified by heterodox Marxists like Harvey, 2014, Holloway, 2010, and Cleaver, 1979, generate new forms of opposition and resistance. Harvey, 2014, 164-65, drawing on Franz Fanon, similarly argues that it is possible to develop virtuous practices in opposition to oppression in the here and now. There are replies to the accusation of epistemological immodesty in anarchist virtue approaches claiming to foreshadow emancipatory values in contemporary actions. This ethical approach recognizes that the values, activities, and identities that they currently prefigure are only a synecdoche, a small fragment of the whole, which is necessarily incomplete and provisional. Radical actions can transform, especially when confronting new formulations of oppression or intersecting with other modes of resistance. This potential for radical practices to generate new values or constellations of virtues is neatly identified by Goldman, 1923, 1925. Revolution is the herald of new values, ushering in a transformation of the basic relations of man to man, and of man to society. It is not a mere reformer, patching up some social evils, not a mere changer of forms and institutions, not only a redistributor of social well-being. It is all that, yet more, much more. It is, first and foremost, the transvaluator, the bearer of new values. It is the great teacher of the new ethics, inspiring man with a new concept of life and its manifestations in social relationships. It is the mental and spiritual regeneration. Its first ethical precept is the identity of means used and aims sought. Revolution signifies not mere external change, but internal, basic, fundamental change. That internal change of concepts and ideas, permeating ever larger social strata, finally culminates in the violent upheaval known as revolution. Shall that climax reverse the process of transvaluation, turn against it, betray it? Emancipatory values are at the core of revolutionary action, embedding in the means the eventual goals. This does not fix virtues, for practices change over time, especially in responding to actions and institutions structured on the oppressive principles of rival ideologies. Anti-hierarchical practices can generate previously unheralded values and new types of identity and social relationship. What justifies virtue ethics? Separate to the nihilist challenge of rejecting any and all moral values and normative practices is a particular one of challenging virtue approaches. Vasileva, 2018, 66, provocatively challenges virtue theorists for not having provided a reason as to why one should strive to lead a virtuous life. 10 In other words, why be virtuous? 11 This is such a foundational question that, as Vasileva rightly points out, it is often overlooked. 12 One answer would be to argue that there is no ground to virtue theory, that it is a groundless enterprise. The motivation is no more than an egoist drive to produce a self that is virtuous or to fulfill a subjectivist preference, or the selection of virtuous action motivations over non-virtuous ones is the result of whim or chance. Such a response, however, might fit with some forms of postanarchism, but it is not satisfactory for virtue theory. Virtue theory has to be demonstrably fair, communicable, and non-arbitrary. For essentialist virtue theorists the answer is easy, but also not entirely satisfactory. It is through developing virtuous practices that humans achieve their natural perfection. For instance, non-human animals have an inherited instinct to strive to be the best type of their species, which only a genetic defect can prevent that animal from fulfilling. A good elephant is one that develops the capabilities that allow it and its community to flourish, that has strong tusks, is not scared of water, follows the pack leader and cares for its young. So a strong essentialist answer to the question why be virtuous is, that is what we are programmed to do. This is clearly unsatisfactory, and not just for post-anarchists who reject essentialisms, as there are multiple and contradictory genetic drives, some of which require restraint. Aristotle's naturalism is more sophisticated. While humans too have essential traits, such that the bovine masses are unlikely to have the intellectual and social resources for full development of character, Aristotle 1976, 68, humans as a whole uniquely are able to be virtuous, they can choose to develop their moral character, see also Hutchinson 1995, 204-5, Steiner 2005, 18, and these interpersonal traits enable ourselves and our communities to flourish. That means recognizing what we need biologically and psychologically. This naturalism is more fluid than it initially appears. First, there are multiple ways to flourish biologically. A healthy diet, for instance, can take many forms. In addition, human biology is not fixed. As Rosalind Hursthouse, 1992, 251-53, points out, using a thought experiment of humanoid aliens, if our biology changes then the virtues change too. If humans are genetically re-engineered such that they can regenerate limbs instantly and with no pain, the virtue of courage is radically altered. So part of an answer is that there are psychological and biological needs that are not fixed, but whose satisfaction in appropriate ways will enable individuals, groups, and practices to flourish, and without them, practices decline and societies corrupt. Humans are part of a practice, and maintenance of this resource is important for a practice to flourish. More recently, environmental ethicists, including Hursthouse, have altered the perspective further away from humanism. It is not just the prosperity of humankind that provides the basis for virtue theory, but the flourishing of the entire ecosystem. See, for instance, Hursthouse 2007, Sandler 2009. The question of virtue, viewed in this way, becomes one of survival, not just for humans, but ecological diversity against the sixth extinction. 7. The necessary interaction between human and ecological survival questions a humanistic biological essentialism. Human beings are themselves ecosystems. The functioning of the body requires not just healthy interactions with nature external to the corporeal self, but also internally. Humans are not entirely made of human DNA, but include microbes and fungi, many of them benign, such as yeasts in the stomach and bacteria in the gut. While estimates vary, the human body is reliably thought to include many more non-human cells than human ones. Rossner 2014, Sender et al. 2016. However, if the focus shifts further from the individual human to wider social activities that regard humans and their interactions with ecosystems as the core intellectual and material resources and partners in the functioning of those practices, then the answer to Vasilyev's challenge departs further from brute biological essentialism. Practices are the means by which social interactions take place. Without sustainable social practices, the range of human interactions and the inherent values, goods, decline, leaving only corrupt institutions maintained by coercion and manipulation. There are no locations where a person or activity is not already situated within a social practice or between social practices. Vasilyev's criticism is meaningful because it operates within a scholarly practice, with links to other activist practices, which is itself a rule-governed social activity. It is a good example of merit within that field, as it identifies and articulates an important potential area for inquiry and invites responses. 13. Epistemology of Tele. Post-structural critics, especially those influenced by Gilles Deleuze, are critical of transcendent claims, seeing them linked to essentialism, universalism, and representationalism and a politics of coercion. Vasileva 2018, 2. Vasileva, 2018, 94, suggests that claims to ultimate goals or tele are an appeal to a universal value that has no epistemic support, an example being utilitarianism's claim of the ultimate good being social utility. 71. Instead, Vasileva argues for an ethics of immanence that arises from and through the interlocking networks of material activities. 80-85. However, the account of goals promoted here is that they are immanent to individual practices and the intersections between practices, historically and geographically. It is not possible, for instance, to have an account of a sport without an account of the target or targets of that activity or its tradition, though these goals can, and do, develop over time. As practitioners develop their skills, their goals change. As they engage and intersect with other traditions, goals alter again, but they are the product of material activities, not something deduced from abstract reasoning or some unknowable metaphysical source. Goals are not divorced from the traditions of the material practices that produce them. The narratives, or movements between and within practices and traditions, are not universal or fixed, but provide the basis for explaining to oneself and others the activity and the reasons for participation within them. Thus, goals are not transcendent in the form rejected by Vasileva. Tele and relativism. A further criticism is that appealing to multiple tele falls into relativism. Swan 2010a, Blackledge 2012a, Vasileva 2018, 83, as different traditions produce different goals, what basis can there be for choosing between them? The argument is that without a single ultimate telos, which acts as a final arbiter, it becomes impossible to choose between rival traditions, including conservative and fascist ones. As a result, anti-teleological positions, it is argued, lead to ideologies failing. This is a potential problem that McIntyre, 2001, 347-48, also identifies with goal pluralism. How can different priorities within the same broad tradition be resolved? As Swan, 2010a, 10, argues, if one animal rights group considers the telos is ending animal exploitation, and anti-racists argue that the telos is solidarity across ethnic groups, who determines which priority takes precedence? One reply is that there are times when modesty requires acknowledgement and that there is no adequate answer. There is no superior managerial position from which all competing claims can be assessed from out with the practices and traditions they appear, see Chapter 5. Different contexts, historical and geographical, are comprised of distinctive arrangements of power. The constituted elements are not reducible to a single form of power. These regimes construct and affect practices and their participants in distinctive ways. Just as ideologies are porous, so too are practices and traditions. People in adjacent traditions can still identify many of their shared virtues as well as the differences. As such, it is possible to respect the different priorities and goals of different practices and not enter into conflict. Most activists recognize that people in one location, political prisoners for instance, will have a different set of priorities than anti-fracking activists concerned with the particular geological impacts of gas production and the wider global effects of greater carbon emission. Respecting such differences does not necessarily result in the social dislocation and fragmentation that Blackledge, 2012a, 596-97, warns against in his advocacy of a single Marxist teleology. Modesty allows for different norms, goals, and identities to exist, while also being open to areas of commonality. A second answer is that it is possible to assess and evaluate different practices because they are not discrete. It is possible to identify the actual virtues generated in prioritizing one goal over another in a particular situation. Where there is an immediate or rising racist threat, it will exacerbate significant social cleavages such that radical practices of many kinds, including those of animal rights, are substantially undermined. In such circumstances, to concentrate on animal rights alone would be negligent and narrow-minded. However, if totalitarian activism is low, then to allow callous and cruel treatments of non-humans, including substantial habitat destruction, would be deeply unvirtuous. However, it is rarely a matter of either/or. Concepts like intersectionality, Chapter 1, which are shared by Black feminists, post-structuralists, anti-colonialists, and anarchists, suggest that modes of oppression tend to interlock. Different forms of solidarity can often be found between movements with apparently different tele, as environmental exploitation often, though not always, supports capitalism and colonialism. Murray Bookchin, 1997, 89-90, for instance, describes how operators of centralist power structures profit, but are distant, from the sites of ecological damage they cause. Blackledge, 2012a, 597, 599, argues that without a single socialist teleology there is no basis by which conservative ends could be excluded from goal pluralism. See also Swan 2010b, 240-41. However, it is possible to identify through engagement in aligned practices that anti-hierarchical social relations are more likely to generate virtues than those based on oppressive relationships of power. Wisdom is the sharing of knowledge which conflicts with neoliberalism's privatization of institutions of learning. Liberality is incompatible with propertarian as the objectivist Rand, 1964b, emphasizes the virtue of selfishness. 14 Animal cruelty is central to the practice of fox hunting that Scruton, 2130, defends on conservative teleological grounds. 8. However, the pluralist approach, which accepts multiple tele, on significant occasions, might generate responses that are identical to Blackledge's single-value consequentialism. One such instance would be if there is a force so threatening, a totalizing power, that it risks subsuming any social practice. Totalitarianism state terror is just such an example. It co-opts all aspects of civil society under a single regime, and anything, or anyone, that cannot be integrated into its goals and mode of operation is destroyed. Fascism's totalizing threat motivates many groups to drop their specific goods-rich practices and instead concentrate on anti-fascism, because if fascism were successful it would corrupt or destroy all virtue-rich anti-hierarchical practices. Thus, when fascism is a genuine threat, there are good reasons why a single telos of anti-fascism is appropriate. Neoliberalism is regarded as a similar threat, for it is difficult to find any location in contemporary Western societies where capitalism has not engaged in restructuring all activities into ones generating private profit. However, capitalism is not always the main or sole oppressive force. The same might be true of fascism. Thus, the promotion of anti-capitalism as the sole universal goal is inappropriate. In generating a counter-totalising organization based on a single telos, such an instrumentalist body undermines other practices based on different priorities. Alternatives based on a different telos might themselves undermine a totalizing force better than having pure negation as their primary goal. Summation. Meta-ethical issues are not arcane or irrelevant to anarchist morphologies. Different forms of anarchism are not only identified through their distinctive normative ethical principles, but also through their meta-ethical positions. The underlying ontological and epistemological status of normative principles shapes ideological structures, giving rise to distinctive morphologies. Postanarchisms and post-left anarchisms tend to have distinctive structures based on subjectivist and egoist principles. Similarly, potentially more inflexible forms of anarchism tend towards the universalisms of intuitionism, realism, and scientific naturalism. Postanarchism has identified critical arguments against essentialisms and universalisms in major political philosophies such as Leninism, liberalism, and some anarchisms, though the degree to which these questionable ontological features were present in social anarchism has been overstated. However, post-anarchist alternatives, which are based on nihilism, subjectivism, and egoism, are themselves deeply problematic as they provide only arbitrary grounds and potentially contradictory guidance. Instead, an intersubjective practice-based metaethics avoids both the epistemological problems of universalism and subjectivism. It regards values as shared and intrinsic to social practices. Practices and traditions have goals, tela, that are constructed by and help to structure practices and traditions. These multiple tela are not reducible to one single overarching goal and are neither fixed nor discrete. As a result, immanent tela avoid the epistemological and ontological criticisms of abstract universals. Such an account of a materialist, immanent intersubjectivity is able to defend against nihilist challenges, because values are unavoidable, as indicated in the writings of those who claim to promote nihilism. Orthodox Marxist challenges are similar to those of the nihilists, as they too regard discussion of values to be superstructural and ideological, in the pejorative sense of normalizing bourgeois rule. Alternatively, like some post-structuralists, Leninists argue that there is an epistemic immodesty in claiming to know the virtues of a liberated society in the material conditions of all-encompassing alienation and exploitation. Anti-hierarchical virtue theory is able to defend itself against the charge of epistemic immodesty even though it claims to embody or prefigure future values, by showing that there are utopic moments, or cracks, in systems of domination, which are produced by social interactions embodying virtues of non-domination. Similarly, an explanation as to what justifies virtue theory is provided not in subjectivist or egoist appeals or mere assertions of self-evidence, but in exploring what makes people and wider ecosystems thrive. There are no locations where social practices are entirely absent. As such, these practices should operate to generate the most flourishing forms of social interactions, which, as argued in Chapter 2, are based on anti-hierarchical virtue. The final criticism is that if multiple tela are tied to social practices, there can be no way of assessing different traditions appealing to different goals. While it is true that goals are not necessarily reducible to a single telos, traditions and practices are permeable, it is possible to assess the virtues and goals of different practices from aligned interactions. Conservative and fascist practices can be shown to be based on vices like ignorance, illiberality, and cruelty, and these traditions, ultimately, can only sustain themselves through coercion. Similarly, if a macro-political power is sufficiently strong to subsume anti-hierarchical practices, then other tele are, provisionally, reduced in significance. However, oppositional, oppressive power rarely comes from a single source, thus, resistance to each generates different practices and the formulation of different goals. Finally, as Roussel and Newman identify, there has been a diminution in the differences between anarchism and post-anarchism. In part, this is due to more traditional anarchists recognizing and emphasizing a multitudinous, rhizomatic, analysis of power and therefore valorizing diversity of agency and methods, rather than a single agent of change predicted by naturalist and realist epistemologies. Similarly, post-anarchism and post-left anarchisms have developed a more materialist and more social reading of Stirner, making his egoism much more interdependent, and thus less subjectivist and nihilist. While the broad morphologies are by no means indistinguishable, there are far greater areas of convergence and mutuality than when post-anarchism first arose to provoke anarchism into change. There are material causes and impacts for the development of changes in and between anarchism and post-anarchism. Looking at these changes highlights some recent and arising challenges to certain principles and practices that are core to these ideologies. Chapter 4. Other Values, Anarchism and Post-Anarchism in the Age of Security. I actually think Donald Trump is going to prove a lot of people wrong, but sadly not George Orwell, Margaret Atwood, or whoever wrote the Book of Revelation. Frankie Boyle, 2017. This Chapter 1 explores the relationship between anarchist and post-anarchist ideologies and the challenges posed to them by recent geopolitical turns. It locates the rise of post-anarchism in the final decade of postmodernism and argues that the wider cultural and political contexts in which contemporary anarchisms and post-anarchism have operated within, and partly formed, has changed. Anarchisms and post-anarchism have been united in responding to the rise of neoliberalism and its forms of managerialist control. However, as neoliberalism goes into decline, anarchisms and post-anarchisms will need to rethink their formulations of 1. Freedom, 2. The priority of goals, 3. The centrality of the state, and 4. The account of agency and the nature of the encounter between others. These conceptions are being reshaped because of a crisis of liberalism. This crisis of liberalism, it is argued, is akin to the crisis of Marxism of the Leninist period. The dominant economic logic of neoliberalism, within whose institutions and against which post-anarchisms and contemporary anarchisms were formed, are being reshaped. Changes in macro-political institutions and cultures are altering the role and power of the state, accounts of agency and the domains of political struggle. To explore this further, it is helpful to look at the contexts in which anarchisms and post-anarchisms operate, because no theory arrives out of nowhere. The concentration here is on anarchism and post-anarchism in the Occidental world, but this is not to say they are exclusively or predominantly Western. From almost the start, there have been significant anarchist interactions between the initial industrial nations and non-Occidental communities, as workers traveled across the world and areas of commonality against oppression developed. See, for instance, Arif Derlich's 1991, 20-23, account of engagements between French and Chinese anarchists, the interaction between Japanese and American anarchism, Havel 2018, 162-92, Amerindian influence on Proudhon, Faliros 2018, and Benedict Anderson's 2005, description of transnational exchanges between revolutionaries, including anarchists, in the Philippines and Europe. The influence of Turkish and Latin American movements, as well as the impact of post-colonial theory, have been prominent on post-anarchisms and past and more contemporary anarchisms, see Ramnath 2019, point 2. The intersecting relationships between the ideologies of anti-political post-structuralism, post-anarchism, and anarchism are by no means straightforward. Neither is the term post-structuralism uncontested. Like anarchism and post-anarchism, there are different theoretical forms and ideological structures in anti-political post-structuralism. Anti-political post-structuralism and anarchist and post-anarchist ideologies. Like post-anarchism, key figures in post-structuralism problematize and reject the association with ideology in Frieden's sense. Some regard the role of post-structural analysis as being to destabilize and undermine shared political concepts and prevent decontestation that offer common proposals. See Norville 2013, 167-68, May 2018, 325, 328-29. One way of viewing post-structuralism is to see it as always and everywhere plural, as a network of sophisticated and interconnected theories. On one hand, there would be the diverse works of Jean Baudrillard, Gilles Deleuze, Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, Félix Guattari, Frederick Jameson, Julia Kristeva, Jacques Lacan, Jean-François Lyotard, later Echo Beto Lacroix, Chantal Mouffe, Jacques Rancière, and Gayatri Spivak, and latterly Judith Butler, Simon Critchley and Slavoj Zizek. On the other, one could regard post-structuralism as a set of stable concepts, which are labeled postmodernism. Terry Eagleton, 2003, 13N1, describes these principles as follows. By postmodern, I mean roughly speaking, the contemporary movements of thought which rejects totalities, universal values, grand historical narrative, solid foundations to human existence and the possibility of objective knowledge. Postmodernism is skeptical of truth, unity, and progress, opposes what it sees as elitism in culture, tends towards cultural relativism and celebrates pluralism, discontinuity, and heterogeneity. These features of postmodernism were the result of intersections of different and competing ideological movements, including Leninism, heterodox Marxisms, and anarchisms, feminisms, post-colonialisms and liberalisms. These concepts identified by Eagleton are useful for identifying different subcategories of postmodernism depending on their priority, proximity, and proportionality within a practice. As Eagleton, 2005, himself explains, in relation to the growth of radical and liberal criticism, ideological forms and the identities associated with them are not distinct from the institutions that they take place within. In some locations, depending on the location of postmodern principles to others, these concepts operated as a form of neoliberalism, in others, they were located to anti-capitalist principles and operated to encourage imaginative countervailing strategies. The most notable, and arguably the first, manifestations of postmodernism were in architecture. Postmodernism challenged and transformed the orthodoxies of modernism, its goals, materials, styles, patrons, and consumers/users, see Jenks 1977, Jenks 1996, 19. According to Myth, the era of postmodernism began with the live broadcast of the demolition of the modernist architects Minoru Yamasaki's Pruitt-Ego housing project in St. Louis, Missouri. Its destruction signaled the death of modern architecture and its ideology of progress, Jenks 1996, 30. The dynamiting of this high-rise block, as architectural historian Jonathan Hughes, 2166, explains, led the bankruptcy of both the modernist project and state-sponsored mass housing. Diane Girardieus, 1996, 152, defense of Yamasaki's design that its deficiencies were due to the weaknesses of city planning acts as a further condemnation of the modernist presuppositions concerning the durability and capacity of management of civic spaces. Modernist architecture based on the welfare state, scientific planning, and universal architectural forms, was regarded as a failure. The decline of modernism occurred against a backdrop of economic stagnation, worsened by the inflation of the OPEC oil price shock, and increasingly militant workers' uprisings and activism inside and outside of the trade unions. there were the rise of new subjects of confrontation, civil rights and black power, women's rights, gay rights, and the extension of new arenas of conflict, environmental, anti-nuclear, and post-colonial, which did not originate in this period but grew stronger and began to find areas of mutuality. The social peace coordinated by the social democratic welfare state was over. The positioning of postmodernism with regard to this failure raises further questions and helps inform the relationship between postanarchism and anarchism. Borrowing from Stuart Sims' analysis of post-Marxism, there are post-Marxists like Lyotard that argue that Marxism is no longer relevant. The principles, theories, and practices associated with that ideology are no longer applicable to the new social situation, and new theories and methods are required that go beyond them. A second form of post-Marxism is that which considers Marxism to be inadequate, but capable of being updated and improved by supplements from feminism or queer theory, psychoanalysis, or post-structuralism. A further more modest post-Marxism might simply apply Marxism to the problems of the post-Pruitt ego world, for example, applying Marxist economic analysis to the rise of e-commerce and genetically modified crops. Postmodernism can be viewed in similar terms. One interpretation views it as a complete rejection of the central critical questions and analytic methods of modernity and as seeking new epistemologies, ontologies, and ethics. A second approach is to see the core features of modernity as inadequate but still necessary and in need of supplementation. A third would see the methods, identities, and institutions of modernism being applied to newly emerging issues. Each has a different but overlapping ideological structure, but some, because they remain wholly deconstructive and have limited engagement with material practice, would remain weakly ideological in the sense derived from Frieden and used in this text. There are differences in anti-political post-structuralism. Some seem to celebrate state institutions, see, for instance, Chantal Mouffe 1992, 2005, and the seductions of capitalism, Baudrillard. Others, such as Foucault, Rancière, and Deleuze, are much more critical and compatible with an anarchist, anti-politics, May 2018. The distinction outlined here between the three interpretations of post-structuralism is not without tensions, and these are replicated in the different versions of postanarchism, a rejection and transcendence of anarchism, and updating by bringing in concepts from other ideologies, or a reapplication of stable anarchist principles to the problems of postmodernity. Saint Schmidt, 2008, argues that anarchism needs to be applied to contemporary problems, their form, but is not fit to do so as it had become reified. To overcome these weaknesses, Saint Schmidt uses the Lacanian notion of the vanishing mediator, second form, rejected by Rouse L. 2013, 75, to suggest that anarchism has been resituated by postanarchism, rather than supplanting it. In support of Saint Schmidt's account, some recent anarchist interventions are compatible with post-anarchist critiques. These include more explicit recognition of the multiplicity of forms of domination rather than just economic, or proletarian, agents, or class reductionism, promotion of multiple and fluid identities and contestation of binaries, in particular binary gender categorizations, see Class War Women's Death Brigade 2017. There is far greater acknowledgement of the necessary diversity of agents of change and endorsing multiple practices of resistance rather than one grand macro-political assault. These ideas have their bases in post-structuralism, although they were at least peripheral and sometimes much more core to social anarchism, in its earlier periods. Before the First World War, Jean Grave, quoted in Miller 1984, 131, acknowledged a variety of oppressions, in which the primary agents for change were those who suffer most from it, and that interconnecting struggles provided lines of the future. There are, however, problems with this post-anarchist account of their relationship to anarchism. First, anarchism, like most other ideologies, is shaken up by the localized rearrangements of concepts within the broader tradition, just as anarcho-feminisms challenged, and continues to question, other forms of anarchism while working alongside them. It is not a particular feature of postanarchism to operate in this way. Second, it overlooks or obscures postanarchism's own ideological structures and practices and how they generate and maintain particular identities, norms, methods, and discourses. It also underplays how the changing macropolitical context alters the relevance of postanarchism in some of its current forms, as well as requiring a reconsideration of anarchist practices. Anarchisms and post-structuralisms in and against the rise of neoliberalism. Central to politics is the contestation and decontestation of concepts, Frieden 2003, 123 and 127, and the ways they are structured in practices. Sometimes, ideologies seek dominance, at other times, they find areas of collaboration. The generation and rise of the new conservative movement in the United States, around William Buckley and Ronald Reagan, was partly a result of emphasizing areas of agreement and relegating areas of difference between traditionalist religious groups and free market liberals, see Nichols 1997. Hybridity can be one initial, but partial, method of diffusing rivalry. Homi Bhabha, in an account of forms of post-colonial resistance, refers to two strategies that helpfully describe ideological responses: hybridity as camouflage, 1994, 193, and hybridity is heresy, 1994, 225-26. Hybridity as camouflage is when subalterns adopt the discourses of the colonial powers, but because of their different temporal or geographical location, their meanings are altered. For instance, the adoption of the Christian discourses of equality before God used by colonial powers to impose Western values on imperial subjects was adopted by subalterns, which questions their entrenched low status in the colonial hierarchy. The latter strategy, which Bhabha identifies with the Salman Rushdie controversy, is when discourses intersect, creating transgressions of meaning, in this instance, the placing of sacred names into profane spaces, undermining the linguistic system of Orthodox Islam and the traditions and institutions that sustain them. Anarchism and postanarchism have adopted, consciously or not, similar strategies, using the discourses of neoliberalism and postmodernism to camouflage their resistance or to deliberately transgress these discourses and the practices that underpin them. The assumption in this chapter is that post-structuralism arises at a particular juncture with the end of social democracy, the collapse of the authority of Leninism in the West, and the rise of neoliberalism. This is not to argue that post-structuralism is solely the bourgeois ideology of postmodernism as suggested by Kallinicus, 1990, and Eagleton, 1995. The latter states, postmodernism is the ideology of a peculiarly jaded, defeatist wing of the liberal capitalist intelligentsia, which has mistaken its own very local difficulties for a universal human condition in exactly the manner of the universalist ideologies it denounces. Elsewhere, Eagleton, 2007, considers the heroic figure of Lenin to be an agent of postmodernism too. That there are similarities between post-structuralism and anarchism is not surprising. As mentioned earlier, Lyotard was a member of the Libertarian Socialist Socialisme ou Barbarie and the radical student group Movement du 22 Mars, Plant 1992, 5-6. Jean Baudrillard operated in the same cultural milieu and had personal contacts with Guy Debord, a leading figure in the Libertarian Marxist Situationist International, IBID. Foucault, 1991, and Derrida, 2006b, both talk of their encounters with Marx. However, there are important differences in the historical contexts and institutional arrangements between anarchism and post-structuralism. Anarchism, historically, was a product of industrial capitalism. Certain ideas now associated with anarchism have existed in many eras, see Marshall 1992. Anarchist concepts were stabilized into an identifiable morphology against the inequalities and oppressions of modern capitalism. These in turn were structured and expressed through particular types of tactic, organization and identity, which became increasingly prominent as capitalism developed, such as workplace organization and the organs of free political speech. Having suffered the double oppressions of state socialist tyranny and liberal marginalization, anarchism did not die out, and with the declining influence of Leninism, anarchism was amongst the alternative revolutionary traditions rediscovered and resituated by the anti-Stalinist New Left. The most prominent anarchist, or anarchist-inspired, movements of the 1968 to 2001 in the UK and the United States were either self-consciously activist collectives, like Anarchist Black Cross, Anarchist Communist Federation, Anarchy, A Journal of Desire Armed, Anarchist People of Color, Black Flag, Class War Federation, Earth First, Fifth Estate, Freedom Press Group, Industrial Workers of the World, Solidarity and the Solidarity Federation, or individuals associated with these movements. These include Judy Bari, Ian Bone, Maurice Brinton, Stuart Christie, Sam Dalgoff, Lorenzo Combo Irvin, Albert Meltzer, Freddie Perlman, Colin Ward, and John Zerzan. Some prominent anarchists and anarchist movements were predominantly based within university frameworks, like Murray Bookchin and Janet B. Leidy with the Institute for Social Ecology, and similarly anarcho-feminists like Starhawk and Susan L. Brown have connections with the sector. However, most anarchists operate largely outside of it. Post-structuralists like Baudrillard, Deleuze, Derrida, Foucault, Kristeva, Lacan, and Lyotard, despite many differences between them, were all largely located within academic institutions. Postanarchism, which began as a cottage industry, with its links into the post-left anarchist milieu of the American magazines Anarchy, A Journal of Desire Armed and Fifth Estate, and the artisan producers such as Bob Black and Hakeem Bey, became embraced by academia, in particular Call, Kook, May, and Newman, and latterly Roussel and Vassileva. A key criticism of post-anarchism is that theorists fail to acknowledge and challenge their function and actively participate in university hierarchies and embracing academic status and legitimacy. A second criticism is that post-anarchism uses specialist language and is thus elitist. These may have some power, but they are not entirely fair. Even neoliberal knowledge factories can harbor virtuous practices, such that the role is to protect these activities rather than undermine them. Nonetheless, there are systems of domination within these settings, and arguably many post-anarchists are not actively responding to them. If that is the case, such inactivity is not unique to post-anarchism. Numerous Marxist and anarchist academics are only concerned with theoretical debate and maintaining their prestige as prominent researchers, rather than engaging in practical efforts to disrupt or radically transform their institutions or pedagogies. 3. There are feminist academics who use their positions of power to reinforce patriarchal structures. Many radical ideas and practices, such as participatory research, co-production, and transdisciplinarity, that sought to challenge the elite status of academics and democratize research have been co-opted, and instead these methods reaffirm the position of the academic researcher as coordinator, curator, or manager. The labor of activists from outside academia is used to boost academic profile and to demonstrate their social impact. Universities are powerful institutions with significant levers of power over their employees, so it is hardly surprising that the small number of isolated academics with radical ideas have few ways to put them into practice. Similarly, it is unexceptional, given their primary location and audiences, that post-anarchists use technical language unfamiliar to those outside their disciplines. Anarchism, despite its more diverse and demotic, popular, context, has a specialist language, which can be off-putting to various audiences. However, just as Eagleton, 2003, 44, lamented, probably with more than a hint of self-recrimination, that Marxist analysis had ceased to become primarily associated with industrial workers' self-organization and turned into a mildly interesting way of analyzing Wuthering Heights, so too post-anarchism might become so prevalent as a sub-ideology that it becomes the dominant form of anarchism, which privileges those in educationally privileged positions. Crises of liberalism. Many radical commentators, such as John Holloway, 2016, and David Harvey, 2014, have pointed to an intensified crisis of in, against, and beyond capitalism over the past decade. However, as Harvey, 2014, 5, explains, while these crises arise out of the contradictions of capitalism, they generate moments of creative destruction that stabilizes the reproduction of capital rather than announces its end. While Harvey in particular considers these to be moments of danger for capitalism, at present, there is no imminent prospect of the current economic arrangement of production based on the circuit of capital, Marx 1955, Cleaver 1979, collapsing and being replaced by benign anti-hierarchical alternatives. Point 4. However, what has arisen is a crisis of liberalism, the current form that capitalism operates under in much of the global north. This crisis of liberalism parallels the prolonged crisis of and in Marxism in the 1930s to 1980s. This is not the first such crisis. The rise of the industrial welfare state and social democracy came out of one crisis. The rise of microchip neoliberalism was the result of another. Wythford 1994, Hart and Negri 2301. Liberalism's current predicament is based on growing skepticism, and indeed rejection, of many formerly key concepts, institutions, and practices. Liberal norms that structure its central problematics of legitimate relationships between others, predominantly through the individual state, relationships are also under renewed and intensified scrutiny. This crisis is generating new concepts separate from liberal principles in order to shore up and replace this faltering conceptual arrangement. It thus reshapes practices and social institutions. This has multiple impacts on anarchist and post-anarchist thought and action. Western anarchisms and postanarchisms developed within liberal institutions, and historically they have been critical of, but also drawn from, the liberal tradition. From social democracy to globalist neoliberalism. Instead of a crisis of capitalism that Marxists from both the Leninist and autonomist traditions appeal to, there is a persistent crisis in liberalism. Liberalism has mutated many times to protect and enhance capitalism. The dominant liberal ideological structure that shapes institutions that enable, normalize and extend capitalist economic relations, has its theoretical origins in the classical liberal model, Figure 4.1, of property rights, individual liberty, citizenship, and a minimal legitimate state, Locke 1990. The conceptual structure is more complex than this, as Frieden and Stairs, 2013, argue. Liberalism also includes principles like general interest, rationality, and progress. However, for simplicity's sake, these have been excluded, as these remain consistent, albeit interpreted differently, in the first three forms of liberalism discussed here, figures 4.1 to 4.3. Figure 4.1. Simplified conceptual model of classical liberalism. Frieden's, 1996, 78-81, conceptual approach identifies the similarities and differences between the classical liberal configuration, figure 4.1, and globalist neoliberalism, figure 4.2. The most significant difference is that the arbitrating structure is not the minimal nation-state of classical liberalism, but the multiple layers of global international governance, what Michael Hart and Tony Negri, 2000, call empire. This subtle shift in the main institution subtly reshapes the core political subject, which is cosmopolitan and global rather than one defined by national citizenship. This shifts the extent to which property rights are affirmed, now transnationally, rather than protected nationally, and liberties now taken to be universal, justifying intervention against other states seen to be undermining these international rights, such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. Point 5. Figure 4.2. Simplified conceptual model of globalist neoliberalism. Figure 4.3. Simplified conceptual model of modern liberal. The restructuring of capitalism is a familiar occurrence. Autonomist Marxists have examined how capitalism recomposed itself from social democratic economic development, following the mass eruptions of radicalism in the late 1960s and 1970s in Western states, decomposing the industrialist, highly unionized sites of production, and restructuring it on decentered, fluid and globalist, neoliberal economic lines, see, for instance, Montano 1992, Whiteford 1994. For autonomism, the model of modern liberalism, figure 4.3, with its features of Miltian modern liberalism and activist state, was itself a response to the revolutionary upheavals of the early 20th century. Autonomists emphasize how it is the actions of the multitudinous working class, those who sell their labor in order to sustain themselves, that generate crises for capitalism through their subversion of the circuit of capital. The working classes are partly constituted by capitalism, but they also act outside of capitalism and against it. As agents work outside the values of capitalism, autovalorization, capitalists' collective response is to restructure institutions to negate and capture conflict, in order to turn oppositional forms to its own advantage. This is in contrast to the orthodox Marxist tradition that tends to see the economy operating by universal laws of development, which generate their own contradictions. Anarchist resistance operates within and against capitalism too, using its resources and concepts to generate countervailing practices, sometimes by adopting liberal discourses and extending them, camouflage, sometimes by marginalizing or negating them, subversion. Neoliberal encounters. One of the key features shared by normative ethics and post-anarchism concerns the question of how we encounter others. At the height of globalist liberalism, political concepts that referred to the social were marginalist or left-floating. For instance, under neoliberalism, the concept of community has become so vague and peripheral that it is associated with policing the market economy, community policing, and concomitant notions of neighborhood watch. It was also associated with serving the undesirable working class, with the managerial paternalism of community theater, community outreach, community college, and the community organizer. Institutions that were rarely inflicted on middle-class enclaves. Under classical liberalism, community was something consumers could buy into, and where practices, however diverse, were governed by market principles, see Nozick 1974. With globalist neoliberalism, therefore, community was reduced to its very opposite, the anonymity and placelessness of the global community. For many anarchists of this period, see, for instance, Baldelli 1971, 71-72, Ruhm 1986, Franks 2005, the strategy operated in terms of camouflage. It adopted liberal concepts but, in doing so, sought to expose neoliberalism as inconsistent or inadequate. It did so in terms of 1. Freedom, 2. Rejection of teleology, 3. Undermining the privileged position of the state, and 4. Rejecting Leninist accounts of political agency in place of an unfixed, characterless version. Bruce Buchan, 2017, presents an account of anarchism based on 1. Liberal models of freedom, but one that refuses the payoff between the individual and the state. In liberalism, the political question concerns how to resolve conflicts between competing individuals. It is addressed through the security provided by the tacitly consented to state and with constitutional procedures to check executive abuse. 57. Anarchists are more consistent liberals than liberals, argues Buchan, not just because they have a richer concept of freedom than one just based on property rights. 56, but also because they reject the state as the best means of securing freedom. See also Pritchard 2019. Newman, 2010, 20-21, 2, positions post-anarchism within dominant discourses of freedom and autonomy, with equal liberty being central to anarchism and also articulated in post-anarchism. 180. This account is overtly responding to and going beyond liberal notions of sovereign self-interest, as liberty takes on characters of anti-domination too. 22-23. 2. However, it shares with Kantian liberal and neoliberal accounts a rejection of any predetermined telos. Newman 2016, 57, see also 65. The rejection of teleology remains a core feature of both neoliberalism and post-anarchism and is, as a result, negligent or complicit in foreseeable oppressive outcomes, such as climate change or grinding poverty. The postmodern emphasis on the plurality of norms and identities without conforming to a single unifying narrative is a shared characteristic of liberal anarchisms. Liberal anarchists have tended to adopt practices that emphasize personal liberation or insurrection over wider social goals, avoiding the paternalism and hierarchy of speaking and acting for others. This led to the problematic category of lifestyle anarchism identified and criticized by Bookchin. Bookchin, 1995, 7, makes a problematic distinction between social anarchism, consistent with the morphology described in Chapter 1, and an unacceptable lifestyle anarchism, which he associates with post-structuralism and social anarchism. Consciously or not, many lifestyle anarchists articulate Michel Foucault's approach of personal insurrection rather than social revolution, premised as it is on an ambiguous and cosmic critique of power as such rather than on a demand for the institutionalized empowerment of the oppressed in popular assemblies, councils, and/or confederations. Individualists, argue Bookchin, are only concerned with their own rebellion and self-satisfaction even if it means others remain oppressed. There are a number of critical commentaries on Bookchin's distinction. For instance, Lawrence Davis, 2018, a defender of liberal anarchisms, identifies an inconsistency in Bookchin, noting that he at one stage embraced the 1960s counterculture as providing methods for articulating and realizing, albeit partially, the New Left's emancipatory, anti-hierarchical politics. As Davis and Laura Portwood-Stacer, 2013, both recognize that individual self-enhancement and communal satisfaction can be and are achieved through social practices, such as anti-hierarchical, participatory direct action, squatted living spaces, occupation, and carnivalesque demonstrations or cultural events. These everyday actions in the here and now challenge capitalist norms of ownership and economic, social, and political power, and encourage wider social transformation. However, Bookchin's criticism of lifestyle politics becomes pertinent when the practices became vicious. That is to say, when lifestyle methods ignore others, become solipsistic and generate vices like elitism, ignorance, and indifference, preferring limited self-aggrandizement at the expense of others. Bookchin 1995, 54. Portwood-Stacer, 2013, who Davis cites, describes, and evaluates the ways that anarchists embody their actions in lifestyles, symbolic representations such as fashion as well as social practices. While many successfully capture the norms and values of anarchism, some can be chauvinistic, exclusive, and coercive, leading to the solipsism that Bookchin warns against. Anarchist activity invariably has to have a social goal that its actions are prefiguring. Similarly, Newman, 2016, 53-54, in his account of the insurrection of the self, wants to avoid the reconstitution of political power associated with revolutions, but his account involves radically transforming all institutions, including, it appears anti-hierarchical, ones, in order to enable one's own social transformation. Newman acknowledges that the Stirnerite insurrection, which leaves existing power structures unchallenged and acts as if they do not exist, is potentially idealist and utopian, 54-55, but argues that there is a social dimension as the insurrection. By deliberately failing to engage with heteronymous power, it undermines structures of social domination and develops arenas for social freedom, 55-56, 62. There are many reasons for sympathy towards this approach. This adoption of some of the core language of liberalism by Bookchin and Newman might be thought of as a form of subversion through camouflage. The liberal anarchist argument captures some important features of the anarchist critique of liberal theory, policy, and practice, concerning abuse of power and the nature of beneficial alternatives. However, the adoption of the liberal discourse of freedom is more problematic. It misconceives the core ideological structure of anarchism, reaffirms the central liberal problematic as central, and potentially recasts the movement into one that gives credence to propertarians and populists because of their shared support for their liberal principles. In ignoring Tella, it misidentifies its own practices. The insurrections promoted by Bay, 2003, and Newman, 2016, 66-67, have desirable, imminent, and provisional goals of upsetting pre-existing social relations. 3. The rejection of the state is important to anarchism even if, on occasions, it has been misconceived as anarchism's foundational principle. It certainly moved more to the core during the Cold War to distinguish anarchism from Leninist state socialism and paternalistic, and often colonial, social democrats, yet it rarely took a disproportionate space such that it excluded all other concepts. The anti-statism was a key feature of neoliberalism and postmodern rejections of the social goals of modernism, Harvey 2007. Anti-statism, therefore, appeared to be a position that pursued neoliberal logics. It similarly featured in some anarchist writings, with Richard Hunt, 1984, an editor of Green Anarchist, probably the largest-selling UK anarchist periodical of the period. 6. Arguing for Thatcherite deregulation and market economies. 3. Roderick T. Long, 2004, 217, contends that the privatized state and free trade would eliminate the power of capitalists and provide the worker with the full worth of their labor. C. 2. Brooks 1996, 81-82, Carson 2017, 84-85. Although Hunt departed in 1991 and Green Anarchist was largely anti-capitalist, his approach was not just consistent with the growth of anarcho-capitalism, see Murray Rothbard or Tibor Machin, but also with liberal forms of anarchism that concentrated on individual liberation and emphasized social liberation. While propertarians are largely excluded from anarchist morphologies, some like the Center for a Stateless Society, using the cover of Proudhonian mutualism, maintain a presence although they argue for anti-state free markets on purportedly egalitarian lines. Postanarchism tended to view anarchism as entirely state-centric, part of its Manichaean logic in which distortions to humanity came from the single source of the state, Newman 2001, 57. The danger is that in attacking the state takes the role as the central site of conflict, replicating a centralizing power dynamic in which all revolutionary focus is directed against a single location, Call 2002, 70. Instead, the post-anarchist defines themselves and their relationships without reference to the state on a micropolitical transformation of the self, Newman 2019, 301. As Bay, 2003, 98-99, proposed for his temporary autonomous zone, TAZ, the insurrectionist does not attack the state but refuses to participate in it. The TAZ avoids confronting state power and instead, when facing opposing power, it disbands in order to reappear elsewhere. This is a situation made more plausible by the fact that under postmodernism the state appeared to be dissolving, the apparatus of control the state must, or so we assume, continue to deliquesce and petrify, Bay 2003, 129. However, under neoliberalism, the state had not disappeared, nor had its role diminished, but simply altered. The nation-state became the most prominent structure to extend and legitimize private property rights and protect contracts, which were pivotal to the neoliberal economy, Harvey 2007, 2, 21, Harper 2012, 15-16. The security and military powers of the state, rather than ossifying, have grown more powerful and intimidating. 4. Neoliberalism sought to defuse the working class as an agent of change, undermining political and social institutions based on class consciousness. In its place, neoliberalism promoted a view of agency based on abstracted, competitive individuals engaged in fair competitive global markets. As the postmodern sociologists Jan Pakulski and Malcolm Waters, 1996, 147, concluded, with the decline of class politics and the withering away of class ideologies, the last vestiges of class society are withering away. While, in subversion, Some like class war and the direct action movement/Solidarity Federation maintained the centrality of class. Other anarchists and post-anarchists tried to outdo neoliberalism in 4. Stripping out the social character of the encounter and the agency of change, considering these in more abstracted terms. David Moreland, 2004, 26, characterized post-anarchism as looking beyond the proletariat, and John Moore, 2004, 57, identified post-anarchism with the Stirnerite unfixable ego and Nietzschean free spirit. The Irrationalists, 1994, 11, who featured frequently in Green Anarchist in the early mid-1990s, asserted an identity based on subjective perceptions. The revolutionary enterprise is not a public affair. Revolution is consciousness. Other agents associated with neoliberalism began to take prominence. With global free trade, and in many parts of the world, but by no means all, freer movement, there were significant flows of people in search of jobs, education, and adventure. Although, as Peterkin and Paul Chapman, 2278, note from decades ago, labor is relatively immobile, certainly in comparison with capital. With the growth of more mobile labor across national borders, there arose cosmopolitan subjects. There were more than one type, those with multiple allegiances to more than one nation-state, such as David Held, 2004, 163, C2 Pritchard 2010, 442-43, or an account of rights and citizenship without unique and fixed adherence to any nation-state, Pogge 1992. Frictionless free movement of goods and services became an increasing feature of neoliberalism and the corresponding growth of the nomadic cosmopolitan agent. Post-anarchists referred to Deleuze and Guattari's, 1984, 381, nomadic subject. These were freely interacting entities who were not bound by place, or past experiences. The nomad distributes himself in a smooth space, he occupies, inhabits, holds that space. The nomad is positioned by Deleuze and Guattari, 1984, 380, in opposition to and beyond the state. Post-anarchists and post-left anarchists promote a nomadic agent of change, one who can disappear, who is not bound by place, or past experiences, or as we jokingly call it, rootless cosmopolitan, Bay 2003, 104. For Call, 2002, 128, such fleeting, drifting individuals represent the ideal. With reference to Bruce Sterling's fiction, he refers to proles who challenge the state by developing a centerless, nomadic network, exterior to the state itself. Rossi Braidotti, 1993, 49, in her criticism of Deleuzean nomads, points out that these fleeting, fluid, radical identities assume an equivalence between economic classes, genders and abilities that is little different to the abstract agent of liberalism. Instead of undermining hierarchies, the nomadic subject privileges those who can flee from place and is without ties to place. Like Striner's abstract egoist, there is no apparent basis for solidarity. It also assumed that the postmodern condition of greater fluidity would remain a permanent feature, something which the next, current, crisis of liberalism has put in doubt. Rejecting class as the universal category does not mean overlooking its often central role in generating oppression and providing the basis for solidarity against it. From globalist neoliberalism to nationalist capitalism. The myth of the start of postmodernism is precisely that. The tensions within modernism began well before the demolition of Yamasaki's Pruitt ego flats. Similarly, whilst it is tempting to date the end of neoliberalism with the televised destruction of another Yamasaki design, namely the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m., local time, September 11, 2001, this, too, would be an oversimplification. 7 George W. Bush's seductive neoconservatism of American exceptionalism was being formulated and gaining elite support well before his election, see Project for a New American Century 1997. While discourses around security, linked with the exceptional nation-state, were replacing value diversity of postmodern cosmopolitanism. The collapse in faith in market institutions did not come about until the UK financial collapse of 2007 to 2008, though it had its antecedents in the Argentinian crisis a few years earlier. The growth of nationalist capitalism is a product of the crisis of liberalism that has a parallel in the earlier crisis of Marxism that constructed neoliberalism out of modern liberalism. The crisis of liberalism and the crisis of Marxism. The crisis of liberalism entwines, and often parallels, the crisis of Marxism that became a key theme of the Frankfurt School and Herbert Marcuse in particular, Kellner 1984. There are 6 main features of this crisis. I. Context of intellectual and political supremacy. 2. Failure of predictions and expectations. 3. Difficulties with dealing with new contexts and issues. 4. Realization of dystopic and previously assumed impossible outcomes. V. A resulting lack of confidence in theoretical orthodoxy and the institutions that generate and sustain it, and 6. Generating a reinvention, not rejection, of the tradition. I. The crisis of Marxism arose just after its most spectacular global successes. The Bolshevik Revolution was regarded as a confirmation of Marxism, Kellner 1984-7, and other revolutionary traditions, including rival Marxist traditions, had been either suppressed, often violently, or marginalized to such an extent that the terms Marxism and Leninism had become synonymous. Even supposedly opposing ideologies and traditions began to embrace core features of socialism, much to the consternation of the more zealous anti-Marxists. See, for instance, Hayek 2001, 187. So too neoliberalism's economic crises surfaced just after its rise to global hegemony, when even apparently oppositional movements, such as the British Labour Party, began to embrace the core principles of globalist liberalism. 2. One of the key tests of any theory, claims the liberal epistemologist Karl Popper, is whether it can make meaningful predictions that are falsifiable in principle. Popper argues that Marxism, by which he meant the orthodoxy of Marxist-Leninism, is too vague to make meaningful predictions, and that when it does make meaningful predictions these fail to occur, for instance, in the locations and types of changes in economies where communist revolution would first take place. Popper 1981, 37, Popper 1966, 108-9. There is much wrong with Popper's epistemology, as rigorous sciences can be poorly equipped to make predictions. Seismology, for instance, is largely incapable of making anything but vague forecasts of when and where the next earthquakes will take place, and theory-empty rhetoric can generate self-fulfilling prophecies. 8 Nonetheless, theories are attractive if they have explanatory and predictive power, and this diminishes if the expectations they generate are not realized. Part of the crisis of Marxism, according to Douglas Kellner, 1984, 367, was the persistence of capitalism. Aligned with the unexpected continuation of capitalism was a decline in confidence in the inexorable progress of socialism and the withering away of the state envisaged by the Russian Revolution, 7-9. Similarly, liberalism's crisis is partly the product of unrealist optimism generated by confident predictions. In the aftermath of the fall of the state socialist regimes of Eastern Europe, there was a plethora of enthusiastic predictions about the eventual supremacy of market economies tied to liberal democratic state structures. Francis Fukuyama, 1992, and P. Hearst, 1997, argued that the democratic nation-state had demonstrated that they provided the most efficient process of legitimization for stabilizing and extending market economies. With all other feasible alternatives having failed, there would be a continued trend towards free markets and democratization, the one often, misleadingly, being constantly conceptually tied to the other. More tongue-in-cheek, but with some popular support, was Thomas Friedman's golden Arches theory of international relations that capitalism would bring peace and prosperity. Friedman's theory held that countries with a sufficiently large middle class and the global economy to support a multinational franchise operation like McDonald's would have such strong economic ties that they would not risk the financial loss of engaging in warfare with each other. The Golden Arches theory did not last long. There were simply too many examples of countries with McDonald's franchises bombing and invading each other: NATO versus Serbia, Israeli incursions into Lebanon, Georgian armed conflict in Russian South Ossetia, and Russian and Ukrainian military exchanges. Similarly, the assumed steady march of democratization has not only slowed but also reversed since 2006. As noted in the introduction, the assumed and much heralded inevitable march to the liberal democratic state has gone into reverse for more than a dozen years. Not only does the crisis of liberalism share with that of Marxism the failure of prediction and unfulfilled expectations, but it seems, like orthodox Marxism, to have 3 significant difficulties in dealing with new contexts and issues. For Leninism, these new challenges were the rise of social democracy, new technologies and its particular forms of administration and class identities, and the persistence of capitalism. Kellner 1984, 115, 229-30, Marcuse 1984. Similarly, globalist liberalism cannot explain its own failings, such as the economic crash of 2008, or respond adequately to the environmental crises, extended social inequalities and widespread public dissatisfaction with globalist liberalism. The rise in right populism is a pervasive phenomenon. The racialist Brexit vote in the United Kingdom, and the election of Donald Trump in the United States. There is a high and rising support for right-wing populist parties across Western Europe, such as the Alternative für Deutschland, Alternative for Germany, France's Front National, National Front, Italy's Lega Nord, Northern League, Anti-Immigrant Five Star Movement, and Vox, the most popular neo-fascist movement in Spain since the end of Franco. Similar nationalist authoritarian movements have been elected into national government in Turkey, Recep Erdogan, the Philippines, under Rodrigo Duterte, and India, under Narendra Modi. Though this is not uniform, nor passing without opposition, the global rise of nationalist capitalism has been greeted with bewilderment and despair by most of the liberal establishment. 9 The assumptions by established political commentators that these movements would be found out in office or domesticated by the liberal democratic system have not been realized. In May 2019, Modi was re-elected with a greater majority, and a few days later the Brexit Party won most UK votes in the 2019 European elections. 10 Rather than being domesticated, discriminatory and life-destroying policies are increasingly normalist, decontested, and ignored. Chauvinistic, nationalist governments in, for instance, Russia, Hungary, Poland and the Ukraine rose up in countries where neoliberal policies initially had been vigorously applied. As a result, the conceptual schema that neoliberals used to position themselves as the panacea to authoritarianism, as earlier proponents such as Margaret Thatcher and Reagan had done, with considerable ideological success, was no longer viable. 4. These despotic regimes are the direct outcomes of neoliberal policies, see, for instance, Wilkin 2016, yet these regimes were supposed to be the very opposite of liberal theory, policy, and practice. Hayek's 2001 model of positioning classical liberalism on one side and redistributive social democracy, alongside the authoritarianism of orthodox Marxism and fascism as co-equivalents on the other, was widely accepted by early adopters of neoliberalism. So too the crisis of Marxism, which generated the New Left, was down to the recognition that orthodox Marxism produced internally the types of exploitative despotism, and externally popular forms of extreme reaction, that Marxism was supposed to replace. Kellner 1984, 115, 125. For Marxism, this resulted in, v. declining confidence in theoretical orthodoxy and the institutions that generate and sustain the ideology. The Revolutionary Party was the keystone of political action to assist the masses. The party provided the social structure by which intellectuals met, exchanged, and legitimized ideas. Kellner 1984, 58-59. As new movements and theoretical perspectives reshaped the core of radical socialist politics, the material structure that supported these rearrangements altered, resulting in the relegation or abandonment of the model of the revolutionary, vanguard party. Similarly, neoliberal political institutions are facing unrivaled hostility. Such was the opposition to Tony Blair, the Labour leader held responsible for the neoliberal turn for that his name became an insult and toxic label amongst the party he ran, much to the dismay of his supporters. New Statesman 2016. There is popular opposition to international trade deals such as NAFTA and trading organizations such as the European Union, the banking sector and Wall Street that motivates right and left-wing populist movement in Europe and the United States. Finally, 6. The outcome is not a rejection of the tradition but its reinvention. The crisis of Marxism did not lead Marcuse and the rest of the Frankfurt School, the American New Left or E.P. Thompson and the British New Left to a wholesale abandonment of Marxism. Instead, they sought to revitalize and strengthen it. The aim was to rethink Marxism for current situations and develop links to new oppositional movements. Kellner 1984, 9, 59, 127, Thompson 1980, 82-83. In the case of the Frankfurt School, this reinvention was done through excluding or moving to the periphery features held responsible for the authoritarian turn, largely those introduced or emphasized by Lenin, such as the role of the Revolutionary Party and economic determinism. Kellner 1984, 126-27. The Frankfurt School responded by introducing concepts associated with other philosophical and ideological movements that had previously been excluded or marginal, such as principles from phenomenology, psychoanalysis, feminism, and environmentalism. Marcuse 1956 and Marcuse 1972, Kellner 1984, 63. Similarly, the crisis of liberalism is not resulting in a fundamental rejection of the circuit of value. National economies and major institutions from food producers to universities are still predicated on maximizing returns on investment through efficient economic use of energy, raw materials, technologies of production and human labor, whether physical or intellectual. The problems of neoliberalism are manifold and cannot be adequately dealt with here. However, one such problem is its entrenched and expanded structural inequalities, resulting in the decline of buying power for the majority of the population. Other contradictions include the lack of investment in national infrastructure that assists business profitability such as education and health services for the workforce but that the employer does not wish to pay for. Where good education is required for a functioning economy and habitable community, it is corrupted by the immediate goals of privatization and profit-taking. Most significant are the problems posed by devastating climate change and greater competition for resources, nominally under the control of democratizing, post-colonial states. Neoliberalism's generation of severe problems and inability to respond meant that political actors and movements looked to rival ideologies for conceptual responses and alternative strategies. In some instances, these concepts have arisen from the radical left, such as criticizing elites, undemocratic networks of power and growing inequalities. Some significant political movements, which have their roots in radical social movements, arose out of the crisis. These include Syriza in Greece and in Spain, nationally, Podemos and, locally, the horizontalist parties such as Ahora Madrid, Barcelona and Comu, Castello and Moviment, Por Cádiz Isepud and Zaragoza and Comun. The latter emphasize community control and inclusion but are based on local state structures, elected, representative councils, and have engaged many from anarchist backgrounds, see Ordinez et al. 2018. However, these face significant internal tensions. Although the horizontalist parties deprioritize property rights, they are still important as these bodies are funded through local taxation, and as a result they require a prosperous economy. Both Syriza and Podemos have encountered the conflict between a viable liberal economy and radical egalitarianism. Syriza ultimately opted to enforce the EU-ordained austerity program in order to retain access to European loans and stabilize the market economy. The leader of Podemos, Pablo Iglesias, as Mark Bray, 2018, points out, chose the path of normalizing the party in a more conventional state-structured direction, thus reproducing an account of agency and economic power more consistent with the liberalism that Podemos was supposed to be contesting. Criticisms of neoliberal globalization have been a continual theme of anarchists, and in some circles both hostile and supportive of anarchism. Anti-globalization became almost synonymous with anarchism, see Pritchard 2010, 440. However, the most significant political form of this restructuring of capitalism has come from adopting principles from chauvinistic conservatism and reactionary nationalism. This nationalist capitalism, figure 4.4, appears confusing and contradictory, though it has a clear, regressive trajectory. It is apparently contradictory in overtly rejecting many liberal principles and labels, yet reaffirming many others, and occasionally co-opting terms from radical movements and placing them in a reactionary morphology. Nationalist capitalism. I have reverted to the term capitalist rather than liberal, as Trump and his supporters, following a sustained tradition within the Republican Party, use the term liberal as an all-encompassing insult, and Trump at least rhetorically, appears to reject key nostrums of neoliberalism, such as frictionless international trade, as it places the economic position of the American working class in further jeopardy. Yet, Trump also supports key neoliberal policies such as tax cuts and cutting back social provision, and uses a strong, if inconsistent, idiom based on liberal principles of free speech to defend the neo-Nazis of the alt-right 11 and disablism. He appeals to constitutional liberties, in particular to armed self-defense. As national capitalist discourse and mobilizing principles drift away from liberal democratic morphologies, the closer it moves towards fascism. Figure 4.4. Simplified conceptual model of nationalist capitalism. The use of liberal concepts to support racist and exclusionary policies has been a continued feature of Western societies, as Frieden and Stairs, 2014, 340, highlight. Liberals, for instance, argued that with well-established social and economic conditions such that they were able to conduct themselves as citizens with an appreciation of the common good should be entitled to vote. This was an effective way of disenfranchising the poor, many women and African Americans from voting based on apparently impartial rules, a point that Newman, 2016, 121, also raises to condemn the hierarchies of liberalism. Reactionary nationalist capitalists borrow from egalitarian movements to offer critiques of established elites and former neoliberal allies. However, these anti-elitist critiques are deliberately restricted to oppositional groupings, as loyalty to the leader and his trusted supporters remains tightly enforced. Thus, it is not all economically elite groups, but those with particular ethnic identities and unfavorable political positions who are targeted, while other powerful groupings remain untouched or supported. Modern liberalism also supports some protectionist measures, for instance, to prevent imports of goods that damage vulnerable ecologies or else made by slave labor. Nationalist protectionist measures are also in apparent contravention to the practices of globalist neoliberalism. However, these obstructions to free trade are still couched in neoliberal rhetorics. The tariffs on foreign goods are justified because, argues Trump, current trade agreements are not currently free and fair, and these actions are an attempt to generate freer trade. Trade agreements, like any other agreement, are open to renegotiation, with the more powerful seeking a rent for entering into their market. This is consistent with Stirnerite rejections of binding contracts. Stirner argues that voluntary contracts should be transgressed whenever it suits the individual's will, though he rejects justifications based on statehood. Stirner 2014, 180-81, 287-88, that Trump, for instance, uses. Anarchists, 2, Reject. The binding force of contracts, as they were often the result of coercion through deprivation, sell your labor or starve, see Berkman 1929, 60-62. However, anarchists, unlike Trump, would expect obligations to be met if it adversely affected the least powerful, hence, syndicalist groups chasing up bosses for unpaid wages, Solidarity Federation 2019b. Tensions between free markets and protectionism are present in UK populist movements. Brexiteers, for instance, both promote freer global trade against European protectionism and over-regulation, and also at least rhetorically support greater spending on a national health service and protectionist measures for British industry. They want free movement of goods across borders, UKIP 2016, but demand greater border controls on the sale of individual labour, even if the good is an individual's labour, UKIP 2017. Contradictions are features of any ideological cluster. A degree of vagueness can maintain coalitions of support, and there are ways of policing inconsistencies to ensure that they do not create policy confusion. Frieden 2005, 122. The priority of principles shift, either consciously or not, from more to less privileged positions in response to challenges and opportunities. Deliberate decontestation is often the role of the political organization, especially political parties, which legitimize some interpretations over others in order to resolve disputes. However, significant contradictions will not be permanently decontested and lead to internal conflict and lack of policy direction. The nationalist current rejects the rhetoric and institutional arrangements of globalist neoliberalism. Instead of the global citizen as property holder, and international organizations proving the legitimizing and arbitration structures, nationalist capitalism reasserts the principles of state sovereignty and exclusivist accounts of citizenry derived from segregationist, radical conservative and modern fascist movements, the Jewish militarized citizen in Israel, the native, Christian in Hungary, the documented, white, heterosexual patriot in the United States. Thus, concepts of rights and freedoms are reframed as those that protect these elite groups. Exclusions are necessary in order to revitalize the state. National capitalism also reorientates the relationship between others. In part, like anarchism, nationalist capitalism is responding to the atomism of neoliberalism, as identified in Putnam 2001. However, while anarchism rebuilds social practices based on fluid, mutually identified commonalities, national capitalism focuses on ethnic characteristics of identity or elite social rank, citizenship, lineage, to suggest a shared commonality. In other words, using Robert Putnam's 2001, 22, distinction, it is based on bonding, exclusive connections, rather than bridging, inclusive social bonds. In nationalist capitalism, the state plays a pivotal role in determining with whom bonds can be made. The instability of capitalist nationalism, with its apparent commitments to free speech and constitutional protections, which are then explicitly relegated for non-elite groups, makes it likely to collapse into more standard forms of reactionary nationalism. Indeed, most of its leading proponents, from Trump, Steve Bannon, and Nigel Farage, have formal or informal links with groups more readily associated with traditional and new fascist parties, sharing tweets from Britain First on social media, speaking at front national events, or being part of the same European parliamentary political group as xenophobic and anti-Semitic parties. Such fluidity tends to mark populist parties as appealing to both democratic and authoritarian sentiments. The more the movement tends towards bonding and less towards bridging, the more authoritarian it becomes. For Frieden and Steyrs, 2014, 341-42, there are limits to how far liberalism can be stretched before it becomes a distinctive alternative or at least a hybrid ideology. In national capitalism, the rejection of core concepts like rationality and general interest and the adoption of chauvinist concepts reinterpret the remaining concepts from the liberal tradition. Nonetheless, the persistence of strong liberal rhetoric, and maintenance at least for the moment of liberal institutions, democratic government, competitive representative elections, constitutional protections, and role of the judiciary and markets as the best system for generating and distributing goods, makes nationalist capitalism a viable replacement for neoliberalism. National capitalism, by incorporating some liberal principles amongst chauvinistic ones, provides an option for authoritarian routes out of the crisis of liberalism. Anarchisms and the nationalist turn. The nationalist turn has not resulted, in any noticeable way, in anarchists adopting chauvinist concepts and types, in the way some anarchists embraced liberal notions, or some social democrats, like those in Denmark, have prioritized exclusionary policies, Orange 2019. There are Troy Southgate's national anarchists and in Germany Autonome Nationalisten, but these are rebadged fascist organizations. These groups and individuals have adopted some of the insignia of anarchism, black clothing, Circle A, and co-opted some features of the anarchist critique of the state and capita. These, however, are resituated within a deeply racist AI and anti-Semitic discourse. 8 The result is an overtly racist and authoritarian movement, which is rejected outright by social anarchists, having found no foothold with any of the anarchist movements. Instead, national anarchism operates almost exclusively within existing fascist political cultures, though not without negative comment from these for being racially compromised. 9. As identified earlier, there are four main threats for anarchisms raised by the nationalist turn. First, the failure to identify significant new pressures on libertarian movements, which can affect their freedom. In addition, anarchist discourses of freedom and appeals to liberty become less effective strategies of camouflage as freedom become deprioritized in dominant institutions. Second, there is a double-edged dilemma of goals. The imposition of an anti-racist or anti-fascist telos can corrupt prefigurative practices, while ignoring a totalizing threat that can be even more damaging. Third, the nature of the encounter between others alters, which requires rethinking forms of anti-political engagement. Finally, there is the changing role and priorities of the state. The rise of nationalist capitalism is not wholly hegemonic. There remains some opposition from still influential neoliberal institutions. British universities, for instance, so recently restructured on neoliberal lines, remain at present largely unaffected by national capitalism. 12 By contrast, some social welfare bodies, already directed to discriminate against particular clients, and excluding some needy groups, have begun to operate on national capitalist principles. Contestation also arises from other ideologies such as social democracy, green politics, Leninism, and feminisms. Anarchisms, including postanarchisms, prioritize intersectionality. So acknowledging multiple forms of domination that are irreducible to a single source or the product of one ideology should be unproblematic. However, the tendency has been to either ignore the rise of nationalist capitalism, and concentrate almost exclusively on neoliberalism as the sole or dominant form of governance, or to see the extension of racist and neo-fascist populism as just part of neoliberal intensification. See, for instance, Newman 2016, 95-96, FRANKS 2019, 557, Frith 2019, 491, Neusiedl 2019, Newman 2019, 297. 13. National capitalism demands and uses repressive apparatuses. Many, such as blacklists, physical assaults on radical subcultures, the use of agent provocateurs, the state-sponsored rape and sexual exploitation of activists and severe sentences for political malefactors existed under neoliberalism, but they constitute a far higher proportion of nationalist discourses and policies. Chauvinistic nationalists are especially aggressive towards anarchists and other radicals for actively opposing nearly everything they stand for. Spain's nationalist capitalists, Vox, specifically include targeting anarchists in their propaganda. Even in liberal democracies, the far-right targeted radicals, such as the attack on La Plume Noire bookshop in Lyons in 2016 and the murder of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville. In power, national capitalist threats to non-elite groups become ever more devastating. See Moscow Anarchist Black Cross 2019. Discourses of rights and freedoms by necessity become priorities, but these become less well received by audiences looking for security and stability. Further discourses of liberty can easily be co-opted into liberal institutional demands. The attempt to reduce all oppression to neoliberalism, reminiscent of Berlin's hedgehog method of inquiry, see Chapter 2, mischaracterizes the particularities of different forms of domination and thus promotes inappropriate forms of opposition. Concentrating on neoliberalism and historic forms of opposition to the international infrastructure for protecting property rights and promoting contractual relationships ignores the more localized forms of power and other types of oppression not reducible to abstract profit-seeking alone. Attacks on globalists and capitalists are a core feature of the main anarchisms, including post-anarchism, but failing to confront the particularities of nationalist alternatives as well can leave those major sources of hierarchy untouched. Special effort is required by anarchists to ensure that important anti-elitist discourses aimed against paternalistic social democrats and well-networked neoliberals are not co-opted into nationalist capitalist ideological interventions. The attempt to reduce all oppressions to neoliberalism mischaracterizes them and promotes forms of opposition that are not always appropriate. Mass, consensual organized meetings might be appropriate in the reclamation of social space from neoliberal enclosure, see Greber 2015, but such public events might give too much away if planning to disrupt a local fascist group's assault, see Burkle 2010, Hayes and Alleward 2000. Second, because of the nationalist turn, anarchism has had to prioritize rejections of chauvinism. Manifestations of discrimination and outright physical threats have intensified, resulting in far greater attention to anti-fascist activism. The risk is that this becomes a single determining telos. This has an impact on anarchist tactics and organization. Instrumentalist approaches view populist nationalism as such a threat that resisting it becomes the primary, supreme duty, replacing any and all other considerations. This results in resources for other value-rich practices, such as radical community cinema or environmental direct action, being marginalized in favor or reshaped to meet the supreme goal of anti-fascism. This loses both the internal and external goods of these practices, while other forms of oppression are unaffected. The anti-fascist telos is shared with many authoritarian socialist and, less consistently, neoliberal movements. Thus, by privileging this goal, it inadvertently assists nationalists in portraying themselves as the only consistent opponents to economic inequality or Soviet-style totalitarianism, see FRANKS 2014. Anarchists and post-anarchists are thus apparently caught on the horns of a dilemma. If they do not act decisively in terms of anti-fascism, then authoritarianism will override all their practices. There is, as a result, an understandable temptation towards liberal cooperation and potential co-option. Traditionally, anarchists have regarded liberal institutions more favorably than authoritarian ones, as providing at least some room for libertarian alternatives, see Bakunin 1984. Sometimes, where populist nationalist movements pose an overt immediate threat to the existence of excluded groups and anti-hierarchical movements, prioritizing the fight against fascism is justifiable as the most anarchist response under a constrained set of options. Where there are effective alternatives, instrumental action and alliances can undermine the constructive prefigurative features of anarchist movements and provide the basis for a new restructuring of liberalism at the expense of anti-hierarchical, prefigurative alternatives. Third, as nationalism becomes the background cultural and linguistic norm, cross-community encounters become harder. Under neoliberalism, the background assumption is of equally abstract individuals in competition for resources. This might be consistent with Stirnerite post-anarchism, in which each looks to their own advantage. Recognition of shared precarity can also promote solidarity consistent with social anarchisms. In national capitalism, there is the presumption of hostility between different communities, between those placed unintentionally into elite citizen and non-elite outsider groups. Heterodox Marxist Chris Gilligan, 2018, for instance, criticizes left-wing supporters of Britain leaving the European Union, Brexit, because they ignored or excused the racist discourses that dominated the Leave campaigns and thus allowed these discriminatory behaviors to become normalist. Supporting restrictions on immigration is dehumanizing. It involves treating living human beings as a category, immigrant, not as fellow workers or neighbors. It involves ignoring their humanity. It involves ignoring each person's individuality, Gilligan 2018. National capitalism generates social identities based on suspicion, making bridging relationships that require trustful relationships such as solidarity and mutual aid much more difficult. Finally, national capitalism's exclusive and alienating bonding relationships also sustain state or state-like institutions that maintain divisions. These include the anti-immigration surveillance, the bureaucracy of registration, a militarist border control and penal establishments to discharge punishment to the socially produced category of malefactors, Gilligan 2018. The state is not diminishing but promoting norms and values that privilege elite groups and exploit or exclude others. Summation. Postanarchism arose in the final stages of postmodernism. It, like other contemporary constellations of anarchism, responded to the circumstances of its time, in particular the challenge of globalist neoliberalism. Other forms of capitalism have gone into crises before. The results have been reshaping, or decomposing, political arrangements and subject identities. The crisis of neoliberalism that echoes the crises of Marxism of the 1930s-1980s is reshaping institutions, discourses, and political categories. This poses a number of challenges for current constellations of anarchism, including post-anarchism. Many anarchisms, especially liberal and post-anarchisms, adopted discourses based on freedom and autonomy, which found receptive audiences sharing these cultural concerns but dissatisfied by the limits placed on them by neoliberalism. Current priorities based on stability and security are unlikely to provide receptive institutions or, initially, sympathetic audiences. Both postmodern neoliberalism and post-structuralism reject teleology, in the name of pluralism and fluidity, but the climate and political threats posed under national capitalism suggest that such a strategy could be negligent. The centrality of the state was altered in neoliberalism, with an assumption that it would continue to deliquesce. However, not only was the state not absent or declining in neoliberalism, but its coercive and limiting functions have been revitalized under nationalist capitalism. The nature of the encounter and political agency has altered, which requires a rethinking of priority in anti-political agency. Chapter 5. Applied Ethics, Other Values in Everyday Life. There ought to be a law prohibiting legislation. Sasha T. Bernstorm. Personal Communication. The suitability and success of an ideology is largely based on its ability to identify and offer solutions. Ideologies that contain pivotal contradictions are so ambiguous that they provide no coherent guide to action, have little impact and gain few adherents. The challenge, therefore, for anarchist ideologies is to provide a resource for solving key ethical conflicts, without falling into the trap of replicating a universalist legislative approach. Rejecting the perspective of the state must also avoid slipping into subjectivism. Despite its reputation as utopian or impossibilist, anarchism has meaningfully impacted on a number of social practices. There are well-documented instances of anarchist influence on trade union practice, such as the Confederación General du Travail and the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, organizational decision-making, see, for instance, Gordon 2008 47-77, Greber 2011, 2015, Freeman 2012, Levine 2012, Wilson 2014, and Pedagogy, for instance, Spring 2007, Suissa 2010, 2019 and contributors to Nocella et al. 2010. Anarchism has stimulated normative debates on animal rights and liberation, with the ethics of direct action having particularly significant exposure, Best and Nocella 2011, Boisseau 2019. Anarchists have analyzed and intervened in food production, Kropotkin 1994, 2006, Trapeze Collective 2007, 28-49, 139-70, G. McKay 2011, Nettle 2014, Cudworth 2019, Responses to Gender-Based Violence, Gardner 2009, Unterelli Press 2012, Crimethin 2013, Words to Fire 2013, and Social Research, C. Shakaitis et al. 2007, Gordon 2012, Hayter and Mohaddamzi 2013. Similarly, anarchists have contributed to long-running and contentious debates around the tensions between freedom of speech and protection of minorities, see, for instance, Anonymous 2010, Wilson 2010, Bray 2017. Traditionally, analytic applied ethics involves clarifying regulations or norms in order to assess their universal applicability. It therefore assumed the perspective of state or quasi-authorities. It further assumes that the main ethical agents are rational subjects and states. The main normative, political questions consider what constitutes a legitimate state or a sovereign rational subject, how rational subjects should treat each other and what obligations, if any, they owe to the lesser category of non-rational entities. Analytic ethics' primary functions assisted the assumption that underlies the state in developing universally applicable legislation. Point 1. Some disciplines, like law, security studies or criminology, are directed more overtly towards state and quasi-state intervention, devising, analyzing and comparing policies. By contrast, philosophy's limited professional influence on legislative action has concentrated on conceptual clarification and logical analysis of policy arguments, with the consequence of legitimizing or delegitimizing either state or commercial activity. For legislative guidance to be legitimate, it has to be non-arbitrary and therefore subject to a single definition, or formula, for the generation of definitions, which can identify and interpret these norms across all social domains within a specific geographical region, that is to say, universal or trans-traditional. By contrast, anarchist virtue ethics argues that there is no single method that, or location from which, one can authoritatively and accurately identify categories, and evaluate all concepts that make up diverse social practices and traditions. Universal definitions are almost certain to be defective, and attempts to impose singular regulation upon them are likely to damage these diverse, irreducible social practices. The approach that has been argued for here is that activities have to be understood from the perspective of the practitioners, including clients and others affected by or involved in the practice. It therefore rejects the assumption that there is a view from nowhere, an objective position from which universally valid judgments can be made. As discussed in chapters 2 and 3, such universalist claims are epistemologically hard to justify. They also support ideological structures that legitimize domination. In neoliberalism, the assertion of universal property rights overseen by transnational bodies but implemented by nation-states leads to managerialism and the corruption of practices as they are remodeled to achieve market-orientated goals. Nonetheless, one of the strengths of neoliberalism is that it provides simple guidance to practitioners, with apparently objective measures for success, such as balance sheets, even if it distorts goods-rich practice. This chapter addresses a particular, long-standing ethical problem concerning prohibitions on pornography both from the perspective of standard analytical approaches and from an anarchist virtue approach, in order to show the limitations of the first and the possibilities of the latter. It ends by examining the freedom of speech debate and the tactical question of confrontation of organized fascists, the contemporary alt-right and chauvinist nationalists. Regulation of pornography 2. A necessary feature of standard analytic approaches is to offer legislative guidance, explaining the clear criteria when intervention or non-intervention is legitimate or necessitated. There has to be a singular definition, or formula for the generation of definitions, which can identify the legitimate from illegitimate carnal expression or sexual practice. Principles by which decisions are made should also be universal, hence the appeal to utilitarianism or forms of deontology in many of the academic arguments. By contrast, this universalist position is rejected in Friedan-influenced, practice-based virtue approaches. These regard the identification of the sexual as immanent to social practices and the defining constellation of norms that surround it. No single method of study or interpretation can authoritatively and accurately identify, categories and evaluate these libidinal concepts. Thus, these trans-traditional definitions are almost certain to be defective and likely to damage diverse, irreducible social practices. Background considerations. Debates surrounding the categorization and legitimacy of pornographic speech and images have long been a significant feature of feminist debate and academic ethical consideration, especially in the 1980s and early 1990s, largely following Andrea Dworkin's, 1984, Pornography, Men Possessing Women. Dworkin's work highlights how mainstream sexual representations of women dehumanize women, as part of a wider feminist critique of patriarchal power. The areas of dispute raised by this particular debate concern the identification of harm, the concept of sexual exploitation, and the marginalization of women. This in turn raises further questions as to whether states had the legitimacy, a right to interfere, or a duty, an obligation to intervene, to prohibit production and distribution of pornographic images, and under what circumstances. See Vardas 1987, McKinnon 1989, Parent 1990, Easton 1995 and 2002, 34, Scoxia 1996. These debates often intersected with political actions, which included direct disruption of the vending of pornographic magazines, or constitutional attempts to influence the legislature to prohibit or restrict the sale of such materials. Many of the debates that surfaced about the permissibility and legitimacy of pornography arose in the intersecting practices of cultural production, aesthetic critique, feminist theory, legal theory, and political practice. In many of these discussions, there was a misplaced epistemological universalist assumption based on rational decontestation. This was particularly evident in those responses seeking legislative solutions, as these required appropriate, accurate, or workable definitions of the deeply contested key term of pornography. As discussed in the first chapter, political ideologies are based on the contestation and decontestation of pivotal concepts. Pornography is a prime example of an essentially contested concept, Galey 1956, Friedan 1994. Friedan agrees with Galey that the differences can be rationally described and defended by competing parties, and that part of these differences are due to the different traditions associated with rival interpretations. However, Friedan, 1994, 141-45, argues that contested terms are not always primarily evaluative, but can be principally descriptive, and while contestable, they are not necessarily consciously contested. Pornography is unlikely to achieve a single resolved definition. As Friedan, 1996, 28-29, 2003, 68-69, argues, the attempt to decontest terms in order to formulate universal, rational, conceptually clear rules of conduct is indicative of an underlying liberal bias within analytical political philosophy. The analytic method shares liberalism's core principles of reason, belief in rational individuals resolving conflicts through careful argumentative processes, as well as agreeing with certain liberal goals such as tolerance of difference. Practice-based approaches challenge this feature of philosophical practice, questioning whether there is a transdisciplinary decontestation to accurately decontest key terms, like pornography. This practice-based approach, based on McIntyre's method, is more modest, though not timid or prudish. Although erotic discourses and identities are especially fluid, the dangers identified here of immodest analytic contributions aimed at statist policy intervention, that pertain across all traditions and practices under a geographical region, is also pertinent to other anarchist concerns, such as anti-fascist mobilization and the question of violence. Argument analysis. The first goal here is to show that the analytic approach of standard ethical analysis to the issue of pornography is impossible, or near impossible, for analytic approaches are based on a singular definition, or formula for the generation of definitions, which can identify the legitimate from illegitimate carnal expression or sexual practice. Such definitions are a necessary feature of state or state-like interventions, as these require interpretations that apply, within a geographical domain, across all social domains, referred to as trans-tradition or universal. Having shown the inadequacy of the analytic response by exploring what it entails and how it is defective, this chapter then describes and defends the anarchist virtue response. This virtue approach avoids the problems of the analytical ethics because it recognizes that sexual elements are diverse, its manifestations and meanings are immanent and specific to social practices. Objective, managerial approaches miss virtues and vices that practitioners can recognize. Adopting a virtue approach to the pornography debate has precedence. Stephen Kirshner, 2004, advances a distinctive virtue, flourishing or eudaimonic, account of pornography, though largely an individualist version, while Melinda Vadas, 1987, uses a theoretical approach derived from McIntyre in her article on the Dworkin/Catherine MacKinnon Civil Rights Ordinance against pornography. To demonstrate the inadequacy of the analytic approach, I will start by embracing a key feature of its approach, though it is prominent in other methods and disciplines too, by formulating and defending a deductively valid argument. P1. A core feature of the philosophical discussion on pornography is codifying permissible and impermissible representations that apply across social domains. P2. Human sexuality is diverse, fluid and practice-dependent. P3. Interpretative regimes for reading or decoding sexual representations are especially contextual and practice-dependent and are highly unlikely, close to impossible, to be universally applicable across all social domains. C1 from P1, P2, and P3. Therefore, the trans-practice codification sought by philosophical engagement in the pornography debate is either impossible or close to impossible. P1. A core feature of the philosophical discussion on pornography is codifying permissible and impermissible representations which apply across social domains. McIntyre's virtue theory stands in opposition to Enlightenment rationalism. Virtue theory provides a critical basis from which to analyze the presupposition that there is a single overarching system deducible by reason, which is one of the key features of philosophical accounts in the pornography debate. For McIntyre, 2001, reason is specific to social practices, see Blackledge 2009, 868. This is in contrast to the core feature of the main analytic philosophical approach, which is to find the grounds to universally decontest pornography and to find rational grounds for state intervention or protection across all domains. Since the Enlightenment period, the bureaucratic rational state became the final arbiter in settling social conflicts. With the rise of the liberal nation-state, legislation equally applies across a geographical domain, with clear objective criteria explaining and justifying priorities and omissions, see Weber 1949. Just as decontesting meaning is vital for legislative strategies, so too the liberal assumption for resolving disputes around pornography is to decontest terms in order to provide universal norms to regulate behavior. Central to the debate about the legal status of pornography is the definition of pornography, Cars 1995, 159. By disputing the claim that there are trans-traditional definitions of pornography, the anarchist practice approach does not deny that particular important, stable norms are prevalent across social practices. A norm like respect the lives of all present is likely to be core and relatively clear in almost all benign social activities. However, this does not necessarily imply that it is universal. While there are a range of analytic approaches, some, which contest the universality of meaning, of the more usual analytical account, described by Daniel McDermott, 2008, and Philip Pettit, 2000, is that through universal reason or universally deduced naturalist methods, it is possible to discover fixed, non-valuative descriptive principles, see Chapter 1. Despite the misgivings of McIntyrean virtue theorists, the concentration in philosophical debates has been on providing analytically rigorous, decontested definitions, and universally valid arguments. Caroline West, 2012, in her lucid summary and analysis of the literature, highlights how philosophy has concentrated on providing definitions of pornography, in order to either support or reject censorship proposals. Some of these definitions either include an explicit normative component, which proscribes, anti-porn, or defends, sex-positive, certain forms of sexual imagery and behavior. Others are apparently value-neutral but have implicit valuative elements and applications which are explicitly regulatory. Amongst the best-known definitions is McKinnon's, pornography is the graphic sexually explicit subordination of women through pictures and or words, McKinnon quoted in Parent 1990, 205. McKinnon identifies certain categories of subordination. These include women being presented as dehumanist sex objects, who enjoy pain and humiliation, rape, and other violations such as mutilation, being presented in a servile position, exhibited body parts, are being presented as naturally available and being penetrated by objects and or animals. Pornography includes women being portrayed in scenarios of degradation, injury, torture, shown as filthy or inferior, bleeding, bruised or hurt in a context that makes these conditions sexual, Ibid. 205. For McKinnon, these representations legitimate women's subjugation. This leaves open the possibility of sexually explicit images that might avoid these characteristics. Given the limitations of the definition, images of dominant women, or of naked men, in any form, would not be pornography and therefore not prima facie illicit and open to sanction. However, McKinnon, as discussed later, ultimately believes all sexual depictions of women are degrading, because even apparently dominant images of women are still produced and interpreted through patriarchal structures and thus, in the final analysis, demean women. Susan Brown Miller's definition also succinctly delineates the term. Pornography's intent is to humiliate, degrade, and dehumanize the female body for the purpose of erotic stimulation, quoted in Cars 1995, 159-60. This characterization of pornography based on the intentions of the producer, rather than the interpretation of the viewer, is quoted by Elisa Cars in her account. Cars, 1995, 159-60, defines pornography as that which degrades and demeans those being shown and acts to endorse the degradations depicted. Cars recognizes that this pejorative definition of pornography suggests the possibility of acceptable sexually explicit depictions that are not pornographic. In addition to the pejorative interpretations, there are affirmative definitions of pornography. One example comes from the anarchic, graphic artist Alan Moore. Moore, 2006, distinguishes pornography from erotica as the former is concerned with sex as pleasure and physical gratification, while the latter is concerned with loving relationships. According to this definition, portrayals of honest physical lust can be enjoyable for all parties concerned. Similarly, Consuelo Concepcion, 1999-98, provides a favorable interpretation. Pornography represents sexuality, it questions the dominance of any one expression of sexuality over another. It legitimates desire such that prohibition, rather than liberating women, would deny women the possibility of discovering new sexual desires. Thus, restrictions on sexual imagery both produce harm and are oppressive in themselves. There are a number of definitions which push the negative evaluative features to more marginal positions. These include definitions such as pornography is any material, either pictures or words, that is sexually explicit, West 2012, or sexually explicit material, verbal or pictorial, that is primarily designed to produce sexual arousal in viewers, West 2012. Such apparently value-neutral definitions are also used by lawmakers. The 2008 Criminal Justice and Immigration Act defines a pornographic image as one which must be reasonably assumed to have been produced solely or principally for the purpose of sexual arousal, Ministry of Justice 2008, 2-3, 5. These definitions state that the sexual images in themselves have no moral value, but they become questionable, or desirable, depending on other factors. Unacceptable pornographic productions as opposed to acceptable images would be, for instance, those which unproblematically violate core values, such as images produced without consent. Under the 2008 Act, pornography only becomes subject to interference when it is grossly offensive, disgusting, or causes or involves non-consensual harm through its portrayal of an extreme act. These violations are not central to the definition of pornography in general, only of its illegitimate forms. Kirshner, 2004, and A.W. Eaton, 2007, also subscribe to a potentially non-pejorative definition of pornography, suggesting that it is only its problematic aspects in egalitarian forms, Eaton, and violation, Kirshner, that require critical attention. The non-pejorative definitions, however, still have normative features as they are formulated to fix attention and guide action in particular directions. Concepcion, 1999, also argues that all the pejorative accounts are flawed because they engage in universalization, promoting a single account of the sexual. Concepcion rightly identifies that a single definition or interpretation of sexual expression, which can be used to identify the permissible from the impermissible, will fail to adequately deal with the fluidity of sexual desire and differences in social and sexual power, agency, and institutional norms. As such, these singular pejorative interpretations lead to marginalization of some women's, and men's, goods-rich sexual practices, Concepcion 1999, 98, 100. However, while Concepcion rightly makes the point against rival, negative accounts of pornography, this critique of singular, universal definitions is equally applicable to affirmative versions, such as her own. As Michael Ray, 2001, recognizes, identifying what constitutes pornography is rarely universal, but the formula used for determining it is viewed as universal, what is referred to here as a quasi-universal account. So, for instance, the U.S. Supreme Court recognizes what is viewed as pornographic in one community is not necessarily regarded as pornographic in another. However, the way to demarcate pornography from non-pornography is the same in each case, that it is sexual in nature, appeals to sexual interest, and conflicts with the local community standards with no additional justification, Ray 2001, 127-28. While Ray considers this formulation to be inadequate, 128, as it suggests only offensive material is pornography, he shares with the Supreme Court a definitional scheme, which takes into account differences in social circumstances in an attempt to avoid reducing diverse sexual practices to a single universal account of pornography, and to thereby escape the inherent problems such definitions produce. Ray, 120, has two parts to his definition. The first is based on how the image is used. It is a communicative material employed by someone primarily for sexual arousal. The second part is that there is a reasonable belief that the communicative material will be used in this way. There is no intrinsic property that makes something pornographic, rather, it relies upon the social context, and the recognition within that context of its primary sexually arousing nature, 134-35. The second part allows a community standard for interpretation of whether something is likely to be used in this way. What is significant is that Ray, rightly, identifies that what constitutes pornography is contextual. A photograph of a scantily dressed female, when positioned in a newspaper as an illustration of her career, is not likely to have a pornographic use. The same picture's status and function alters when it is reprinted in an age-restricted magazine, next to erotic text, Ray 2001, 118, 135. The second part of the definition regards the audience as the ultimate arbiters of what is classified as pornography. Thus, an audience whose expectations have been framed in one particular way, to expect a text that is largely constructed for sexual titillation, will use and interpret the text in one way, while those who are expecting to see an example which illustrates an artist's technique will not regard it or use it as pornography. While there might be particular problems in this definition, for instance, is the legitimate adjudicating audience identified by plebiscite, citizens' jury, elected representatives, or a focus group made up of interested groups? It is the universalist feature for how a token or text becomes classified as pornography that is most relevant. While Ray's definition acknowledges the different impacts of distinctive social practices on the interpretation and use of divergent texts, the criteria nonetheless apply across these dissimilar traditions. As such, Ray's sophisticated, flexible account shares with the pejorative, neutral, and positive accounts of pornography, a set of fixed criteria for identification, which operate across all social practices. P2 Human sexuality is diverse, fluid and practice-dependent. As Ray and Concepcion have identified, human sexuality and its representations are diverse and fluid. Similarly, Jamie Heckert, 2004, 104-5, a social researcher on sexual identity, argues that sexuality is not based on any fixed biological order, but is incorporated in, and a feature of, various practices and rituals, whose meanings are similarly adaptable. The changing social forms in which sexual desires are produced and satisfied impacts on the sexual identities of the agencies of those who participate. For instance, whether one views oneself as queer, submissive, or dominant, often depends on the sexual practice and the role one plays within it. One of the features of both conservative and progressive social commentators has been the identification, within apparently innocent activities, of a deeply sexual element, which is not necessarily apparent to all those who engage in the activity, or who enter into it from a less sexually preoccupied tradition. So the ultra-conservative Christian evangelist Jerry Falwell identifies for him an unacceptable vindication of gay identities and lifestyles in the preschool British television programme Teletubbies, BBC 1999. From another political angle, Melinda Jebby and Moores, 2008, infamous, sexually, graphic novel Lost Girls identifies submerged libidinal themes in classics of children's literature, Lewis Carroll's, and John Tenniel's, Alice in Wonderland, L. Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz and J. M. Barrie's Peter Pan, see also more 2006. More generally, the Internet seems to highlight particular niche paraphilias and fetishes, in which there is barely an object, activity, or emotion that has not been explicitly reinterpreted to accommodate sexual desire or has had peripheral erotic features recast to the core. This is a phenomenon known on sections of the Internet as Rule 34, which states that for any conceivable subject or activity there is a sexualized version of it, Urban Dictionary 2011 and 2012. Even the most mundane activities can be turned into a sexual fetish. For instance, some people gain sexual arousal from tickling or playing with teddy bears and others from looking at catalogs of high-technology equipment. While these forms of arousal may be shared by niche groups, they are unlikely to be recognized as necessarily erotic from outside these small collectives. Such sexualization of the banal might be an increasing feature of contemporary life. As Marcuse, 1984, remarks in One-Dimensional Man, technologically dominant capitalism shapes libidinal desires into those that are most capable of being satisfied by commodity production and consumption. As a result, managerial strategies for increasing productivity involve promoting and directing libidinal forces, see also Marcuse 1987. While managerial control seeks to identify the places in which libidinal desire dwells in order to manipulate it, such desires are fluid enough to escape complete detection. From the position of the state, the overseer seeks an objective position, but this is itself a particular, not a universal, location. As such, it cannot fully understand each and every social practice. The institutions of the state have their own rules, nomos, internal goods, and types of agent. As a result, they shape their interpretations of sexual activity, desire, and representation, and these are different to those of other types of practice. Participants in social fora that are adjacent to one another are more easily able to identify the social goods of similar activities. However, for many social practices, some form of socialization or initiation is required. As a result, agents from non-adjacent settings might overlook or misidentify the characteristics of a social practice. P3 Interpretative regimes for reading or decoding sexual representations are especially contextual and practice-dependent and are highly unlikely, close to impossible, to be universally applicable across all social domains. Many commentators have identified the general fluidity of interpretation. Identifying sexual elements as degrading, repressive or uplifting and emancipatory is especially open-ended, though not simply subjective. Those engaged in a shared social practice must have similar interpretations of the rules and key events. Vadas, 1987, 495, gives an example from a sporting context to illustrate the point. In the largely American pastime of baseball, the third futile swing of the bat constitutes striking out. If there is a disagreement over, say, whether the ball was foul, there is at least a shared means for deciding between rival interpretations. In the example of baseball, there is an authoritative umpire. There is a regime for interpreting the activities within that social practice and a method of arbitrating when there are conflicting interpretations. This method for resolution would be appropriate to resolve sibling disputes where no neutral arbiter is present. However, different social practices have different interpretative regimes, though adjacent ones might overlap. Similarly, there are sexual practices that have internal rules and interpretative regimes. These might appear to be oppressive, degrading or coercive, but once one is initiated into them they are actually harmless, enriching and anti-hierarchical. Similarly, apparently innocent practices can be discriminatory and authoritarian. McKinnon, 1989, 317, 2, acknowledges that the sexual is constructed and its meanings can alter, though she argues that the determining impact of male power has stabilized the meanings of women's sexual lives in a consistently demeaning manner. This argument needs a little unpacking. McKinnon is undoubtedly right that in almost all social contexts, the continued debasement and humiliation of one person, gender, or ethnic group for the primary benefit of another generates social vices rather than goods. It is also conceptually possible to imagine ideal language situations in which a single interpretative regime is so strong that there is no disagreement or contestable concepts. That is to say that there is a single, prevalent system for reading the sexual such that no significant ambiguity or contestation arises. In addition, it is also possible that if patriarchy were sufficiently dominant, as McKinnon suggests, then it would produce readings of sexual representation that were clearly maintaining a structure to normalise male dominance. However, it seems highly unlikely that there are such singular dominant interpretative regimes in general. In particular, though patriarchy is powerful, and indeed core, to many oppressive social institutional arrangements, it does not have a totality of interpretative force. As Concepcion, 1999, counters, it is disempowering, as well as inaccurate, to suggest that male power is all-determining, for there are ways in which agents subvert and produce their own meanings. Playing with images of submission and domination can be a way of highlighting and destabilizing standard meanings and interpretative regimes, such as submissives who are actually controlling the role play, Metcalfe 1993, Call 2011. Heckert, 2004, 111-12, 2, is critical of the view that there is a single male power or even a single heterosexual male power. Heterosexuality can involve diverse norms and multiple identities, which can be playful and transgressive of hierarchical assumptions. Narratives of heterosexuality, for example, are generated through the intersection of different sexual and social practices, rather than a singular interpretative regime always producing, interpreting, and evaluating libidinal activities in the same way. So even within an apparently dominant and dominating linguistic regime, there can be significant differences in interpretation. C1 Therefore the trans practice codification sought by philosophical engagement in the pornography debate is either impossible or close to impossible. The first three propositions build the critical feature of the argument, that it is not possible, contrary to the broad thrust of much philosophical writings on pornography and sexual representation, to provide an account that applies across all terrains of legitimate and illegitimate portrayals. Thus, legislative proposals, which similarly identify and sanction particular representations and behaviors across the social domains, are also inadequate and risk disrupting value-rich social practices. Even those accounts that restrict regulatory criteria to specific, restricted domains have to provide a trans-traditional account, which makes it possible to identify the selected domain subject to control from the set which will be unsupervised. For instance, regulation, which seeks to manage only the distribution of filmic representations of sexual activity, provides a description of the sexual and a classification of distribution and film, which applies to all social practices, such that it can pick out the domains to which it provides guidance. For such a universal account to work, it would need to be able to provide a durable interpretative regime to decode the sexual from the non-sexual, and have a stable structure for evaluating the social practice or sexual image. Sexual desire is, however, contextual and interpretable only by those engaged in the same or adjacent fora. The sexual characteristics of some philosophy teaching, supposedly amongst the most rational and least libidinal of the humanities, frequently goes unacknowledged. It has been left to feminist scholars like Michelle L. Doerf, 2002, to pick out the ways in which a particular form of masculinist desire has shaped the discipline and, as a result, marginalized women's role. L. Doerf's account, though slightly flawed, is nonetheless revealing to those who have engaged in Western philosophy, and can subsequently identify certain seductive features which are not formally recognized as being within the discipline. Similarly, the internal goods, and vices, of particular practices cannot be judged universally, but only within the relevant social practice or closely aligned ones. In addition, they are subject to multiple interpretations. The norms that are the constitutive core to one practice, such as integrity, avoiding cheating, and physical courage in athletics, are not necessarily the same virtues that are implicit in providing food for the homeless, where compassion and justice are more central. Aristotle 1976, 134-53. Other attributes might not be so obvious. In the case of athletics, the virtues of liberality, having the right attitude towards money, such as budgeting and avoiding alienating conspicuous consumption, or sociability, in dealing with teammates, competitors, and spectators, might only become apparent when fully engaged in this practice, or when witnessing the practice from a more adjacent one. More obviously, sexual activities also have different norms and internal goods, and vices. Those engaged in particular forms of sadomasochism have been portrayed, even by political radicals, as engaging in behaviors that are inherently patriarchal or oppressive. Philip 1992, 2, Richard and Ron 1992, 2, or that reproduce and reinforce the values of managerialism, Class War 1991, 99. Yet, other radicals who engage in bondage discipline sadomasochism, BDSM, find it to be consensual, creative, and trusting. Cohen 2008, 14. Kirshner, 2004, 2, argues that while there is a risk of generating intrinsic evils in the consumption of violent and hierarchical sexualist images, it is not necessarily, or certain to be, harmful to human flourishing. There is no universal position from which to identify the key features of a social practice. They are always judged either internally or from submersion in other practices, some adjacent, some far removed and distinct. Similarly, there is no single set of values that can be applied across all practices, though certain ones, like autonomy and benevolence, or at least non-malfeasance, are likely to be core to many. Criticisms and replies. It should be clear that this argument is not proposing that value judgments cannot be made about the appropriateness or otherwise of certain sexual representations, but that such judgments are particular to the social practices in which they take place. This position conflicts not just with legislative approaches, but also with right libertarian, better called propertarian, responses to pornography. Propertarians, like David Ramsey Steele, 2001, and Walter Block, 2015, 44, argue that unless Lockean property rights are directly violated, then there are no grounds for interference. Propertarians make the immodest claim that they know that these universal principles should be applied across all domains to create the most just social relationships. This is not to deny that some judgments are likely to be consistent across social practices. Indeed, it is impossible to imagine a social forum in which the abuse of children or non-consensual sexual mutilation would be productive of internal goods, rather than the selfish vices of cruelty, malice, or self-delusion. Give that legislation against child abuse imagery is acceptable, why is state regulation insupportable against more general forms of pornography? One answer is that concepts relating to child abuse and non-consensual mutilation are more stable than the necessarily more volatile libidinal concepts. Thus, while not universal, the necessity to care for children and place their interests over older generations is necessary for future practices to flourish, just as the norm "do not kill non-threatening others" is a stable norm with almost universal applicability for practices to flourish. 4 So the general application of anti-child abuse regulations, as though it being universal, would not corrupt goods-rich social practices. This defense is not without problems, as the concepts might be more fluid than first imagined. What constitutes a child in relation to sexual partnership, for example, varies enormously, according to the circumstances of family life. At times of material scarcity and low life expectancy, procreative sexual relations might by a necessity to begin earlier. Similarly, what constitutes mutilation differs enormously according to the ceremonies and identities produced. Thus, in traditional Jewish families, non-voluntary male circumcision is not regarded as mutilation, while female circumcision and decorative tattooing are taboo. In many Western communities, by contrast, male circumcision is rare and often viewed as disfigurement, though piercing and tattooing, including on eroticized areas such as the breasts and rear, are not unusual forms of sexual display. As a result, incontestable legislation based on these apparently stable concepts could lead to damaging goods-rich practices. A different response to the challenge presented by pornography is offered by some anarchist perfectionist philosophers like Samuel Clarke. Such legislation, he argues, is unnecessary. Properly run communities or properly functioning goods-rich social practices can have norms in place that prohibit coercive or cruel behaviors, but do not require the institutional structures of trans-traditional or state authority. Clarke 2007, 109-38. For instance, people playing online video games do not require a statewide body to impose interpretations of the rules onto players. No managerial authority is required to ensure that participants adopt and apply norms fairly, and suitable allowances are made for beginners or younger players. While this inevitably raises the question of how to deal with malefactors when they do arise, without reproducing statist behavior and institutions, prefigurative anarchist responses argue that such challenges can be and are met, with answers drawn from the fight against fascism, which is considered next. A further defense of the trans-tradition, legislative approach, as Susan Easton, 2002, 34-35, argues, is that restrictions can enhance protection for those threatened by unregulated markets or previously uncontested and dangerous cultural practices. Examples would be regulations protecting maternity rights or statutes against female circumcision. Easton is right that cutting legislative protection for the vulnerable does not end universal rules. Propertarians who advocate for eradication of such paternalist legislation do not want the end of universalist regulation, but for the trans-tradition application of free market principles. Eradicating one area of legislation simply to allow another universal regulation based on even more damaging rules would generate even further vices. This does not mean, however, promoting further reliance on benign or redistributive trans-traditional legislation to resolve complex problems. Such responses are likely to be highly damaging and disempowering to minorities who will rely on state agencies to solve their problems. Legislation against racism and antisemitism, of the type Easton refers to in support of anti-pornography legislation, and often advanced by anti-racism campaigners, has been used to silence critics of racism. In 2009, legal proceedings were brought against Palestinian rights activists who were charged with racially aggravated conduct for protesting against Israel's aggressive discriminatory policies, Murray and Watt 2009. Similarly, anti-pornography legislation has been used to harass members of minority ethnic groups in Indonesia, and it is not implausible for such legislation to be used against feminist literature. It is not just that legislation can be misapplied, but that there is no way of protecting against hierarchical or divergent interpretations of such laws. Rejecting trans-traditional policy interventions is not to propose passivity in the face of overt wrongs. On the contrary, it advocates instead for an anti-politics of action rather than a politics of demand. Rejecting universalist approaches does not reject many of the concerns raised by anti-porn campaigners, and indeed endorses many of their context-dependent tactics. For instance, Easton, 2002, 187, mentions campaigns against the construction of sex clubs in areas that are the focus of other familial, social, and educational activities, and which would be damaged by the introduction of overtly sexualized imagery. Yet, instead of relying on state or trans-state legislation such as the Human Rights Act, Easton 2002, those who are good practitioners involved in the maintenance of goods-rich social activities, such as teachers in adjacent schools and parents/guardians in nearby homes, would recognize that undesired arousal and exaggerated gender division caused by amplified sexualization would disrupt good educational practices. As a result, such protest, in this instance, should involve more or less all the citizens in the location, as there would be few who would not be adversely affected by these sexualized commercial activities. 5. Better strategies tend to come from the oppressed themselves challenging discriminatory activities and institutions. The activities of autonomous anti-fascists might provide an illustration. Those who defended Cable Street from Oswald Mosley's black shirts in 1936 and members of the 42 Group, who coordinated similarly non-state-sanctioned tactics against Mosley's revived forces after the Second World War, were not only effective but also developed cooperative modes of interaction which were often full of the virtues, wisdom, compassion, justice, and bravery. Ultimately, autonomous action by those affected by inappropriate sexualization, as well as those threatened by priggish suppression of desirable sexual expression, are likely to be more reliable and empowering forms of political action for protecting and enhancing goods-rich activities than simply relying on trans-traditional intervention. Fascism, anti-fascism and free speech. With the rise and rapid expansion of nationalist capitalism since the start of the millennium, anti-fascist mobilization has become an increasing part of anarchist activism. It has not gone without criticism from inside and outside the wider movement. For some critics, such is its pressing nature and devastating negative outcomes that anti-fascism is the supreme telos, as such and consistent with any form of consequentialism. Any method, including the legislative, constitutional approach, if it were effective, would be justified. Examples would include Noam Chomsky's, 2016, criticism of leftists who did not vote for Hillary Clinton and thus assisted Trump's election. For liberal deontologists, it is the universalist Milchian account of free speech that is used to criticize and delegitimize militant anti-fascists. See the liberal critics cited by Lozada 2017. Mill's account is attractive for a number of reasons. It is apparently clear, simple, and provides formal guarantees against state excess. To recap it briefly, Mill, 1985, in On Liberty argues that the only times that rights to free speech, understood as a negative right, 75 to 76, can be justly interfered with is if this utterance directly violates the harm principle. Harm is not understood in terms of humiliation, pain, or distress, but in terms of a violation of the rights of others. 119. Such a threat has to be direct, such as riling up a mob to attack someone, rather just generally spreading suspicion. 119-20. For speech to be protected from interference, it need not be true, for the best way of demonstrating veracity is through debate. 106-7, 116. Nor must the utterances be civilly expressed, though moderation is preferred, because any dissenting opinion appears hostile and vituperative to its opponents. 117-18. Mill argues that free speech has internal and external goods. Internally, it fosters personal responsibility and respect for others. 142, develops wisdom. 80-81, and prevents vices like arrogance, immodesty and bullying. 77. Externally, it allows for people to express their discontent, and thus helps foster better government. 77, and allows people to discover the truth, with Mill having an optimistic view that truth is part of its utility. 82. In addition, freedom of speech undermines oppressive outdated institutions, like the church, and destabilizes repressive traditions. 69. Anarchists have been advocates of free speech on numerous occasions. As Kathy Ferguson, 2011, 35, describes Emma Goldman's anarchism. Freedom of speech and expression was a central issue for Goldman for both intrinsic and extrinsic reasons. Intrinsically, Goldman held freedom of expression to be central to the development of creative liberated human consciousness. Extrinsically, free speech served as the scaffolding for a variety of other struggles: workplace organizing, reproductive education, anti-war agitation, sexual liberation and cultural critique. All required talking and writing to pursue their ends. Chomsky, too, has been a passionate and controversial advocate for free speech, even for Holocaust deniers, for similar intrinsic and extrinsic reasons as Mill and Goldman. Militant anti-fascism is regarded by universalist Miltian liberals as violating free speech principles. It seeks to close down public expressions of discriminatory speech. However, there are significant defenses of the anti-fascist position using a practice-based approach. Communication does not appear out of nowhere but as part of other activities. John Austin, 1962, made a distinction between descriptive and performative statements. The first gives an account of a state of affairs, which may be true or false; the latter may describe but is also a type of action, such as a warning, promise, or threat. Now, it may be argued that even descriptive statements are also part of a broader performance, but the central point is that political statements are not purely descriptive but types of action embedded in types of rule-governed activity. Take the Miltian jurist Oliver Wendell Holmes's justification for depriving some of free speech: the most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. Holmes quoted in McKinnon 1985, 25 and 44. That is to say, free speech is allowable so long as it does not violate Mill's harm principle, as the stampede of a terrified audience is likely to cause bodily injury. There are three things to note. First, Wendell Holmes was raising that speech acts occur in a context and the context shapes the nature and acceptability of the utterance. Second, Wendell Holmes was using this limit as a justification to prevent anti-war protesters interrupting the draft during war. When there was no war, contentious speech acts were justified, but not when they have an impact. Thus, some critics see Wendell Holmes's limitation as being an unjust and politically motivated restriction, and would leave it up to patrons as to whether they act on a warning of a fire, rather than limit unjustifiable alarmist rhetoric. Third, and most significantly, it is rarely acceptable to shout anything in a crowded theater, except when it is part of orchestrated audience participation or the performance is especially atrocious. Shouting out during a play will interrupt the performance and distract the performers. The practice of theater requires respect for certain rules which limit free speech. Different arenas require different types of regulation of free speech. A political philosophy seminar, or adult education workshop, which discusses the benefits and problems of free speech, might legitimately include examples of rabidly discriminatory speech for critical evaluation and assessment. The function of the utterance is these instances are more illustrative and educational, for developing critical understandings and understanding divergent viewpoints, rather than seeking to demean, intimidate, or ostracize. The same ardent expression of bigotry, when chanted in the streets by a group of political activists, is not meant to open up debate. The function is to degrade, threaten, and inhibit particular, already disadvantaged, groups from participation. Disrupting this sort of speech act generates far more virtues than vices. For instance, in a college class on measuring carbon deposits in peat bogs, it would not be a violation of free speech to ask a student who persistently questioned whether women should be engaging in science, to stop this line of inquiry and to have them removed if they did not cease. This is because the inquiry has nothing to do with the topic taught, and pursuing it disrupts training in laboratory practice. However, critical teachers in a different class setting would find it appropriate to at least initially engage with the sexist student and allow them to fully articulate their viewpoint in order to encourage exploration of how such a worldview developed. See Spring 2008, 57-59. Few people are proponents of absolute freedom of speech. Many of a propertarian bent would probably complain if someone stood outside one of their elderly relatives' windows in the early hours of the morning shouting obscenities, even if there was no direct physical threat. There are times when other practices with different values take priority. Propertarians nonetheless support restrictions on free speech, which are the result of freely entered into contractual obligations. Even when the contracts are the result of structural coercion, such as having to sell one's labor to survive. An employee might have far greater restrictions placed on his or her use of social media by the employer than those imposed by an authoritarian state. Similarly, some minor discriminatory discourses should not be significantly interfered with. An impoverished working-class pensioner chatting with her neighbor using an archaic but crude racial epithet might be met with a polite interjection, but a more forceful interruption would generate more vices and virtues. This is different if the speaker is rallying forces, especially those who have state support, to initiate significant limitations on the freedoms of others. Although some anti-fascist actions involve the Miltian violation of rights to free speech, many of them do not. Free speech for Mill is a negative right, one of non-interference. Under this formulation, no one is obliged to give a platform or provide a megaphone. Many anti-fascist mobilizations are consistent with Mill, requesting that anyone currently or planning to provide a platform for advocates of imposing discriminatory principles into everyday social practices refrain from doing so. These vary from a series of polite requests to more vituperative communications asking for cancellation of fascist events. Mill allows for insulting discourses, and these are rarely as malicious as the speech acts they are contesting. Other far-right supporters claim they are having their rights violated because they face hostile criticism from colleagues for their views. Yet, criticizing an opposing view, forcefully, is entirely consistent with Mill's account of free speech. Further, the free speech debate highlights one of the problems with universal absolutes, consistent with McIntyre's critique. To have free speech means others have to be quiet while the orator makes their views known. To demand silence of others is a restriction on their free speech. There is no reason, all things being equal, under principles of absolute sovereignty of free speech, why one person's views or group's views should take priority. A common tactic in interactions between fascists and anti-fascists is when the two sides attempt to out each other and drown out the other side. Bray 2017, 187. In After Virtue, McIntyre, 1985, 152-53, gives an example of rival claims to property rights, which neither Nozikian nor Rawlschian principles can resolve. Instead, it was determined by Kaka to Orthon Logon, according to right reason, an arrangement that provides a solution that embodies the virtues, compassion, just treatment, and wisdom. It is only in a social practice like a husting, a seminar, a reading group or friendly gathering that formal and informal rules dictate who shall speak and who needs to keep quiet. As Bray, 2017, 210, rightly reminds us, anti-fascism itself is rarely the final, single telos, nor is confronting organized racists always and everywhere the primary activity. In some locations, national capitalist activism is low and it has not generated significant contemporary fascist movements. Other threats take a greater priority. In addition, anti-hierarchical values that are embodied in anarchist and other forms of radical practice can themselves create the circumstances that limit fascist activism, even when it is not the main intended outcome. Anti-instrumentalist approaches recognize that the production and maintenance of social practices based on principles incompatible with fascism, generating values that conflict with the vices of domination, are also effective forms of anti-fascism, even if they are not constructed primarily with this goal. Nor is anti-fascism necessarily confrontational and aggressive, though there are times when it is consistent with the virtues and maintenance of anti-hierarchical social practices to use physical coercion, where it is brave, compassionate, and wise to do so. Most physical confrontations of organized racists have relatively low levels of violence, especially compared with the violations of liberty enacted by and planned by the far-right. 6 Recently, in the United Kingdom, this has taken form of pouring milkshakes over prominent nationalist capitalists. Nonetheless, these minor violations of liberty have been condemned by politicians like Tony Blair, see Hunt 2019, responsible for far greater violence of the state, such as the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Free speech is a norm that is embedded in different practices. It is a core norm to many important social practices, from social research to journalism. It is not, however, a supreme value, nor is it core to every social practice. Many goods-rich activities require legitimate restrictions on free speech, such as protecting patient confidentiality, and the principles of liberty that underpin them are less significant in some social practices. 2. The question of violence. Violence, too, is a highly contested term, and its identification and pejorative use shifts according to ideological morphology and social activity. The problem of violence has been raised by, amongst others, Randall Emster, 1998, and Benjamin Pauli, 2015, 65-66, 77, who argue that if anarchists hold prefiguration as a core principle, and they aspire to a non-coercive, non-violent world, then they have to eschew coercive, violent means. This is a view also shared by Brian Martin, 2008. If the goal is a society without organized violence, non-violent action has all these prefigurative advantages. It provides experiences in living without using violence. It reduces immediate violence in the here and now, even when campaigns fail, and it ensures that efforts are in a nonviolent direction. Prefiguration, like the virtues, sees means foreshadowing ends. Allowing for violent actions, argues Martin, would permit the generalization of violence. One issue is that the term violence is so slippery and so prevalent. Most ideological structures legitimize particular forms of violence performed by discrete sets of agents, even if they do not always refer to it as such, preferring euphemisms such as force or peacekeeping. The tendency, in many locations, is to use the term violence only as a pejorative identifier for undesirable forms of dominance or interference. Pacifist morphologies face particular problems in their use of the term. One problem is that there are cases of violence of omission, that is to say allowing a vicious assault to take place, which is preventable with, only, an action of far less violence, such as throwing a brick to knock out at an assassin about to shoot up a school. Failing to act would be violence through omission. Pacifist morphologies have to reject or marginalize notions of violence by omission. This option, however, is hardly prefigurative of a responsible, compassionate society. The alternative is to acknowledge violence by omission and allow the minor assault on the assassin to prevent the slaughter. This would be to approve of minimal violence, which is more consistent with prefiguration. However, it then no longer marks out a pacifist position. Consistent with the prefigurative, practice-based approach that structures this text, violence here is understood in relation to virtue. Violence should be viewed negatively when it damages or destroys goods-rich practices and undermines individual, social, and ecological flourishing, eudaimonia. Confusions around violence are highlighted and clarified by Vittorio Bufacchi, 2005. He identifies two concepts of violence. A minimal conception of violence concentrates on the use of force and physical harm, while a more comprehensive account of violence looks at it in terms of violations, structural violence, violence of omission and wider notions of harm including psychological damage. There is a tendency for people to shift from one definition to another on the basis of self-interest. It is familiar to hear a politician condemning opponents for using violence by employing a comprehensive definition but then justifying their own or their group's actions as nonviolent on the basis of the minimal definition, even though such methods would fall foul of the comprehensive definition. Bufacchi's account helpfully identifies why there are so many examples of people talking across each other when discussing violence, each is meaning something different, just as pro- and anti-Trump supporters interpret corruption differently, see Chapter 1. However, a subtler account of violence exposes how the term operates in different practices and traditions, and shows how these alter its meaning and normative value. Take practices such as amateur boxing and martial arts, where participation is voluntary and where financial manipulation is minimized. These activities are violent, but they are unproblematically so. John Harris, 1983, makes a distinction between consensual violent acts and ethically more problematic non-consensual acts of violence. Some social activities are likely to involve some pain, voluntary sadomasochism, and physical damage, but these are not necessarily morally repellent, thereby casting doubt on the prefigurative pacifist account that the goal is a wholly nonviolent society. However, even in practices like boxing and martial arts, which overtly accepts consensual violent acts, there can still be violations. The term violence is largely reserved for behavior that exceeds the formal rules or a reasonably expected level, an informal rule. Violence within these sports is pejoratively used to identify behaviors that prevent people from current or future participation. Violence, when it enters into a practice, prevents people, or ecological others, from flourishing. Even consensual violent acts can then become problematic, if too much of the activity, or if it is improperly directed, undermines the future flourishing of the participants, the practice, or tradition, such as the boxer who becomes punch drunk. Under this account, it is consistent to see psychological coercion as a form of violence when it prevents people from full participation and developing virtuous relationships. Similarly, social structures that prevent large sections of a population from gaining access to goods-rich practices even though it is not the deliberate intention of any single actor, but due to the pre-existing distribution of goods and rules for access are also forms of violence. For propertarians, the fact that some people because of poverty and lack of sellable skills may live truncated, alienated, and impoverished lives is not a form of violence, because for them the notion of violence is conceptually located next to violations of negative rights. Instead, for propertarians and their allies, it would be people violating property rights to gain access to the goods of life that would constitute violence. Violence thus is understood in terms of practices. It is pejorative when action disrupts the operation of those activities in such ways that it prevents the generation of goods. Coercion and force, non-pejorative violence, is justifiable if it thwarts vicious behavior and provides avenues for virtues to flourish. Amster, Pauli, and Martin's prefigurative pacifist account is problematic, because it concentrates on a lack of coercion and views the social space as potentially one in which violence can be absent, rather than one of intersecting practices and traditions which have their own rules of exclusion and the legitimization of force. Instead of seeing the goal as being a society without violence, it would be more consistent with anarchism to see it as a society without or with the minimum possible domination. The reassertion of principles of anti-hierarchy and rich social relationships, social view of the self, means that forms of violence that aim to replace one ruler with another but leave systems of domination intact would be rejected. Anti-hierarchical violence is viewed differently to hierarchical violence. Anarchists recognize a difference between a minimally coercive act from the oppressed seeking to limit or overturn oppression and the act of reinstating or protecting hierarchy. Some anarchist practices, like forms of militant anti-fascism, require, on occasions, forms of violence, but only insofar as they contest relations of domination and allow for the greatest possible development of anti-hierarchical virtues. Summation. The chapter began by showing that standard normative philosophical approaches to moral problems assume the perspective of the state, seeking to find a single formula for demarcating acceptable from unacceptable forms of behavior, whether these be in terms of permissible sexual imagery or restrictions on free speech. However, such an approach is misguided. Activities with contested concepts such as violence, free speech and the infinitely malleable sexual, demonstrate that interpreting such terms and the behaviors they describe and assess are practice-dependent. As a result, strategies such as legislative solutions, based on the assumptions that there are trans-traditional, universal, definitions, are highly flawed. Instead of seeking solutions from outside, a more modest approach is recommended. Here practitioners and participants identify the particular norms, resources, identities, and immanent goods, and harms, within particular traditions. Practitioners, rather than legislators, should take the lead in protecting their virtuous practices from discriminatory and hierarchical interference. This does not necessarily rule out some manipulation and use of social power against coercive and abusive behavior, but in countering these threats, the methods used should also encapsulate the virtues, such as bravery, justice, compassion, and modesty. Was a violation of political free speech and whether it was violent. It is odd how a very minor expertise in the ethics of direct action soon became amplified, by independent sections of media, into an aura of expertise on this eye-catching transitory phenomenon. Conclusion 1. An Auschwitz survivor dies. As she enters heaven, she bumps into God and tells him a Holocaust joke. "I don't find that funny at all," says God. "I guess," replies the survivor, "you had to be there." Kropotkin reputedly wrote Anarchist Morality because he was disturbed by some of the behavior of his British anarchist comrades, who were using selective anarchist principles to engage in predatory behavior, stealing from comrades. Part of the motivation here, too, was to assist activists in decision-making and to make them feel comfortable with the fact that most answers are neither simple nor uncontested. Another motivation is to challenge the view that anarchism has nothing to offer in terms of academic study of ethics, or that it is just an absurd form of propertarian deontology. David Graeber, 2000, identifies that rather than anarchist principles being utopian and utterly inconsistent with contemporary attitudes and behaviors, they in fact regularly adhere to and have broader, if underreported, intellectual support. Colin Ward, 1982, also documents and acknowledges wider social activities have incorporated anarchist principles without announcing themselves as anarchist. For instance, most British people consider queue jumping to be unfair and would usually take turns. Most prefer to join social organizations voluntarily, where they are treated with respect and have a fair chance of influencing decisions. This suggests that anarchist principles are employed, at least in part, in many social practices. Consistently, this book has argued that there is no defensible position from which claims to universal knowledge can come from and thus no legitimate grounds for universal values. One has to be there, or close by, to understand and be in a position to evaluate. This epistemological and ethical position has been a stable one for anarchists, dating back to at least Bakunin and further re-emphasized by post-anarchists in their rejection of representationalism. Learning from Michael Frieden's conceptual approach and combining it with the notion of practices provides a method for identifying anarchisms and post-anarchisms and their evolving structures. Ideologies are viewed as relatively stable constellations of core and adjacent concepts that mutually define and shape perspectives. These ideologies are structured in and through material practices. These practices involve norms, resources, particular identities, and generate immanent values as well as external goods and rules for distributing those goods. This is distinguished from the main approaches of analytic philosophy that seeks to find stable, decontested meaning and universal criteria for demarcating one ideology from another. Additionally, the core features of anarchism are a social view of the self, anti-hierarchy, which considers the state and capitalism as forms of hierarchy, prefiguration, and liberty, understood in terms of non-domination. These are embodied in anarchist community and workplace organization and its privileging of certain forms of direct action. Postanarchisms tend to have a more fluid, less material, more individualist view of the self, and consequently, in some forms to prioritize certain forms of hierarchy. Recognizing that the structure of ideologies, in general, are not fixed helps to conceptualize the changing relationship between anarchist and post-anarchist morphologies. As the structures are not universal but adapt over time, so too their interactions with each other change. This is partly due to the internal contestations within these sub-ideologies, partly as a result of contact with competing ideologies. As a result, this method avoids the assumptions of universalism or the search for a fixed minimum that unifies all versions of an ideology. Such a practice-based adaptation of Frieden's method is not presented as the sole or universal method for studying ideologies. All methods have a bias, and this one has a partiality towards virtue theory because it shares an interest in the local and the immanent. There are times when other disciplinary approaches are more pertinent and fruitful, but there are specific strengths too. This approach, certainly against the more subjectivist approaches of phenomenology and grounded theory and more objective methods based on analytic and historical intentionalist method. This adaptation of Frieden's method provides a basis for identifying different forms of anarchism and post-anarchism and assessing anarchist methods and showing the limits to evaluation. Kropotkin, Bakunin, Goldman, and other classical and contemporary anarchist theorists and movements, through use of this adaptation of Frieden's method, are shown to be most consistent with radical virtue ethics than with a rights-based theory that always and everywhere prioritizes autonomy in either a Rawlsian or Nozickeian sense. Anarchism rejects pure consequentialism on similar grounds, as many post-anarchisms hold that there is no reliable way to identify such a totalizing goal. Instead, anarchism is identified as being most consistent with the social virtue ethics. There are a number of reasons presented for this. This can be seen in anarchism's commitment to prefiguration, in which internal goods foreshadow external goods. This is similar in structure to the notion of the virtues, which are internally good but are a piece of a good goal, a flourishing life or prospering society, eudaimonia. There is a shared opposition to universalism. In virtue theory, no single value takes universal priority, but some are more prominent in certain types of activity. The materialism of anarchism is also evident in social virtue theory, as the latter regards the virtues as the product of material practices and shaped by the resources at hand. There are also significant instances of anarchists, both past and present, who use virtue analysis even if it is not always done consciously. Virtues are shown to be more consistent with anti-hierarchical norms than with those that legitimize domination. In particular, the virtue of modesty is defended as a revolutionary virtue. So, unlike more traditional Marxist, or Leninist, approaches, anarchist virtue theory rejects a single telos, but unlike post-anarchism it does not reject teleology in total. Multiple, changing, interlocking but irreducible tele, are part of social practices and the traditions of anarchism in which they are formed. Against portrayals of anarchist virtue ethics as being remiss in ignoring goals, see for instance Blunden 2016, such a theory necessarily includes them in multiple ways. For instance, as the foreseeable outcome but not the primary intention behind a benevolent socially transformative practice. In addition, a goal is at least implicit within many virtues, such as compassion, for future generations, or sustainability. Without a goal there is nothing for prefiguration to foreshadow. Conflicts between tela are not always resolvable, but preferences based on the prevalence and types of virtue or vice they contain can provide a basis for judgment. Additional differences between the ideological structures of anarchisms and postanarchisms are emphasized in their meta-ethical commitments. Sharing with postanarchisms a rejection of absolutism found in most standard forms of realism, naturalism, and intuitionism. Instead, anarchist values are viewed as immanent to and structured by social practices, which have their own epistemologies, discovery and elucidation. This rejects the amoralism, nihilism and subjectivism found in many streams of post-left and postanarchisms. It also clarifies the criticism of moralism, where moralism means a rejection of any ethical judgment on a moralist or nihilist grounds. Such criticisms are rejected and shown to be self-defeating. Where a criticism of moralism is about the subject position of someone making the value judgment, then this criticism is shared by anarchisms and postanarchism. Both reject the idea that there is a universal location for judgment. However, unlike some forms of postanarchism and post-left anarchisms that lapse into subjectivism, anarchisms have consistently argued that evaluation is possible from subject groups engaged in or affected by a practice or aligned practice. Contemporarily, there are changes to the general contexts in which anarchist practices take place. Anarchist practices, in the early years of the millennium, seemed to be gaining some traction within the mobilizations against neoliberalism and environmental degradation. Like postanarchism, anarchism also became a small but significant theoretical perspective within academic settings, intersecting with insights from other critical traditions such as feminism, Marxism, and post-structuralism. However, since 2001 and more rapidly since 2008, there have been significant changes in macro-politics. The decline of neoliberalism, first signaled by the ascent of neoconservatism then to national capitalism, is altering the types of institutions and norms with which anarchists and post-anarchists have hitherto been engaged. Nationalist capitalism and its close ideological relation neo-fascism are generating particular oppressive practices and traditions requiring different forms of mobilization. Usually, it is a mark of a successful ideology that it is able to offer guidance. Anarchism does not offer solutions from the perspective of a new overseer but from different, albeit intersecting, subject positions. A general example, drawn from the pornography debate, illustrates how more analytical normative ethics assumes the political positions of liberalism, that the main ethical issues are between rational individuals, their duties to each other, those who fail to meet the standard of rational agency, the vulnerable, and the obligations they have and are owed to them by the state. It attempts to clarify policy to be justly applied universally across social domains, trans-traditionally. The weaknesses of this are that such conceptual clarification is not possible. Terminology, identities, and values change according to social practices, and any attempt to centrally manage them leads to corruption of these practices. Using prominent examples drawn from the rise of nationalist capitalism, in particular claims for free speech for organized racist groups and the responses by anti-fascist opponents that have been derided as violent, such a practice-based method is able to explain how these pivotal concepts are essentially contested, but how they become decontested within particular traditions. Neither free speech nor nonviolence are universally supreme principles. Where these principles do take priority, they are interpreted through other concepts like non-domination, emancipation, fairness and equality. While principles of free speech are important in maintaining many goods-rich activities, there are times when it is consistent with anarchist virtue ethics to violate these norms, for instance, when they are located next to normalizing misogyny, denying rights to ethnic minorities, or planning for genocide. Nationalist capitalism morphology and its relationship to other ideological structures, such as fascism and the alt-right, have been only briefly covered here. Additional work on the regional differences in national capitalism and their disparities and commonalities with authoritarian conservatism and modern authoritarianism would provide a helpful resource in understanding possible weaknesses and therefore effective areas for anti-hierarchical opposition. This book, because of its broad remit, could only touch on some larger themes, which invite further, more detailed analysis. One such theme is to categorize, illustrate, and defend anti-hierarchical virtues in more detail, while still acknowledging that no list can ever be exhaustive and universal. It could distinguish between those virtues that are specific to, or more prior, in anarchist practice from the supposed virtues association with traditions of hierarchy and domination. It could also utilize virtue approaches to examine more applied problems such as organizational structure, activist self-care, abuse within anarchist movements and by members and those external to the wider movement, alternative education, and non-institutional research practices. The book provides just one theoretical approach to understanding anarchisms and postanarchisms and how their critical and practical resources assist in answering complex contemporary questions. There are other methodological approaches, which will yield different, useful material. I am consciously aware that location, time, resource, and ability limit what this text is able to do. The only reassurance is that these also restrict the focus and performance of any text, albeit in different ways. As such, it is at least consistent with anarchist epistemology, which rejects the claim that any work or perspective can take a universal position and contain all the right answers. If the period in the early years of the millennium were marked by an exaggerated optimism by some anarchist and post-anarchist scholars and activists, then the latter few years have seen a more sober, pessimistic perspective. It would be helpful, like Greber, 2012, at the end of Det or My Ramnath, 2011, at the conclusion of Decolonizing Anarchism, to end on a simple piece of succinct advice in their case: cancel debt and fight racism. Undermine neoliberal capitalism. Interfere with war making. Resist gentrification and displacement. Subvert norms. Decolonize your mind and smash the state, respectively. I have enormous sympathy with these general pieces of advice. In most cases, they would support and sustain valuable social practices. I too end on a positive. After all, if Berkman can end the Bolshevik myth on an optimistic note, the future belongs to man and his liberty. Despite witnessing at first hand the brutal disappointments of Leninist counter-revolution, it should be possible to find some shared rallying point with the reader. Point 2. So that is where I will end, by reflecting on what social activities I am engaged in and whether they operate according to the norms I have argued help sustain social virtues and which are being undermined or can be improved upon by prefigurative political action. The variety and challenge are overwhelming, but some clearly take precedence. I hope that the practice of writing this book and engaging with any reader who takes an interest is one way in which virtues can be realized, and that this intersects with other, more major, sites of anti-hierarchical resistance. Point 3. About the author. Benjamin Franks is Senior Lecturer in Social and Political Philosophy at the University of Glasgow, Dumfries campus. He is the author of Rebel Alliances, The Means and Ends of Contemporary British Anarchisms, 2006, co-editor of Anarchism and Moral Philosophy, 2010, and Anarchisms, A Conceptual Approach, 2018, and co-author of Environmental Ethics and Behavioral Change, 2017.